सपनों से ऊंची उड़ान कोई, उड़ने को हो आसमान कोई। सपनों से ऊंची उड़ान कोई, उड़ने को हो आसमान कोई। एक बेहतर रास्ते पर सबसे आगे बढ़कर पाना है मंजिल को यूं ही। IPS, IPS, IPS Academy, IPS Academy.
IPS Academy, with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity.
IPS Academy is one of the largest educational premises in central India, playing a major role to develop Indore as Central India's most preferred educational center. Starting with a batch of just 26 students, now we're a family of over 1,600 students and alumni working all across the group, reflecting impeccable work ethics to create the society a better place to live. Currently amongst the top 14 colleges of India, SOA aims to be in the top 5 architectural colleges in the near future. We offer about 120 seats for Bachelors of Architecture and 18 seats for Masters of Architecture. We are associated with IIA, IGBC, FSAI, NEPTIL and IIID amongst others. We have the state-of-art facilities at SOA. We have subscriptions of international journals, our well-furnished studios, the laboratory and workshops like model making lab, carpentry lab. Our construction yard is our prized possession. We have an exceptional student-faculty relationship at SOA. We believe in more than chalk and board approach of teaching, and we follow a very unique approach which involves informal discussions, studios, critiques to nourish our students throughout the 5 years.
The Institute offers various UG and PG programs. UG programs are accredited by National Board of Accreditation under outcome-based education mechanism as per Washington Accord.
Inculcating the research edge in our students, IPS Academy Institute of Engineering and Science has many laboratories equipped with the latest technologies containing equipments such as polariscope and 3D printing machine. Along with that, we have the state-of-art laboratories such as Heavy Structure Lab, Microfluidics Lab and Fire Technology Park, which is unique in state. To promote entrepreneurship among our students, we have Industry Institute Interaction Cell, MSME and IEDC Cell, aiming to fill the inevitable gap between academics and industry. The institute offers 2 new programs, BTech Honours and BTech with minors. In BTech Honours, students earn extra credit for specialized subject of the same stream. For example, a student can get BTech and Civil Engineering with honours in Structural Engineering. And in BTech with minor, students get the opportunity to minor in one of the other engineering streams as per his choice. For example, student gets BTech degree in Civil Engineering with minor in Safety Engineering, which will provide better higher studies and job prospects for our student. The autonomous status will also allow us to establish a research center in future, which will provide new wings to our faculties and students in the research field.
IPS Academy Institute of Business Management and Research is an integral part of IPS Academy group of institutions. This institute is established in the year 1994. We have completed almost more than 25 years. in professional education, in imparting professional education. We are offering undergraduate level course, postgraduate level course and doctorate level program. At undergraduate level, we are offering BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BA Economic Honors Program, and in postgraduate, 4 MBA program, that is MBA full-time, MBA International Business, MBA in Marketing Management, and MBA Financial Administration, along with the doctorate level program, that is PhD in Management and PhD in Economics.
Best College of Pharmacy, IPSA College of Pharmacy, was established in 1999 and is the first private college to start undergraduate and the postgraduate course in pharmacy in Indore region. Institute provides appropriate working conditions for staff and cohesive environment for students in a huge green campus. This is achieved by the formation of various committees which actively work for the betterment for students and staff. The various committees include Suraksha Samiti Committee, Anti-Ragging Committee, Anti-Ragging Squad and Women's Grievance Cell. More than 40 students of B.Pharm Semester 8 have been qualified in national level GPAT examination in last 5 years. The institute has many eminent faculties who has to produce their credit numerous international or national publication in a reputed journal, and also they have to credit various books. The College of Pharmacy has pledged itself to the pharmacy profession by staying committed to society through advancement of pharmacy education and research, to provide the best environment for sustained efforts in education, enhance institute-industry collaborations and interactive opportunities with top-class universities for professional developments and ethics. At the College of Pharmacy, we ardently believe in honest, ethical and integrative approach towards rational development in pharmacy, academics and research. The eminent faculty members also present the institute in various national and international seminar conferences as a resource person, chairperson as well as member of various committees. A good education should be followed by happy placement. IPS Academy College of Pharmacy has an independent placement cell devoted to cater to the job requirements of students. The institute has successfully placed maximum of its students every year with every increasing salary packages.
Institute of Hotel Management, IPS Academy, is a globally recognized institute. It operates 2 courses. One is the BBA Hotel Management and the second is the Bachelor of Hotel Management. Bachelor of Hotel Management is for 4 years. It has got double advantage. For 3 years, the students get training in the college, and for 1 year, they go to 5-star deluxe hotel for internship training. After the course, they get a bachelor degree certificate, plus they have got 1 year experience from the hotel. Mostly, the students, they get selected in the same hotel after getting 1 year training. For BBA Hotel Management, which is for 3 years, here the students get college extensive training in the college for 3 years first, then they go for training in the 5-star deluxe hotels. Here also the students have the full opportunity to get selected in the same hotel where they have got the training. Both these courses are affiliated to A grade Devi Ahilya University. This is the only institute in the private sector approved by Central Government of India, AICTE and Higher Education Madhya Pradesh, which is affiliated to Devi Ahilya University, Indore. The team of professors is well qualified, approved by the university, and have more than 20 years of experience in teaching and from the industry. Looking at the growth in the hospitality industry, both boys and girls have good opportunities in hotels, airlines, corporate marketing. They can own their own restaurant. They have good opportunities in malls, restaurants, railways, etc. The course develops positive attitude, communication skills, and personality required by the hospitality industry. 1 year short courses develop students in bakery and culinary art of cooking. The course provides 100% job opportunities to the graduates.
Education is not to reform students or amuse them or to make them expert. It is to unsettle their mind, widen their horizon, inflame their intellects, and teach them to think straight. With this goal in mind, School of Computer was established in year 1995 with undergraduate program PCA affiliated to DAVV. Then it started its post-graduation program MCA affiliated to RGPV in year 1997. College is among the top 10 colleges situated in education hub of Madhya Pradesh. Computer is an essential part of life and new technologies are introduced every year to make life easier. The use of computer technologies is now common in all organizations, and this has created a huge demand of computer studies. Technical knowledge is essential to ensure the quality and professional benefits are accrued from the degree courses. Computer application is one such course that fulfill this demand. A School of Computers offers BCA with foundation course and MCA as a specialization degree. Mission of SOC to create professional and technologically enabled manpower for meeting the current and future demands of the industry and society, to foster research and development culture in close interaction with the computing and technology industry, promoting synergistic partnerships with the industry. Vision of SOC aims to be one of the premier institutes of the country dedicated to the creation, application, dissemination of knowledge, skills, spirit of competitive excellence, building up computing knowledge and skill as an essential component for futuristic work management.
Hello everyone and welcome to College of Commerce IPS Academy. College of Commerce IPS Academy has grown in stature over the years and remains the most sought after institution dedicated to trade and commerce education in the central India. Not only students are going to pursue and complete their BCom MCom degrees, but also gain great advantages from the academy due to its meticulous integration of innovative ways of teaching, learning and extracurricular activities. It provides technology-based integrated education in a streamlined and dynamic environment. Students are given an engaging platform to pilot their innovative ideas of entrepreneurship also. We have value-driven activities like short-term research projects, industry visits, industrial training, educational tour, training for placements and interviews, parents-teachers meeting, alumni meet, industry institute interaction, etc. We have a team of well-qualified, dedicated and experienced faculty members who are experts in their domains. The curriculum strikes a perfect balance between theoretical knowledge and practical approach. We have 100% results since 1994. A dedicated centralized placement cell works throughout the year to aid the students' placement in renowned companies.
Law education has become the necessity of modern times. It provides many opportunities in the field of judiciary and litigation. College of Law IPS Academy, Indore has several unique features along with many courses, making it one of the prestigious colleges in MP. College of Law in top private law college in Indore, it provides the best faculty and staff members for gaining practical knowledge and better placement prospects. In the present era of privatization and globalization, the study of law has become much demanding than before. Regular classes are held, encouraging the students to be engaged in it by providing their inputs, as well as acquire communication and interpersonal skills. Heavy emphasis is placed on the case method, role play, and syndicate method, as they are the most powerful tools of learning law and management.
Institute of Fashion Technology has set academic standards and excelled in thought leadership by providing a pool of creative genius and technical professionals. The institute provides a common platform for fashion education, research and training. Seeing industry demand, IFT has structured demanding and dynamic curriculum carefully put together in consultation with experts in the academic and the industry, and offers a combination of relevant academic content with a real world-class business experience. IFT has high-tech state-of-art infrastructure, The most important USP of IFT is placement assistance and entrepreneurship development programs. The one who steps in IFT steps out with a sure establishment. We provide courses B Design Fashion Design, PG Diploma in Fashion and Marketing, Certificate in Fashion Designing. The student of IFT pursue career in fashion like fashion designer, visual merchandiser, fashion stylist, fashion illustrator, fashion merchandiser and many more. And we also organize several events throughout the year like fashion shows, exhibitions, internships, industry visits, workshops, trade tour, etc.
The fashion and textile industry of India accounts for nearly 47% of Indian export. Nearly 1 lakh jobs are created every year in the fashion industry. The young and talented beauties are capturing international titles year after year. Indian designers are making their presence strongly felt into the global fashion scenario. So are you ready?
स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी। हम यहाँ पर सारे परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं और उन्हें डिग्रीज भी देते हैं। गायन, वादन, नृत्य और थिएटर, इन सभी विधाओं का प्रशिक्षण यहाँ दिया जाता है और जो गुरु इन सभी विधाओं में प्रशिक्षण देते हैं वे सभी अपने अपने स्तर पर भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व अलग अलग जगहों पर करते आ रहे हैं। सभी प्रोफेशनली अलग अलग स्टेज पर परफॉर्म भी करते आ रहे हैं। हम सभी का एक ही उद्देश्य है कि स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी से जो भी छात्र निकलें वो एक बहुत अच्छे परफॉर्मर्स हों और साथ ही साथ उनको इन सभी विषयों पर थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज भी बहुत अच्छा हो। यहाँ पर जो क्लास साइज है वो बहुत बड़ा ना होते हुए कम बच्चों के साथ हम एक एक क्लास करते हैं, जिससे कि पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट और पर्सनल ध्यान दे सकें उनके ऊपर, उनके इंटरेस्ट क्या क्या हैं, साथ ही साथ हम उनकी पर्सनालिटी पे भी ध्यान दे पाते हैं। तो इस तरह से हम स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में एक अच्छा परफॉर्मर जो कि हमारे भारत
Hello. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good morning from me, Ambar Arondekar, your host for the day. I welcome you all to this, one of the biggest conclaves of human resource management happening in the year 2022 post-COVID. Such an interesting event, right? And I'm sure you guys are going to be the witness to this mega event which is happening here at IPS Academy today. Before we begin, may I request all of you to please raise yourself for the national anthem. We'll begin with the national anthem. Thank you so much. On a count of 3, I expect the gathering to sing it with me. 3, 2, 1. Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravid Utkal Banga. Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Utkal Jaladhi Taranga. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. While Nihit wanted me to be part of this conclave, being very honest with you, my preparation started right from the word, trying to understand the meaning of the word conclave. And it was very interesting. While I was trying to know what does a conclave mean, in the ancient times in Rome, when the cardinals of the Society of Jesus used to meet to elect a pope, that meeting was called as the conclave. I tried searching a Hindi word for it, और मुझे जो शब्द वहाँ पर मिला, वो शब्द था निर्वाचिका. मेरे ख्याल से आप सबके जहन में भी ये ख्याल आ रहा होगा. In case if we are not electing anything, then why is this a conclave? I think out there, when the meetings used to be conducted in order to elect the Pope, Pope was the biggest religious guru of that time. And what normally these gurus do is they give you the light of knowledge and wisdom. I'm sure we are not here to elect a Pope, but for sure this congregation, this August meeting today, is going to be addressed by a lot of gurus who are going to spread the light of their knowledge and their wisdom. So we surely are going to hear to elect some pieces, some pearls of wisdom, which I'm sure you can carry forward along with you and apply them in your life. So मेरे ख्याल से आज के इस कॉन्क्लेव में आपको बहुत सारी ऐसी इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें मिलने वाली हैं जो आप आगे ले जाकर, in case if you're from industry, you can apply those things into industry. In case if you are a student here, then you may actually make use of it in your days to come. But trust me, a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom is going to be coming your way here today. Before we move further, मुझे एक बात आप सब लोगों से जाननी है. Do you guys want to have a interesting conclave, or you want to have a boring kind of a conclave? Come on, I want your answers. Interesting or boring? Oh, in case if someone wants to have a boring conclave, I'll share my numbers with him. I'm a corporate trainer, and a lot of interesting companies pay me for this, right? You may come pay for my training program and join me. In case if you're looking at real interesting conference here today, you know what? I was told, I was speaking to somebody and I said, how can we have an interesting conference? And somebody told me that in order to have the conference as an interesting one, you need to be invited there as a speaker. So I said, boss, in case if you need to be invited there as a speaker, you need to be really knowledgeable, you need to be achiever, you need to be a person of some substance. He said, cool. If not, then he told me, the second possible option to enjoy a conclave is to be invited there as a host. And then it was my turn. So I said, in order to be hosting a conference, You need to be charming, you need to be intelligent, or you need to be lucky. By the way, I qualify here to be hosting this conference in the category 3. I have got, huge amount of friends here in the organizing committee, and that's what brings me here. But if you really want to enjoy the conclave, partners, I want you to understand one thing. You will have to be sitting here with an open mind. See, a conclave is nothing else but a congregation of few people who are going to be sharing their thoughts here. In case if any one of us sits here with any kind of a closed thought, trust me, you might not really enjoy this. And the history of conclaves or the history of शास्त्रार्थ, so to say, जहां पर कुछ बुद्धिमान लोग आपस में चर्चा करते हों, हमारे देश में नया नहीं है. आई एम श्योर आप लोगों ने आदि शंकराचार्य और मंडन मिश्र के शास्त्रार्थ का जिक्र सुना होगा, जो हमारे धर्मशास्त्रों में काफी जगह उल्लेखित है. इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि जब आदि शंकराचार्य और मंडन मिश्र का शास्त्रार्थ हो रहा था, उस शास्त्रार्थ में who played the role of a judge? It was a surprise to me when I tried reading about it. मंडन मिश्र साहब की धर्मपत्नी उस शास्त्रार्थ की जज बनी, और उन्होंने लगभग 2 या 3 राउंड की चर्चा के बाद, जब मंडन मिश्र साहब को ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो अपनी बात बड़े अच्छे ढंग से शंकराचार्य साहब के सामने रख रहे हैं, द लेडी कॉल्ड इट अ डे एंड शी सेड द बाउट इज ओवर. मंडन मिश्र साहब ने कहा, अभी तो मैंने अपनी बहुत सारी बातें रखी भी नहीं है, हाउ कैन यू कॉल द बाउट ओवर? And the lady had a very interesting method of judging the end of the bout. She said, मैंने इस शास्त्रार्थ के आरंभ में आप दोनों को फूलों की, ताजे फूलों की मालाएं पहनाई थी और तिलक किया था. अगर इस 3 घंटे की चर्चा के उपरांत आप देखेंगे तो आदि शंकराचार्य जी के गले की माला अभी भी उतनी ही फ्रेश, उतनी ही खुशबूदार है, जबकि आपके गले की माला के फूल कुम्हला गए हैं. और ये आमतौर पर तब होता है जब आप स्वेट करते हैं, जब पसीना आता है. पसीना तब आता है जब आप कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं होते हो, और इस वजह से आप ये मान सकते हैं कि आदि शंकराचार्य की बात यहां पर ज्यादा सब्सटेंशियल मैं डिक्लेयर करना चाहती हूं. देखिए, वहां पर 2 लोगों के बीच का शास्त्रार्थ था, यहां पर बहुत सारे लोगों के बीच की चर्चाएं आप सुनेंगे. इसके पहले कि हम आगे बढ़े, मैं आपको एक और दिलचस्प बात बताना चाहता हूं. सूरज की जो रोशनी होती है साथियों, उसे प्रभा कहा जाता है, इसीलिए सुबह को हम लोग प्रभात कहते हैं. चांद की जो रोशनी होती है उसे विभा कहा जाता है. लेकिन जब किसी सभा में कुछ दैदीप्यमान सितारे मौजूद हों, और ऐसे 100-150 दैदीप्यमान सितारों की चमक से जो सभा रोशन हो, उसे हम लोग सभा कहते हैं. मैं चाहता हूं हमारे आज के जोरदार वक्ताओं का एक बार आप और अपना खुद का जोरदार तालियों से हमारी इस कॉन्क्लेव में स्वागत करें. आइए सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताऊं जिस खूबसूरत जगह पर हम बैठे हुए हैं, IPS एकेडमी, जो आज इस कॉन्क्लेव के आयोजन के पीछे एक बड़ी महती और सार्थक भूमिका निभा रही हैं. मैं चाहता हूं आप तालियां मेरे साथी राजेश जी के लिए भी बजाएं, जो आज आपको दिन भर कुछ दिलचस्प ऑडियो विजुअल्स बताने वाले हैं. राजेश जी, क्या हम IPS एकेडमी की ऑडियो विजुअल देख सकते हैं प्लीज?
IPS Academy is one of the largest educational premises in central India, playing a major role to develop Indore as central India's most preferred educational center. We boast of a sprawling 60 acres of lush green and pollution-free 5-star gem-rated green campus, and we offer about 71 different courses. Starting with a batch of just 26 students, now we're a family of over 1,600 students and alumni working all across the globe, reflecting impeccable work ethics to create the society a better place to live. Currently amongst the top 14 colleges of India, SOA aims to be in the top 5 architectural colleges in the near future. The college canteen along with the mess is open for all students and faculty members. The Wi-Fi enabled campus and sports facilities like cricket stadium, swimming pool, tennis courts. We have an exceptional student-faculty relationship at SOA. We believe in more than chalk and board approach of teaching, and we follow a very unique approach which involves informal discussions, studios, critiques to nourish our students throughout the 5 years.
By gaining the BA degree, an aspiring educationist will be able to understand the finer nuances of teaching,
during the course of their B.Ed program.
Institute of Business Management and Research is an integral part of IPS Academy, which laid its foundation in the year 1994. IPS Academy Institute of Business Management and Research, ranked by NIRF, that is National Institute Ranking Framework of MHRD, from consecutively last 4 years.
College of Commerce IPS Academy. It provides technology-based integrated education in a streamlined and dynamic environment. We have value-driven activities like short-term research projects, industry visits, industrial training, educational tour, training for placements and interviews, parents-teachers meeting, alumni meet, industry institute interaction, etc.
The Travel and Tourism Department. Over the past few decades, domestic and international tourism has become a major economic activity in the world, as well as one of the fastest growing industry, which require a professional outlook.
College is among the top 10 colleges situated in education hub of Madhya Pradesh. Mission of SOC to create professional and technologically enabled manpower for meeting the current and future demands of the industry and society.
School of Performing Arts IPS Academy. हम यहाँ पर सारे परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं और उन्हें डिग्रीज भी देते हैं। गायन, वादन, नृत्य और थिएटर।
स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी, जो कि राजा मानसिंह तोमर संगीत एवं कला विश्वविद्यालय ग्वालियर से संबद्धता प्राप्त है।
Institute of Engineering and Science has many laboratories equipped with the latest technologies containing equipments such as polariscope and 3D printing machine. Along with that, we have the state-of-art laboratories such as Heavy Structure Lab, Microfluidics Lab and Fire Technology Park, which is unique in state.
Institute of Fashion Technology has set academic standards and excelled in thought leadership by providing a pool of creative genius and technical professionals. The institute provides a common platform for fashion education, research and training.
Institute of Hotel Management IPS Academy is a globally recognized institute. Here the students get college extensive training in the college for 3 years first, then they go for training in the 5-star deluxe hotels.
College of Law IPS Academy Indore has several unique features along with many courses, making it one of the prestigious colleges in MP. College of Law in top private law college in Indore, it provides the best faculty and staff members for gaining practical knowledge and better placement prospects.
The College of Pharmacy has pledged itself to the pharmacy profession by staying committed to society through advancement of pharmacy education and research.
As you all know, we are one of the largest placement cell as far as the infrastructure is concerned. IPS Academy has the longest list of blue chip companies coming to its campus. As far as these blue chips companies are concerned, our packages range from around 6 to 7 lakhs up till 33.6 lakhs. In IPS Academy, the college and the student go hand in hand towards nurturing the dreams and aspirations of each of the students. So, welcome to IPS Academy.
A round of applause for our amazing institution. So partners, this was about the place that we are in. Now, Rajesh bhai, I want you to play the AV of our conclave. And I want you to give a big round of applause to, the leader of the team here who has organized this conclave here, to Nihit and his team. I'm sure without their amazing efforts, we would never have got this opportunity to meet this amazing galaxy of stars. Great. Here we are. Trust me, these conclaves or conferences are some events. And when I say some events, there are 3 Hindi words that like you guys or you friends to keep a note of. What can you gain out of these conferences or conclaves? The first some word is sambandh. You can get some real good relationships from here. Professional, personal, academic. Other than that, these conclaves also aim at sampark. You can definitely make some great contacts. And last but not the least, samvad. The biggest gathering or the biggest advantage of these gatherings is like सागर मंथन से जिस तरह से अमृत प्राप्त होता है, मेरे ख्याल से आज की इस कॉन्क्लेव से हमें बहुत सारी इंटरेस्टिंग नॉलेज, इंफॉर्मेशन, विजडम मिलने वाली है. To formally begin the proceedings of the conference, I'd like to invite on stage for the lamp lighting the head of the IPS Academy family. I'd like you all to please put your hands together for Achal Chaudhary sir, the man behind IPS Academy. Achal sir, I would request you to please escort along Anurag Batra sir, Dr. Anurag Batra sir, for this lamp lighting. I also would like to invite Mr. Shastri PVK. Sir, please join us on stage for lighting the lamp. Dr. Ankita Singh ma'am to join us to light the lamp on the stage. Mr. Sahil Nair, I request you also to please join us for lighting the lamp, sir. Mr. Shrivats Nagrajaya. Is Shrivats sir here? Sir, please. Also requesting to join us on stage is Rajesh sir. Please join us on stage. We'll formally begin the conclave by lighting the lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, you can clap. And trust me, no GST, no tax on this. You can clap as much as you want. Be joyous, enjoy the day. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm sure, all of us have grown listening to one sentence throughout our lives. And tell me whether you have heard this sentence or not. That if you want to succeed, you have to work hard. Have all of you heard this sentence? That if you have to succeed, you have to work hard. Yes or no? You know what? But when you visit a construction site, this sentence gets challenged. Because if you visit a construction site, I think the person who works very hard there is a laborer. But a person who walks away with a larger check happens to be an architect. Agree, disagree? And I was trying to decipher why is it that this sentence gets defied there. And I realized one thing, that an architect has a a typical ability which normal people do not have. And this ability is to be able to see a house or to be able to see a building, to be able to see anything that the laborers have yet created. And I think this is the ability that distinguishes an architect from the rest of us. You don't have to be a qualified architect from IIT Kharagpur always to be able to visualize a big dream. But we have one. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of our family, Mr. Achal Chaudhary sir, is a qualified architect from IIT Kharagpur, a man with amazing vision. I mean, I can claim so because, I have been blessed to stay in the same locality of Indore city where Achal sir also comes from. And I'm sure you saw this video out here which said that this journey that started with just 23 students is into thousands of students across our, well-spread campuses. I would like to invite our head of family, Achal sir, for his pearls of wisdom through his welcome address. I'd like you to please give him a huge round of applause when sir walks in here.
Really shocked and overwhelmed on having such a galaxy of intellectuals over here. My hearty welcome to Shri Anurag Batra ji, Shri Dharmenjan ji, Mr. Shastri, Mayur ji, Sahil ji, Devanshish ji, Anand ji, Ankita Singh ji, Ashish ji, Shivastav ji, Sogutta ji, Ashish ji, Kingsley ji, Sandhya ji, Shubham ji, and White Khan ji. I think White Khan ji is not here. Hey, chao. Very welcome. Welcome you all, dignitaries. And really, it's very enjoyable to have this galaxy of such intellectuals over here. My hearty welcome to all the other dignitaries, all the participants, and everyone present here. And really means I welcome you to this galaxy of such intellectuals here who are going to give you something very unique. Like Arundakarji said, conclave is basically a selection of a person over there. But it's always a selection. And to me, I think from here we are going to select not one, but many a new policy in HR field. After having gone through 2 years of pandemic, I think it's reborn, rebuild, and redefining the opportunities. One should always be very positive. Though lots of harms have been done, we have lost many intellectuals, we have lost family members, the big human loss, the big economic loss was there. But if we have a positive thinking, I think a lot of good opportunities have developed, have come onward. If we take only one example, I think technologically it has put India at least 5 years ahead, because all these online things, though we were using to some extent, but it has suddenly given you a jump. All these hurdles come you to actually take you forward. When we cross a nala or something, instead of taking one step, we take a jump. So that puts up a lot ahead. So I'm sure everyone is prospering more. Today we'll go with the lot of new ideas from this intellectual body. My request to all is we are having people from industry, people from academia and the students over here. We always talk the gap between the industry and the academia. To me, the real practices of industry basically have come from academia, and the academia has come from the many surveys, many things from the actions, the activities. Today, to me, what is more required is a good combination. You have to not only prepare your children good in academics, but you have to set them a good research mind. So my request to all these stalwarts is that bring in some kind of change in the industry, because when we look at the things, we Indians are more focused on using the things, using the softwares. We are very good at using things developed by others, but we are lacking in developing our own things. Not that we don't have that kind of intellectuals, but somehow something is missing. And I think this conclave and you people sitting at the, means you are the torch bearers for the industry. You are more in touch with the people. So you can bring in, you can think on bringing this kind of change wherein the students not only look forward for a job, but they develop a innovative thinking wherein a lot of research work can be done. So through you people, I would request to the industry to put in more efforts, take more interest in developing research and innovative works. As we are already a little late, so I won't take much of your time. I am sure you are going to be very confident that you will be enjoying the intellectual sharing by all these stalwarts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I've heard someone say, in case if you get an opportunity to spend with some real intelligent people a couple of hours, it is as good as getting a college degree. So my dear friends, those student friends of yours, those who are present here, today you're going to get, more than a couple of degrees, because you're going to be getting an opportunity to listen to a lot of amazing people. And when I say you're going to get an opportunity to listen to a lot of amazing people, I have the pleasure and privilege of introducing one gentleman to you. Trust me, everybody here in the gathering would know him. He is our keynote speaker. As I was trying to read more about Sir, I found an interview of him on the internet which said that he happens to be an MDI Gurgaon alumni. In fact, the most distinguished alumni of MDI Gurgaon of the decade. He is a pretty well-known entrepreneur, an entrepreneur par excellence. He also has authored a book by name 8 Days a Week. I'm sure all of us wanted that 8th day in a week, right? So maybe you might have to lay their hand on the book and find how do you get that 8th day. So following you on Twitter, I came across something very interesting. One of the recent tweets of Sir was a share by Firaq Gorakhpuri, और वो शेर कुछ इस तरह से था कि मैं मुद्दतों जिया हूं किसी दोस्त के बगैर. मुझे नहीं पता था कि बुलंदी की राहें इतनी तन्हा भी हो सकती हैं कि मैं मुद्दतों जिया हूं किसी दोस्त के बगैर, अब तुम भी साथ छोड़ रहे हो. खैर, मैं चाहता हूं कि वी इंदौरीज, वी वेलकम हिम विद सच अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज कि आपकी तालियां इस बात की तसल्ली दे साहब को कि इंदौर के ये दोस्त उन्हें छोड़ने नहीं वाले. प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा. यू कैन प्लीज पुट द एवी ऑफ सर. Sir, हम इंदौर वाले लोग आपको पक्के में नहीं छोड़ने वाले हैं. Come on, partners, the claps can continue.
Exchangeformedia.com. Mr. Anurag Batra is a Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World, Founder, Exchangeformedia.com. Mr. Anurag Batra is a serial entrepreneur, media mogul, journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. He is a first-generation entrepreneur and currently the chairman of BW Business World, the iconic 36-year-old business media and magazine brand. Since taking over BW Business World, Mr. Batra has expanded the media organization into digital events and BW communities. At present, Mr. Batra is building the BW Business World business aggressively and taking it to new heights. Mr. Batra also founded the Exchange for Media Group and he serves as a chairman and editor-in-chief. E4M is India's leading media industry company which houses several brands under its fold. Mr. Batra is also appointed by the Government of India as a chairman of an industry committee formed to come up with a vocational training framework for the media, communication and entertainment industry. He mentors many budding entrepreneurs and enjoys the process of reverse mentoring as in what he learns from these young entrepreneurs. As the president of the Franchising Association of India Northern Chapter, he has a vital role to play in decision-making processes of the industry circles. Mr. Batra believes if you make your hobby your profession, you don't have to work and life is a blessing. We welcome you, sir.
Morning. Thank you for inviting me here. I definitely feel the warmth and energy. And introductions are, sometimes exaggerated. We like to be kind to our speakers. I can say that we ourselves do about 370 events in a year, and that's a good thing, being kind. It's not a bad thing. First of all, I do have friends in Indore. I have been coming to Indore for a while, and I keep telling, people that the best food in the world is at Sarafa Bazaar. In fact, when Nihit called me, I asked him, one of the reasons I stayed back tonight is so that I could go to Sarafa Bazaar, because the last trip, a month back, I came here on a Business World event and I couldn't go. So really my life revolves around food. So I have lots. I was talking to Achalji and I did share a very close friend's name who I'm going to visit today, or he'll visit me, and much older than me, but I have a very, very close relationship with him for the last 2 decades. So it's an honor and privilege to be here. I did know about IPS Academy, but I didn't know the scale of the IPS Academy. So I'm glad I could come to the campus and get a first-hand sense of what IPS Academy is, what is the kind of courses it offers, what is the infrastructure, and the fact that it has been around for 28 years. Actually, it's been around for more like 35 years, because it started as a school and then it turned into a multidisciplinary college. I must tell you that I'm just very lucky, and I really mean it. I'm not saying it because I'm at a conference. I get a lot of invites to speak at conferences, and maybe 3-4 years back I would accept a lot more than I do these days, because one, my need is not there. Second, I don't have the time. All of us are busy, I'm sure. There's nobody who's not busy. In January, I was with the chairman of L&T. He was the MD and CEO at that point. I think in 2 weeks from then, he became the chairman. And he asked me, Anurag, the last 2 years must have been tough for you. So I told him, not really. I'm very mindful of the loss of lives and loss of livelihood during COVID. But I must say the last 2 years for me and for us as an organization have been transformational. And he asked me, tell me why. I said, there is a philosophical reason and there is a logical reason. What would you like to know? He said, I'd like to know both. And I gave him both, and I said, the philosophical reason is that my time is right. God is being very kind to us. And the logical reason is I'm much more cautious with where I spend my time. And I really say more often no than I say yes. But Nihit, I must compliment Nihit for being very, very dogged, very persistent, very warm. And I think that's a quality in people. The fact that all of you are here, some of you I know, some of you I have met for the first time, some of you I know from the fact that you speak at various conferences, and some I have interacted at our conferences. So one of the advantages of travel and face-to-face conferences, you're able to establish linkages and collaborative starts with people. So I look forward to meeting you, Dharmender. Sastri, everyone, you said to me yesterday, everyone calls you Sastri. So I was telling him that in '96, when I passed out of MDI, I got a campus offer from Ashang Desai's company, Mastech. In fact, I met Ashang for the first time 2 years back, and I told him that. And then I had a job offer from Hexaware. Mr. Sharma, who's in heaven now, used to work with Ganesh Natarajan. Ganesh used to be the CEO. And I didn't join, and I joined something else. So good to meet you, Mr. Sastri. I also would look forward to seeing Mayur. I met my friend Sahil today. I've known about Shubham for a while because I have spent a lot of years in the media industry. But I met, and my colleague Talis, who runs our people community, Sahil, I've known for a while. Devashish Ghosh, good to meet you. Mr. Anand Dhruv, good to meet you. Dr. Ankita Singh, good to meet you. Ashish, I can see you. Your photo in the poster and what you look at, same, which doesn't happen with media people. They always give their younger photo. Srivastava, you're very warm. I met you for the first time outside my room, and I think warmth is the most important thing. Saugata, Ashish, we said hello to each other. Mr. Khan, I can see you with he's just gone out, I think, with his headgear. You can't not notice him. I met Lieutenant Sandhya Suri in the flight yesterday. Good to meet you, Sandhya. And Kingsley, we said hello to each other when we were entering. So good to meet all of you. I'd like to extend my heartiest gratitude to all the faculty who's here, because a campus and an institution is only about the faculty. And I must tell you, Achalji, I'm a failed education entrepreneur. I did start a media school. I didn't start it. One of my mentors started it in the media industry, and then I invested money, and I brought in another media owner as a partner. And then my friend died. My partner, Atul Maheshwari of Amar Ujala, died. So I shut it down after 5 years. In fact, Rubika is from my media school. That time Sudhir hired her in Live India. But, Rubika is from so I'm a failed, I don't believe in failure. But yes, I have experimented with the media school, and I still have a dream to build India's largest media university. And one should have dreams. They do come true if you work hard towards them. So it's an HR conclave, and as I said, time is the most important asset we have, and I'm sure after COVID, we value each other's time more than ever. I want to say, when I was coming, I told Nehit I will use a PowerPoint presentation, but then I remembered a quote of a friend of mine, and I decided not to use the PowerPoint presentation. And let me say what the quote was. The quote said that the PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Shubham's friend, so clearly I don't fall into that category. And also, when I stand here in the morning amongst the students, the faculty, the industry leaders in HR, and I would say, I'm sure after COVID, the value of HR professionals and HR leaders is valued even more in terms of, we talked of jargons like business continuity planning and so on and so forth. But the fact is, HR leaders played a role in downsizing sometimes, resizing, doing a lot of things that really needed to be done. And I think, really, when I'm in front of an audience and fellow speakers who will be speaking about leadership, who will be speaking about what's happening in the business world, what's happening in the HR domain, I have the same dilemma that the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor faced on the night of the honeymoon. Do you know what the dilemma was? Would you like to know what the dilemma was? On the night of the honeymoon, the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, "Darling, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I make it interesting." So I hope whatever I say, I make it relevant and interesting to you. First of all, I think I would like to say that how many of you want to be successful? What about the rest of you? Are you lazy or you don't want to be successful? Right, or both, right? Now, what is very important is how do you define the word success? And let me say, I will restrict my talk to two things. One is general rules that I've learned, and my book is not yet out. I always say, make your hobby your profession, you don't have to work. I really work very hard. And you know, while my wife keeps telling me, work smart, I don't know what is the difference. I'm trying to still figure that out. What is the difference between working hard and working smart? But I believe that the harder you work, the luckier you get. And definitely luck is the most important. It's not about how smart you are. I mean, COVID has shown that some people stayed alive, we are here, and some very healthy people, and we would not think of them as healthy as our, you know, went away. So clearly there is a element of luck, and I think God's kindness and serendipity and all that. So really, we can say whatever we have to say. I'm a Hindu. Everything is preordained. It's pre-decided. Prarabdha, as we say, right? But we don't know that, so we work towards it. So let me divide my talk in two. One is the fact, what are HR leaders supposed to do? And again, I passed out of MDI 26 years back. This Wednesday, I attended my first physical board meeting as a board member at MDI. And I mean, I did attend other board meetings. I got onto the board in January 2020, but they were all virtual board meetings, you know. I attended the first physical board meeting, and I must say that, you know, whatever you dream can happen, because I remember about 8 years back me saying to myself, do you think I can be on the board of my MDI? And one day it just happened. So clearly everything you desire or you put in the universe, it happens. So I want to divide my talk into what it takes to be successful, and the definition of success is different for different people. Some people value money more, some people value fame, some people value impact and the change they bring. And I think life is I would say that it's a combination. You do need money, you do need recognition, I wouldn't call it fame, and you definitely need an impact. I would put impact as the number one. Second is the ability to enjoy what you do. Third is, of course, when you run a company, what is your purpose? And it has become even more important. So what does it take to be successful? And second is our lessons post-COVID. Very importantly, since the time I entered the corporate world 26 years back, and I've been an entrepreneur for 21 years, we've been talking about how HR leaders have become better business leaders, how HR leaders have gone on to boards, and how more and more HR leaders are becoming CEOs or drivers of their organizations. First of all, let me first say that the most important trait for being successful is being open. You know, a very wise man said, mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. And mostly we are so close to things. We are so conditioned. We don't take, even I sometimes, I'm much better at it today because I'm a much better listener than I ever was. But we're not open to feedback. So the most important is open, because if you're open, you'll embrace new ideas, you'll take feedback, and if you reflect on it, you'll be able to be better at what you do. Second is humility. I think humility is the most important trait for her, because openness and humility go along. You know, when you're humble, your colleagues will come to you. People who may be junior to you in the organization, or who are intimidated by your title and your achievements, will be able to speak to you more honestly and give you more insights, information, and you're lighter on yourself. You know, why are young people having heart attacks? Young people, 32-year-olds, 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds, because they're bottled up. Third is fairness. Ultimately in life, you know, you sleep well if you're fair to people. Fourth is being authentic. A lot of people are going through mental issues. People who are very successful. I have lots of entrepreneurs as friends. I have lots of entrepreneurs who are CEOs of their large organizations, billion-dollar companies, and mostly they're happy. But because they've not accepted themselves, and they still want to be like someone, they're troubled at times. So being authentic. And last but not the least, staying in the game long enough, being dogged, being persistent, And the word resilience was used a lot in COVID. I think these were few words: business continuity planning, resilience. We used, and they were real. They became real. We heard the word resilience a lot of times. So these are, in my view, the 5 most important. It's not about how hard you work. Hard work is a necessary thing. It's not the most sufficient. Necessary and sufficient, I don't have to tell you. So hard work is needed. Now let me come to humility. More and more leaders that you would study of, do research on, meet in real life, people who are humble are more successful. And let me give you it in very simple terms. People who are humble are able to take new ideas and are able to implement them. I'm simplifying it. But if you are humble, I think it's the most important thing. I also want to say that what it takes to get anything done, it doesn't matter what level of the organization, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an entrepreneur, to get things done, there are 2 things I tell my young colleagues. There are only 2 things you require to. One is a follow-up, and second is planning. As they say, well planned is half done, right? There's another saying, well begun is half done, both go hand in hand. So follow-up is the most important thing. To get things done, you have to follow up, you have to be disciplined, you have to do good planning, and most importantly, a lot of us sometimes go by our beliefs, by our hunch about a person. We're very judgmental. We judge a person in the first 10 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour of meeting them. You cannot. It's, human trait is to judge people, but don't judge people. It's very difficult. It is very, very difficult not to judge people, on how they look, how they talk, what their background is. But if you really don't judge people, I think you'll do much better. You have to have respect for people, and respect is shown in more ways than one. It is about acknowledging them. It is about not looking at your phone when you're talking to them. It sounds old-fashioned. I must tell you, my father will be 83 on 15 December, start his 84th year, and he would tell me, I'm very fond of reading. I read much lesser than I used to, but when I was younger, I was 15 years old, I would eat and I would read. There was no mobile phone, luckily, so I would read magazines, newspapers, books, and he would tell me, Anurag, chew your food, 32 times, eat slowly. Now I go to a nutritional therapist who tells me exactly the same thing and takes 30,000 rupees a month, okay? I'm just trying to exaggerate a point. We don't listen to our parents. Now that I have 2 adults, 1 adult and 1 teenager as my children, I realize whatever my parents told me. Yesterday my daughter, who's just completed her 12th, she's gone to Goa in the morning, and I was telling her that, Prarthana, if you're going to Goa, call the driver yourself, establish direct contact and stay in touch. Small thing. It's a very small thing, So doing small things that your parents said is management education. If you just followed your taste, I went to MDI, whatever little I've achieved, MDI has had a big role to play in that. I've had the best teachers. And if I look back, Dr. Poonam Sehgal, who taught us Personal Growth Lab, which is primarily, some of you may have heard of, personal transformation workshops that many people run. It was my first personal transformation workshop. I became what I became because of the teachers that I encountered at MDI. And I learned very late in life that what they told me informally outside the class also mattered. Another trait of leadership is recognizing and giving credit to others instead of taking. In a world where leaders are becoming very me-centric, everything that happens good is because of one individual in the country or in a state or an institution. I think giving more credit to others in authentic and deep ways really makes you a better leader. The last, in terms of leadership, is about how do you treat your colleagues, subordinates, when they make mistakes. And people do make mistakes. I have made a lot of mistakes in my life. If you're able to give a pat on the back when they made a mistake, tell them we will do it better next time, take the blame, and help them do better next time, you would have colleagues, friends, and leaders forever. There are people from the HR fraternity. Shubham, you're in charge of hiring from the campus. That's what your card says, but I know you do much more than that. What are the attributes you look for when you're hiring people? The most important attribute I look for is when I ask a question and instead of telling me an answer that they really don't have, they tell me we don't know, rather than giving me an answer. The other trait I look at is what is the size of their ambition. The third trait I look at is how open they are. Sometimes I joke with them, and I meet young people and ask them, so, they work for a couple of years, so they're not freshers. So I ask them, are you married? And of course, most of them say no. And then I go on to ask them, do you have children? And some look at me like, what kind of a mad person have we encountered? But I tell them it's possible to have children without getting married. I mean, it's biologically possible. But of course, that's a joke. I'm very, very old-fashioned in the way I live my life. I also talked about again, we talked of resilience, doggedness. And there's a book that I read long time back called The Last Lecture by Randy Pausch. He was a professor and he died of pancreatic cancer. And he said something in the book. He said, experience is what we get when we don't get what we want. Failure. If you're not afraid of failure, you really build what you need to build. If you stay in the game long enough. And I want to give you a personal example, Shubham. I acquired Business World 8 years in 6 months back, almost 6 months. And my first company, Exchange for Media, I was very lucky to having built it profitable. This is the 19th year of profitability. It's the company that is 20. We own 99% of the company. We don't own 100%, but we've never raised capital. And we make an impact in our domain. Very important. Everybody is a Me Too. They copy us. You can't copy the original in any business. You can get somewhere by. And that's where the onus on you is to be able to reinvent yourself, build a scale. But in business world, I raised about 15 million, 10 million plus, then $3 million of my own I put in. And I still only got profitable in the last 26 months. I struggled, and imagine I was able to build a company as a leader company in one domain and acquired thinking that in 6 months I'll turn it around. And I had plans, of course, and none of those plans happened. And it's a very traumatic time emotionally when you've never encountered failure at that scale. And I don't believe in failure. It was an experience. And one thing I must tell you, I have an EA who's been with me for the last 12 years. She went off to Panama. Her husband was in the foreign service. Last 2 years, she works remotely with me from Pune. And Durga, Neet, you must have interacted with Durga, and she's a very kind person, much older than me. And in February, or 15th February, she sends me a text and says, boss, I have to say this to you, that you've become much calmer than you used to be. Of course, it's a function of age. It is. I mean, she met me 13 years back, and it is natural that I'll be calmer. I should have been, and she said it to me. On 18th Feb, I went to my friend who's my lawyer also, his birthday, he's your Z lawyer also, Sudhir Mishra. And I went to his birthday on 18th Feb, and I met my friend Shibani Kashyap, who is my friend since 1996. I used to organize the Shimla Beauty Pageant in 96, and that's where I met her. She was performing there. My friend DJ Narayan, they're my very old friends. And she said to me 1 hour into the birthday, I was sitting quietly, said, Anurag, you've become very calm. So I got the same thing from two very different people. And I reflected on it, why have I become calm? Because I never thought of myself. I am paranoid in the way I work, right? I am a perfectionist. Even when I didn't do well, I tried to do the right thing for the right reason and, with the right intent. But the fact is, the most important thing for leader, especially post-COVID, is being kind. And what you say to others. When I was younger, I would be very direct. Today, I let go. I know that, the person works like in a certain way, and possibly that's not the best way. But I say it in a way, and it's very tough, especially if not just the action, but the intent is also questionable, right? The ethics involved. So what you say about people when they're not in the room, is also important. And I'd say the 3 C's that I have taken away from my life is complaining, comparing. HR people compare, leaders compare. I met a colleague of mine and she said, I want to quit because my boss tells me that this person is so good, he or she delivers so much and you don't deliver that much. So I had to counsel this very lovely leader who works with me for the last 6 years. And I said to her that, Priyanka, that not all the 6, 8 fingers and 2 thumbs, 2 twins are not same. So don't compare different people. So comparison, complaining and criticizing. These 3 C's I've taken out of my life. I've not been able to bring them to 0, but I have minimized usually. And it is a tendency, you compare, you compare your valuation, you compare your numbers. I'm very paranoid. I see a conference in another domain which is better than us. But I have learned to communicate that and I've made a very conscious effort. Because if what I say to a person stays in his or her mind for many days, weeks, months, so I have tried to become very careful with my words. And that's why I have less problems with my wife also, I must tell you. Because I am very careful and it's a good thing. I'm careful with my children, I'm very careful and it's a good thing. I'm myself, but I'm little. So words have huge power. Sometimes HR leaders, business leaders, in the garb of authenticity, kill the other person. I mean, not literally, but metaphorically. So I think what you say is very, very important. I want to give you my top 6 lessons from COVID that I have learned that you can take, and I'm sure what I'm telling you is not new. But life is about reinforcement. Life is about getting inspired every day. First lesson is never say never. We used to say a conference can't happen over teleconferencing. We wouldn't call it Zoom. We would call it teleconferencing. We know it can happen. It is utilitarian. It serves a value. It's not the same as being in the same room, but in any sphere of our life, don't say it can't happen. My life is a lot about books, songs, movies. I get inspired from them. Of course, people. I've had the good pleasure of meeting people who are really pioneers, mavericks, in the true sense, like Dr. Subhash Chandra. He is a maverick, there's no question. He is a visionary. He's done things ahead of time. And many other people. And there's a song from a band called UB40. I don't know how many of you know this band called UB40. But their most famous song is Red Red Wine. It's from the movie called Sliver, which is a Sharon Stone movie. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that, right? And the song is called Higher Ground. It's not the most famous song. It's the number 3 song as far as their hits. And I won't sing the song. Chaudhary Sahib, I don't want everyone to run away. But I am called in events when you have 1,000 people and you have dinner for 500. So I sing, and then you are at 400 people. But that's another day, another time. This song is called Higher Ground, and its lyrics are something like this. Basically, which means the more you know, the less you know. And we know so little. And I keep saying we don't even know what we don't know. There's a lot we know. There's a lot we know that we don't know. But there's a lot that we don't even know we know. So the first lesson from COVID is that we don't know enough. Anything is possible. Don't say this is not possible. Nothing in life is unachievable. Nothing. If I decided to grow hair, maybe. I just don't think I need them, right? Its cost of maintenance is less. This is a functional. Second, questioning the fundamental drivers of our life, our business, and our relationships. I think post-COVID, I ask myself, why have I come to IPS Academy? I've not charged for speaking. I value my time. I think I make an impact. And I say it absolutely humbly. And I say exactly the same thing when I'm not in the room. So I wouldn't say, I stop cribbing about people when they're not in the room. It takes a lot. It takes, and if you follow my tweets, sir, I posted yesterday that walk away from conversations that mean ridiculing or looking down on people. I walk away, even in office conversations. And sometimes I'm unpopular for that, but I feel much better because I don't like people doing that to me. So second is questioning the beliefs you have. Why do you do something? And one of the big reasons is I like people who are very dedicated to their organization. I like people who are very communicative. And once I make a commitment, I hate people who will chase me and we do 370 conferences within the 27 verticals we have, who commit to coming at an event and then drop out. I am very busy. I can't tell you how busy I am. But I keep telling, deal with busy people. They're busy because they make time for people. So coming back to questioning every aspect of why you do something, how you do it in the business. Today, luckily in the last 2 months, because of the global issues, startups are talking of sustainability. They're talking of profits. They're talking of bottom lines. Investors are talking of the same. These words didn't exist 6 months back. The only word that existed was unicorn, valuations. And media glorified that. So whether it's in businesses, questioning the drivers of our business, why are we investing money in something? What do we want to be in that business? What is the impact we make? Second, in our personal life, what is the, the chairman of MD asked me, the lifer in L&T, and he asked me, he's called SNS, for those of you know him, he's a South Indian name, and he asked me, how did you transform? And I said, I'm the same person, but I meet only 10% of the people I used to meet before COVID. And that's true. I'm a very social person. I have an engineering school alumni, I have a business school alumni. I went to a convent school in Old Gurgaon, which has very famous people, some in the cabinet of India, very powerful minister. But I have my media, for 20 years, I ran India's #1 media community. So of course I have lots of friends, business associates, and I would say community. But I don't meet a lot of people now. It's tough on me, because I say no a lot. I call people and say, tell me on the phone. So I do return all calls, all texts, all SMSs, all emails. But I'm much more conscious of where I spend time, why I want to do something, why I don't want to do something. And I'm okay with doing less. So I question everything that I do. Why am I here? What is the purpose? Because I could spend the same time sleeping more, reading more, spending time with my old parents, which I do, spending time with my children who are flying out of the nest, right? So on and so forth. Doing nothing. I'll go like going to temples, meeting friends, watching movies, whatever. I could spend time on, there's no limit to how much you can work. And I love my work. I really embrace the philosophy. Confucius said, if you make your hobby or profession, you don't have to work. And that's why my book is called 8 Days a Week. It's a metaphor for loving what you do and doing what you love. A lot of people ask me, my friends in the media, my friends in business, Anurag, why do you work so hard? How come you have so much energy? And I said, I have 3 reasons. One, I sleep well. I came and I went to sleep. My life revolves around our quality of sleep. That's one thing young people do less. My daughter sleeps at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and I keep telling her, Pratna, you got to sleep earlier. I'm okay with everything else she does, but I'm not okay with her sleeping later. And she also knows that sleep. So sleep is a very underrated requirement for success. So first is never say never. Second, question everything you do, where you spend time, who are the people you meet, why do you do something, what is the need it's serving, how is it adding to your goals, whether you are a CEO, you're a founder of a business, you're a CHRO. Third is purpose. We've talked, I went to a business school. I've been part of 2 media companies for the last 21 plus years. Purpose has been talked about. And again, as I said, I'm a product of the books I read, the people I met, and I convert my ideas into things that work for my business. 4 years back, I launched something called IBLF. It's India's first business literature festival. I did it only in Pune physically with 2 friends, Aruna Katara and Sameer Dua. And now I'm taking it to 15 cities. Because of the books I read. And there is an author called Simon Sinek who talks about how, purpose, and there are many others. At least I know of 20 of them personally. Purpose is real. I keep asking myself, why am I building Business World? Why am I building Exchange for Media to the next level? What is my purpose? Because now we know after COVID that what matters is life, this breath. Everything else is a bonus, whether you are speak another 10 conferences, 100 more conferences, you make more money, more people. Beyond the point, it's futile. And also, a friend of mine visited India. He was the CEO of a very large telecom company, very successful CEO. when I was in the business school and I got to know him when I passed out. I can't say he's my friend, but he's a good acquaintance. And he was in India recently. And he said, he posted on his Facebook, he didn't meet me. And he said, in India, people are in a hurry. You meet people for a conversation. They're wanting to finish that. They allot 30 minutes, 20 minutes. And I reflected upon it. And I said, that's so true. So the purpose is very important. Think, what is your purpose? Your purpose could be just being happy. Your purpose. I have a colleague. I want to give you this example. Her name is Deepika Narayan Bhardwaj. You can Google her. She is famous. She started working with me in Exchange for Media 10, 11 years ago. And then I discovered she is from my engineering school also. She must be 20 plus batches junior to me. I discovered she is from Haryana. I was born in Haryana. I grew up in Old Gurgaon. And now I live in Delhi for 21 years. I got married to a rich lady from South Delhi. So I've given away and I settled in South Delhi. And my kids were born in South Delhi. They make fun of me that, Papa, you're from Gurgaon. But I'm very proud. So Deepika, I met her. And then she's, for the last 10 years, her only mission in life is to help men who have been accused of wrongdoing wrongly by women. Whether it's dowry, whether it's false rape. She's made this movie called India's Sons, which I had the pleasure of watching after 3 tries in Bangalore 2 weeks back, because I was a guest of honor at the Delhi launch. I couldn't do it because my MDI alumni meet stretched longer and I missed. Then she called me to Mumbai and I decided to go, but I cut short my trip and came back to Delhi. But I watched it and it moved me. And I met her this Sunday. I spent an hour with her and she gave me her vision. It was not about money. It was not about fame. It was not about, of course, people need sustenance. You know, if you can't pay for your basic things, it will put pressure on you. But her mission is to be able to see a person who was falsely accused of something live their life in a dignified way. Because when you're accused falsely of something that you haven't done, it will eat you up. And she's given life to so many people. At least she's been an instrument or a catalyst. So the purpose is very important. Fourth, and this is the most important, you know, a lot of people think they succeed because they're very good at what they do. It's not about that. It's about luck. And I want to give you a small, I love going to temples. And how many of you are from Delhi? So you're from Delhi. Anybody else from Delhi studying in Indore? I mean, I know there is Ujjain here, there is Khajrana Ganesh. Shravanji mujhe sab jagah leke gaye. And so in Delhi, in Sarojini Nagar, there is a Ganesha temple. It's called Vinayak Temple, Ganesha Vinayak is the same thing. And I went there with a very young friend of mine. He's going to be 32 on 7 December. And this must be 6 years back, or 5 or 6, I can't be 100% sure. His name is Praveen Chauhan. He's an astrologer. He went to an engineering school, but he chose to be an astrologer. He's doing his PhD. So me and Praveen went to the Vinayak temple, and we go to a lot of temples together. And we came out, and my daughter has told me, I can't give alms to beggars. I can't give money. And there are children begging there. And I came out and I told there were 18 children that I won't give you money, but do you want ice cream? It was May. And they said, yes, uncle, we would want ice cream. So I took them to the ice cream vendor and I told them to take the 10 rupee ice cream, which is the base. And 12 of them took it, but 6 of them refused to take it. And they said, we want a 20 rupee, 30 rupee, 40 rupee. It's not the rupee, but somebody wanted a kasata, somebody wanted, you know, whatever, but they were more expensive. And I tried to bully them and said, take what I'm giving or I'm going. And I tried doing that for 3-4 minutes. And they were persistent and I gave in. And I gave them the ice creams they wanted. I sat in the car and I wrote a piece for Impact, the anniversary issue, which was called as luck would have it, it was called the luck issue. I mean, I didn't give the theme, the editor gave the theme. And she called me saying, can you write for the anniversary? I said, okay. And I wrote this piece. And I said that every child who came, in their destiny there was an ice cream. But the ones that made an effort to get what they want, and they moved out of their comfort zone, also to the risk of not getting the ice cream they would have got, actually got the ice cream. It's a very simple story. So, but that's true. So in life, if you want something, one, make an effort. Second, it's about luck. Don't let it go to your heart that, you know, you are very gifted. You may be. I'm not saying don't recognize the gift in you. This is the most, so luck is what makes things happen. Luck comes from good karma, comes from being sacrificing things for others in life, doing the right thing for the right. Fifth, I've already talked about it, but I try to be, and you know, in a competitive world, it is a competitive world. I am a competitive person, right? And we compare, all of us do, and we have to minimize that. Zero may not be possible, that may be a state of nirvana, but we do compare. It's human. It's kindness. And kindness has many means. It's about keeping commitments. Being kind to yourself. Again, a word we heard a lot was self-care in the last 2 years. Okay? I've known it, we all have known it. So being kind to everyone. I think if you make a little more extra effort to be kind, giving away whatever you do, I think you will feel much better. And life's purpose is making others happy. We hear it in a cliched way. We do it for our parents, we do it for our families, we do it for select friends. Why can't you not do it for everyone? And everything you do for others comes back. Everything. The energy comes back. If I'm warm to Sahil, he will be warm to me. If I say something good about him, even when he's not in the room, it will get to him. So stop saying negative words about, stop sending negative energy to people if you want to be really happy. And last and sixth is about health, and you know, it is for myself, and everyone. The only thing I'm going to be 50 in 3 months from now. I tell proudly, oh, I'm under 50, which I am. It's a numerical, but I'll be 50 in 3 months, little less than 3 months. And of course, I am much more thoughtful about. I'm very busy, but these days I take 2 hours to do nothing. Every day I have 2-3 hours, which I've told Durga I have to be clean. I have to be clean. I'm doing nothing. Like, you know, I can sleep. Of course, I don't sleep in the day. It's about my health. We are so busy doing, and it's for me, as I said, is to spend more time, realize the only thing that matters is my own health. Ultimately, I can't look after my businesses, the 300 people that work with me, my parents who are old, my children, my friends, if I'm not healthy. I don't spend enough time on my body. But I started to do yoga. I'll possibly do more physical activities. And when we talk of health, what is very important is also sleep. I've already alluded to it. I think there is a book, Why We Sleep. You must read that. And there's a lot of TED Talks on sleep. Sleep is the single most important thing if you want to achieve. As a CEO, as an HR leader, as a founder of a business, as a student. And you know, there is something called the circadian rhythm. You know, I sleep very late. I sleep 12, 12:30, mostly after 11. But I'm trying to come to 10 and get to 9:30, right? The quality of sleep, when you sleep between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. is the best. Whether you take any Hindu scripture or any scripture, whether you take the Guru Granth Sahib, you take Ramayana, whatever you want to take. You know, the morning time and the night time, they have a purpose. And when you read the book, if you sleep well, you'll be kinder to people. You'll make better eating decisions. You'll think better. I am better. I'm rested very well last 2 nights. I know what I'm saying, why I'm saying. And there are times when I'm not slept well, I'm miserable. I eat more. I snap at people. You know, these are simple things. While you read the fancy books, I've read it's very simple things in life that make you. And health is about trade-off. Can I take 2 hours away from my work and spend it on because the only thing that matters is my body. Because if my body is not there, the day I don't sleep well, the day I don't eat well, the day I don't rest well, I'm not able to look after my responsibilities. So if you want to be a leader, you want to be successful, sleep more. I don't feel guilty if I oversleep. That's the only thing. I don't work on a Sunday, I feel guilty. I'm wired in a different way, right? I have to work on half day on a Sunday to get on top of whatever is pending. Half days for my parents and my wife and my kids, half days for work, right? So I could have called my book 7.5 days, but I've called it 8 days. That's a John Lennon song too. So I want to end by saying life is a trade-off. You can either party, there are young people here, and you know, you got to enjoy life, whatever it. And you know, I am not going to comment on people's personal choices. I quit smoking. I quit it long before COVID. I don't smoke. I did smoke in my younger days. I almost don't drink. I can't say I don't drink at all. I do drink 6 times a year, that too red wine. But drinking is eating almonds in the day, exercising. And some people, I have friends who go to the gym, they're superb in their physique. But then they drink so much and spoil them next day. I don't get that. I don't get that, maybe, right? And, I have lots of friends who lead liquor companies, including some of my juniors from MDI, my friends from MDI. So I just want to say that life is a trade-off. Your choices will make you who you are. So make the right choices. Be kinder to yourself. Be kinder to people. Success will follow. I lost a very close friend on 6th June. He was much older to me. For those of you who watched Bajrangi Bhaijaan, I haven't watched it. He was the ISI officer in Bajrangi Bhaijaan. He comes in the last 2 scenes. I've just seen those scenes. I haven't seen those scenes. I lost him on 6th June. That's my mother's 81st birthday, and I was with her. But I got to only know 5 days back. His son called me and told me. I learned this quotation from him, this quote. So I will end by saying, I posted the day I got to know he died, because he was the first time. He's the one who, about 11 years back, gave me this quote. And I met him, the long story how I met him. But he became a very close friend of mine to the extent that about 7 years back, I took him to Goa for a holiday along with my parents. And it's one of the best holidays I've done. So I lost, he was 79. One day he told me, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है, सिर्फ पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों में उड़ान होती है. Let me repeat, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती हैं जिनके सपनों में जान होती है, सिर्फ पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसलों में उड़ान होती है. So never give up. And those of you who would like to know what it means in English, people who reach their goals are the ones who are really absolutely passionate about their dreams. It's not just enough to have the wings. The height one reaches is determined by the aspirations and the courage one has towards utilizing his or her goals. It is so true. Unless there is a simmering passion, a burning desire to reach your goal, it could merely remain a wish always. The manifestation of a dream needs to become so much as part of you as everything in a subconscious way exists in you, that you live it with every moment. When what you can conceive with conviction you can achieve. A passionate dream substantiated by continuous relentless action to achieve it does make you fly one day to achieve it, and you reach the destination for sure. Make sure that the journey is as beautiful for you as the destination itself. God bless you. Thank you for inviting me.
Wow. I'm sure, sir, you had par and you also had points. I mean, a couple of them which bowled me over was this one interesting word. I'm sure the HR fraternity here would make note of it, is reverse mentoring. Purpose, obviously, yet another which was fantastic. Another thing that sir probably said was don't believe in failure. Yes. So many of them, I'm sure I've made my notes. You also must have made your notes. To give away a token of our remembrance to Anurag sir, I'd like to invite Achal sir here on stage. Sir, please, if you can come here and give a memento to Anurag Batra sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Achal, sir. So, partners, after this powerful address by our keynote speaker, we move towards the second event of the day, which is going to be a panel discussion with some of our eminent panelists. Before I go to this panel discussion, where the topic is reinventing talent strategies for workforce 2030. I remember as a student, I was attending one conference here in Indore, which was addressed by an eminent speaker, Mr. Yogi Deveshwar Saab. He said that anything and everything about a business can be copied. Money can be arranged, capital can be arranged. But there's one thing which cannot be copied, and that is the talented human resource that any organization has. And that's the reason why probably all the organizations who make it big always value their human resources big time. But interestingly, post-COVID, the human resource management scene has changed. It is all about attracting the right talent and making them stay with your organization. Now, in this first panel discussion that is going to be between our eminent speakers, I'd like to invite first of them all here, Mr. Sahil Nair, Senior Associate Director, KPMG. Do we have the AV for Mr. Sahil, sir, here? Sahil, sir, you may join us here until the AV is played, no problems.
Mr. Sahil Nair, Senior Associate Director, HR. Mr. Sahil is a certified MBTI and NLP practitioner, a regular columnist and visiting faculty at leading business schools across the country. Being a certified design thinker, he loves flirting with ideas as he designs prototype to redefine human experiences at KPMG in India. He runs a show called #JustLikeThat on his YouTube channel and has his own radio show on Spotify. Recently, he is named Top 50 Social Media Influencers 2022 by SHRM. He is also recipient of Tapa Young HR Leader of the Year 2021 Indra Excellence Award. Welcome you, sir.
Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Nair, please? Thank you. The second eminent panelist that I'd like to invite here on stage is Madam Dr. Ankita Singh, who happens to be the Senior Vice President and Global HR and Admin Head, Admin, IT and Travel Head for Signex. Ma'am, can we have you here on stage? Can you please play ma'am's AV, please? I think the applause can be louder, my friends.
Dr. Ankita Singh, Senior Vice President and Global Head
Don't
HR,
get tired.
IT, Admin and Travel at Signex and founder HR Association of India. She has previously worked with Datamatics, Hexaware, Zensor, Convergys and Sahara India. She has over 22 years of progressive experience in managing and leading various aspects of human resources, spanning across high-paced business domains of ITES. She is a certified PPA Thomas Profiling Practitioner. She has been awarded by Forbes India and Great Manager Institute as Top 100 People Manager in India for the last 3 consecutive years, that is 2019, 2020 and 2021. She was awarded Women Leader of the Year Gujarat Icons 2022 by Times of India, Asia's 100 Power Leaders in HR 2022. Women HR Leadership Awards 2021 awarded by Ms. Kiran Bedi 40 under 40 for the year 2021. CHRO of the year 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018 and 2017. Women Personality of the year 2019 and 2018 by Femina. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. The next in this August list is Mr. Debashish Ghosh, CHRO of Barkadia. Mr. Ghosh, can we have you here on stage, please? Can we have his AV played? Partners, the applause, as I said, can get better.
Barkadia, he was associated with GE, Genpact, managing multiple leadership roles in HR. Mr. Ghosh is an executive alumnus of IIM Calcutta. He has been awarded 2 of the most prestigious HR credentials globally, Senior Certified Professional, from the Society of Human Resource Management, that is SHRM SCP, and Global Talent Management Leader GTML from the Talent Management Institute. He is recognized by Silicon India magazines as one of the top 10 most promising HR leaders 2020. He is also featured in Forbes India magazine October 21 issue as India's 50 Best HR Leaders 2021. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. The next in the list is Mr. Shrivats Nagarajaya, Director of Talent Acquisition, if I may pronounce this name of the organization properly, Thrive Digital. Mr. Nagarajaya, would like to welcome you here on stage. Can we have his AV, please?
Mr. Srivatsa Nagarjaya, Director Talent Acquisition, Thrive Digital Health. With more than 25 years of experience in recruiting with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and service industry, he is a strong human resource professional skilled in management, interviewing, recruiting, resource management and human resources. He is among the top 100 HR minds in India and awarded by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, and has many more similar accolades. We welcome you, sir.
Last but not the least, the gentleman next I'd like to invite here on stage is Mr. Shastri PKV. Sir happens to be the Senior Vice President and Global Delivery and Operations Head with Hexaware. Can we have Sir's AV, please?
Mr. Sastri, PKV, SVP Global Delivery and Operations Head, Travel Transportations, Logistics and Hospitality at Hexaware Technologies. He has vast experience of more than 25 years. His past roles include Chief Operating Officer, Signex Datamatics, Digital Enterprise Head, Growth Market, India TCS Head, Business Solution Group at HCL, Chief Technology Officer, Tube Investment of India. His top skills are competitive analysis, global delivery and pre-sales. We welcome you, sir.
And finally, friends, I am going to be acting as the moderator for this event. That we have each one of you speaking for 1.5 minutes on this, and then we'll throw it open. So, as they say, ladies first. We begin with you, ma'am.
I was just hoping that shouldn't be the beginning, but unfortunately. So hi everyone, really happy to be here. So because we are already running late, without wasting time, I'll just give my 2 cents on this particular topic. When we talk about talent management and when we talk about 2030, I would want to start with a COVID scenario where I'm sure when COVID hit us, our strategies used to be on board for 2025 as well. And the moment we were hit by COVID, we all actually ruled out everything and we started living by day, right? Today, what we will be doing, today how we will survive, today how we will treat our employees, how we will treat our talent. So I would say 2025, 2040, 2030, I don't know where the talent would be and how we would be dealing with them to attract, retain. But few core changes that we all have seen, I think like Anurag also mentioned, that earlier it was a myth or we never accepted that things can go virtual. Now we are moving more towards technology. Most of the companies have already started using technology to retain and attract talent. Very soon, we will be using metaverse. How many of us have already heard about metaverse? Yes, a lot of us. And we are already using it. Imagine how difficult it would become to manage humans with the help of technology when you can actually just see their avatars on a screen or on a device. So it is going to be a little challenging, a little difficult, but at the same time, if we are innovative enough to find out ways or find a right mix between the human touch or human impact and high tech, probably we'll be able to lead the right way for talent management. Thank you. That's my initial stage.
Yes, anybody can please take over, right? Pose this. Yes, Sahilji, let's hear it from you.
All right. First of all, thank you so much for having me over. I think IPS, huge gratitude. We heard a lot from Anurag about being kind, extending gratitude, so let's start with some gratitude. I think 3 fundamental shifts are going to happen the way we see it. One, how many of you all have heard of the brand called Cerelac? Cerelac? Yeah. What's the Cerelac in today's world? I'm going to make you guys think and make it slightly interactive, right? As children, all of us had a lot of Cerelac. Today, the same child does not have Cerelac unless there's an iPad in front of the child. And that child wants to see lovely cartoons on the iPad, and only then can you put Cerelac inside the child's mouth. Come to think of this, if that is the world that each one of us are living in, what's going to happen 5 years, 10 years later? From people who were known to be the sage on the stage, now are forced to be the friend by your side. From a moment where you could be a professor and command respect, today you got to earn that respect. Because respect doesn't really come sincerely with age. Respect comes from the fact that you know more than me. I want to learn what you know more than me, and therefore I respect you. And this shifting paradigm, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be about the fact that human beings from Stone Age till the electronic age and decades later will have very similar characteristics, but yet will be very, very different. And if we are not able to figure out what's happening in the space between their 2 ears, we will be disastrous, because one size will never fit all. And therefore, what may be engagement for somebody as a Rangoli making competition may actually be cerebral engagement by saying a 60-second Insta clip and I got my 3 messages that I wanted. In this world, if you have a degree, I'm not scaring you, but it's not enough. You have to build skills that are hybrid skills that play with the left brain and the right brain. More when we talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Debashish ji.
Yeah,
what's your
sure.
submission on this?
Yeah, first of all, very happy to be here. Thank you, IPS, for having me. You know, as an HR person, as a leader, I always believe that we are not in the business of head count. We are in the business of a heart count. And that has been underlined by what you have seen in the last 2 years during COVID. It is not about what you do, right, as HR leaders or any leaders for that matter. We have to really do sometimes tough things. People get laid off, we have tough conversations, we manage conflicts. It is all about, so those things have to be done, but it is also about how you do it. That has become more important. Even if you are giving a tough message to a colleague, you can do it respectfully. You can treat the other person as a human being. And COVID in that sense had to get leveler. There was no designation, there were no levels, because everybody got impacted by it one way or the other. So this has become a primary way how we deal with people. Also, what has come to the forefront is you can only treat others as people when it is about who you are as a person. So it is not about I being a HR leader or a CEO or CHRO, but am I as a person humble? Am I as a person vulnerable? Am I as a person treat others as respect? If that is not fundamentally there, then we'll not be able to manage talent. And that, I think, has become the shift in the new world post-COVID.
Great. Srivatsa, what's your submission on this?
So I would say go with the wind sort of a thing, right? 10 years from now, 9 years from now, who has seen? Right? If you had asked me 5 years back, as a recruitment talent acquisition guy, would you sit at home and recruit? I would say, what are you talking? Are you making sense to me? Right? That typically was the world from where all of us basically come from, right? When I started recruiting for IT in 93, 94, the world was totally different. We didn't have a social media platform at that point of time. Probably the Orkuts of the world came sometime in 98, 99, right? Till then, recruiting for IT firm was a different game to what it is now today, right? We used to see recruitment guys standing in front of Tepris, standing in front of other companies, talking to people in MIS department. Probably most of you would not have heard even about the MIS department. Like from there to what we do today, sitting remote and say probably tagging in people sitting in different parts of the world to work for somewhere else, literally no physical connect, literally no FaceTime sort of a thing. Like a company sitting in Ireland recruiting somebody who's sitting out of a remote village in Chennai, right? So working for them. This is the world as of now today. 8 years from now, I think we should wait and see as to where we go.
Great, thank you. Last but not the least, sir, what's your submission on the topic?
I actually probably will speak something which is a little disjointed, but then that's for folks who I am more interested in. If I am getting the name right, because you spend a lot of you are a gig in some form. So Gerald Jerry, I think, the guy who was one of the first proponents of the 6 seconds videos on Twitter, correct? I certainly didn't believe 6 seconds you could do a video and actually make some sense out of it. How many of you have heard of this story? Then I'm going to actually skip and get into the contents, the other side of it. But this person carrying a crude smartphone with a front-facing camera goes to USA, starts taking self-videos, and then keeps on posting. After some time, after probably few years, couple of years or so, this guy posts, he's in Ireland or Iceland, one of those places, posts saying for the new year, it says, hey, I'm visiting this mall, and the amount of crowd that comes in to actually see him overtakes the most popular Michael Jackson concerts. This is something, and they had to call riot, controlling cops or police. So that's the kind of impact it can create. But coming back and trying to link it back to what the discussion, we will have to understand the millennials' psyche, okay, and blend the unique aspects, the culture, the experience and various other things into it, and then get the better of both. Skills, cross-skilling, upskilling, getting people to actually work efficiently, productively, with some decent balance remotely. So we'll have to actually be able to train people or hire people who are fit for a lack of better term, fit for remote working or hybrid working. These are all going to actually be important ingredients when we actually look at talent in coming years and decades. Decades I can't, as he rightly predicted. Next 2, 3, 4, 5 years probably we'll see more of these. Huge amount of increase in the training and learning budgets. Meta, Ankita spoke about metaverse. Bring, while you are at remote, make it as close to live or in-person, training or interactions. These are the things that we'll have to fuse and then make a difference.
Well, brilliant. Partners, if you see, there's something interesting, a common thread all of you said, except you, Mr. Ghosh. Ankita ji said innovation, and she also talked about metaverse, that is technology being included here. Sahil Sab, you definitely said hybrid skills. So I'm sure, again, a bit of technology. So you also pointed out that technology is going to play a very, very important role. Except for the fact, so you had a very interesting point, and I'd like to draw all my other fellow panelists onto this. You made a point saying that we, do not think about the head counts and rather the heart counts. Now, when we talk about the technology taking such a, center stage, do you really believe that, we'll be able to have the heart count that you're talking about?
I think before he responds, on a slightly lighter note, even to measure your heart count, I need technology.
No, and this question is just not to you, Mr. Ghosh. This is to everyone, because I seriously believe are we thinking of overplaying technology in the days to come. Because when we talk of human beings, I think the human touch has to remain.
Not remain. If I can. Actually, it is never been more important and a bigger differentiator than currently and in coming quarters, years. That's going to be one of the most primary critical success factors. If you're looking at people as skills or certain roles and all, it's not going to. They have to be. You will have to look at the heart. Last 2 years of pandemic has actually brought a lot of heart and then big hearts in us. So, and as he said, many people have lost very, very close people, and there is a completely different set of realization. Hybrid work is here to stay, and everyone has to. Now this power has shifted. Okay, it's no longer. Not everybody looks at profit as the most important thing. It's actually mutual, prosperity. So that's more to do with heart, right? So okay. It's not just I, it has to be we. So, every individual has to actually duplicate himself or herself as a HR leader or a HR practitioner. That's what I would say.
Yeah. No, I'll clarify because there is a potential to be misunderstood there as well. So it is not that technology and human beings are in competition. Sometimes when I talk to students as well, they ask questions around, am I going to lose my job or is the job going to exist? My answer is, this job is might not going to exist in 5 years, but you'll have a new job coming in. And by the way, the jobs are going to automate things that you don't want to do because they're very mundane, very routine, right? So technology is not something that you should compete against. Technology will be like something you coexist and enabler, that is right, and help you and do things for you which you do not want to do. You don't do something which is more cerebral, more intellectual, which can't be done with the machines. So, but whatever you need to do, that has to be done by the heart, and that is very important.
Oh, no, why did I say that to you? There's something very interesting that I have observed. If you call up a call center, I'm sure, you must be getting opportunities to do so because you must be traveling a lot. First of all, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to reach to the call center executive. There's a machine, and I'm sure, a lot of techies are working onto it to make the machines look more human. But by the end of the call, if you're able to connect with the human, he starts sounding like a machine. He may not give you an answer to your query and then still have the audacity to ask you at the end of the call, is there anything else that he could do for you? Even at the first place, they have not done something. Why did I ask you was I had another angle to it. Being a frequent flyer, I receive a birthday wish from Jet Airways, which says, wishing you a very happy birthday, Mr. Arondekar. And at the end of the mail, it writes, this is a computer-generated mail, kindly don't respond. So, that's the reason why I found your submission to be very pertinent. Yeah, please.
I would want to add, I think no matter how much human approach or human impact we would want to balance or maintain, technology for sure is not going away. It will further enhance and it will further increase in all aspects of our lives. Now, if we compare, when he says heart count, when I look at technology, I think go back maybe 10 years back in your organization, and when you would announce a training program, we would say this is the skill set, and training would happen in this particular room for these many hours. And everybody would be requested to attend. There would be attendance, there would be a feedback session. Now, will everybody take it with the same enthu? Probably not. People would want to do 6 hours training at their own pace. Now, you are probably hurting too many hearts there. You may not get those many heart count in your organization because you are compelling them to do certain things as per your defined system. When you talk about technology today, you have your app. You know this is the reskilling or upskilling which is required for this section or for the entire organization, but you have a tool which says these are the certifications, these are the courses, this is the time by when you should be completing it, but pace you can define by yourself. There are so many people who would want to sit with 10, discuss and learn. There would be another set who would sit in a silo and they would just want to read. I think without technology, it would have not been possible. So if you use technology, and that's the reason I think we keep saying that you have to find the right mix looking at your organization, your people, because you have to analyze what is required, and without competing between HR and technology or human and technology, you have to respect eye of individual and define your processes accordingly. And technology is definitely an enabler if used in the right manner.
So you look at it, right, where technology originated, right? It's basically somebody like you and me basically who got it to the table, right? And when you put something in place, today everything is bot driven. In fact, the entire HR department is bot driven, right? You have your employees talk to a bot to resolve all their issues. And still something, if there is a conflict, then say probably a human intervention is required. That's where technology is helping. The basic learning of it is being put together, as Devashish told, right? The mundane jobs are, say, probably being taken out from the regular stack of things, and something above that is being built. So technology is enabling people to learn better, grow better, get there sooner than, and try and achieve a bigger milestone. That's where I think we are going.
If I have to just go back to your call center example, right? Let's do a quick audience poll and let's involve the audience as well. Question to each one of you in the audience. If you had to lose your debit card or credit card, okay? If you had to lose your debit card or credit card, would you prefer talking to the IVR machine or would you prefer talking to a human? How many say human? Okay, how many say IVR machine? You can just say, I've lost my card, press 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have your answer there. 5 people out of 200 would like to talk to an IVR, and the remaining 195 would like to talk to a human. But that's not the problem. The problem is, how do you know that the person who you're talking to is not a human? Because with machine learning happening, you may think you're talking to a human, but you may actually be talking to a bot. And that is where you will get perplexed. Why is it that 95% of the audience actually said they want to talk to a human? Any answers? Why don't you just shout out? Why do you want to talk to a human?
Trust.
Trust.
Emotion.
Emotion, okay. Give me one word, sir. Why do you want to talk to a human and not to the IVR machine?
No answer, but in a single line, I would like to say that things would change later on, like what sir said.
Okay, yes.
Better understanding.
Human will understand you better than a machine would. Okay, lovely. Human is more interactive, lovely. At the back there? Why human over IVR? Both are doing the same job, right? Both will say, okay, we've recorded that your card is lost, your card has been blocked, and this is your reference number. Yes. The human will give you suggestions. Okay. Emotional connect. Yes. What about you? Assurance. Brilliant. Yes.
My problem is not listed in the IVR.
Ah, lovely. And this goes back to my earlier point that every human is different. Yes, sir.
Psychological satisfaction.
साइकोलॉजिकल सेटिस्फैक्शन कि मैंने इंसान से बात कर ली, ब्लॉक हो गया, कोई और स्वाइप नहीं करेगा कार्ड,
हुआ नहीं हुआ, बट एटलीस्ट वो एम्पथाइज कर रहा है,
मिलेगा, आई एम श्योर.
Absolutely.
Understanding and connecting.
Understanding and connecting, absolutely. Now you tell me, so many of us in the last 2 years have done Zoom calls. We've used all those emojis, a laughing emoji, a heart emoji. But when you meet in person, you give someone a hug. Is it comparable to anything on Zoom? It isn't. At the end of the day, we are social animals. Let's not fight this battle with technology. Let's embrace technology to help us when we need it. And when we don't, this is the preferred mode. I'll just make one last point before I actually hand it over. How many of y'all actually make notes in a conference like this? Be honest. You make notes? You get marks for it? Okay. How many of y'all make notes on your mobile versus pen and paper?
Mobile.
The people who make notes with pen and paper, like my co-panelists right here, are the ones, yes Wajid, absolutely, are the ones who retain better. I'm not saying it, research has proven this. If you type stuff on your mobile, you will forget. If you write it down with pen and paper, although you may doodle and you may scribble and all of that, you will remember better.
So, Sahilji, does that really mean that, despite of the fact that, like what Ankita ji said, the technology is here to stay, do you still believe that, in human resource, we will have to use technology with a pinch of salt?
You will have to use technology where you can't bring humans. Example, if I'm an organization that has 50,000 people, irrespective of how many HR people I have, can I get the pulse in 5 minutes? No, I can't. Technology will help me. But after technology does that moodometer or that survey or whatever you want to call it, then individual conversations with all my red cases, technology can't do. Then I need to sit with Ankita and say, Ankita, you marked it red. What's bothering? Let's have coffee together. But can I go and talk to 50,000 people in 5 minutes, tell you what the pulse is? I can't. So balance it out.
It cannot substitute. It can't be a substitute always for everything. But then the blend is going to actually make you richer, far better and bigger. Okay, now we keep talking. We have been trying our best to actually create those, water cooler sideline chat rooms kind of a thing. But then it is still better than we've now, for instance, we've started encouraging people to do less of mailing and more of video conferencing, audio, and the mail is the last chat, and then all this is fine, but then it's taking us, we are better off than probably a bland mail, but then it can't be a substitute to, a face-to-face, right? So technology, and yes, earlier I told, near almost in-person kind of an experience we should provide. We will get there, but still, it'll probably miss that heart, right? Some point, beyond a point.
I think technology is definitely an enabler, not the heart of it, but it's definitely an enabler for you to, probably reach to what you need to reach to in a faster pace. As Sahil was telling, right, like in an organization of whatever number, 100 numbers you take, if you would want to onboard 100 people, how many people would you need to have to onboard them? But with this enabling function, you name it, right? You use an application, you use a bot, you do whatever. You're onboarding 100 people at a time, right? Typically when you take admissions in college, to admit about 100 students, you would need a day. You would need to go and sit through and do that. And probably that's the killing factor. That's where technology will come in and probably help you to look slimmer, better, your efficiency rate will increase, and that's where basically technology is being used.
And it will actually also do, as somebody said, automation, AI and all will take you, there are a lot of things that today only a human can do, tomorrow can be done, handled automatically. But then there will still, I keep saying, गाड़ी में कितना भी भीड़ होने दो, driver के लिए जगह रहेगा.
Okay, that is brilliant. So probably, there's something that if I look at the central idea that I'm getting out of this discussion is, one, we are definitely going to, when we talk about maybe HR or talent strategies 2030, the first and foremost thing that came out of this discussion is let's not have that a longer perspective. Probably post-COVID, the perspectives have, changed now. So 3 years could also be a long term. So rather than 2030, you could talk of 2025. The second thing that this eminent panel tells me that technology is going to be, an integral part of it. Something very amazing that, Sahilji pointed out, and I'm sure, it's going to be a major takeaway for me, that in days to come, probably the, technology is going to travel very close to we human beings. So at times we might not even know that who are we speaking to an IVR is a human being or a bot. I think that is a brilliant point. But I think still...
Sorry, but another very important point that all of us don't even consciously realize, or even if we do, we ignore it, is how many apps do you download from the App Store or from Play Store where you give access to the app to do 500 crazy things with you and you don't even know because you just swipe all the way down and say, I accept, I accept, I accept. It is scary beyond a point. And I'm sure many of you all already know it. If two of us are talking about saying, you know what, let's go to Sarafa Bazaar, automatically my Facebook feed, my Insta feed will start picking up stuff. The phone is listening to our conversations. Now think of this from your privacy, think of this from your security, think of this today, that data is not being mismanaged. It's only being sold for a price, and therefore you get people calling you, or you get ads popping up. Tomorrow, if that same data had to be misused, you can imagine how scary it can be. And how easy, because imagine you're sitting in your bedroom having a conversation with your spouse, your phone's listening, someone else is also listening to that conversation. It should give you a shiver down your spine. But the reality is we ignore it because till today, no one has got adversely impacted by the misuse of that technology. At best, people are buying those databases, they are buying your contacts, and they're actually selling it to telecallers. And therefore, you're saying, okay, I'll put do not disturb. Even if I get an ad to visit Ujjain on Facebook, big deal, I'll ignore it. Even if Make My Trip comes up with putting something out there, it's okay. But the reality is tomorrow, if any confidential information starts getting misused to your disadvantage, I can put my hand on my heart and all my money on it and tell you, you will run away from technology. Because then you will say it's not worth it. I'll go back to my old passbook. I will not do this scam. Today, how many people have actually got fooled? Educated people have got fooled with scams on GPay. This is the code. Please give me your code. Money goes out of their account. I'm sure intelligent people in the room have not faced it, but you would have heard of stories where people, instead of receiving money, end up sending money to someone else, and they are scamsters. It's scary.
So do we say that we'll have to be using technology with a pinch of salt for sure?
And be educated about it. So you can't be naive to say, मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आता, but ये technology है मेरे पास. You'll have to be so intelligent to say, if I'm interacting with this technology, do I understand it enough? Because if I don't, and tomorrow someone is more smarter than me, my credit card, my CVV, my confidential details, all of them can just be picked up without me even realizing.
Brilliant. So,
on that, from the
so you might have to hold the mic.
The discussion perspective, yes, we have to use technology as a differentiator to make a difference, being very aware that it can actually be a detriment also. But then I don't think there is any way out. You cannot live without technology. You have to necessarily exploit, use those, and fuse those. Everything, technology is inseparable.
You can ideally be an uneducated person, but you have to be illiterate. Bottom line.
So probably another responsibility that the human resource management team or the leaders would have is, we can't avoid technology, so probably our teams have to be a little more aware and educated about technologies that we are going to be using in days to come.
See, I'll tell you, human resource department is actually where the rubber hits the road, right? So this is one department which gets severely exposed with almost all the happenings, mishappenings, happenings with preface to anything or with suffix to anything, right? That is where actually the rubber hits the road. So anything positive, negative, this is the face of the organization, right? Whether it be a process-driven thing, whether it's a people-driven thing, activity. So you need to embrace both sides of it. You talk about technology, you talk about people, this is where it all concludes to be. Though we use technology as an enabler, we still have a heart which is beating behind it. That's basically it.
Brilliant. I'm sure, partners, you must be enjoying this interesting discussion, but because we are running behind time, I think, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, conclude it here. So probably the conclusion that I have gathered out of these amazing speakers is that technology is here to stay. The technology is going to get better. We all will have to be educating ourselves to, be taking advantage of technology and not letting the technology take our advantage. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. But I would request you to continue being here, because this is the time to hear or to listen to these amazing people individually. And the first person to address us is going to be Sahil ji, who has actually contributed something amazing to this panel discussion. And he's going to enlighten us about the change, of the way we hire people. So Sahil ji, over to you, please. Can we have a big round of applause for our friend?
All right, so I'll keep it rather brief, and I will just share 3 points with you in the way we're going to hire very, very differently. Point number 1 is geography is now history, right? Geography is now history. There was a time when you wanted managers, and managers wanted people to sit right in front of their office, right in front of where they were sitting, so they had complete control about what the person would do, how the person would behave, how the person would interact. But now, we've actually seen that we've been hiring across geographies, because as long as people are bringing in skill sets, bringing in the right talent, it doesn't matter whether the person is doing a staycation in Goa or sitting in Manali or even in Vancouver. As long as the skill sets are in place, work is happening, value add is happening, geography is history. The second point I want to talk to you about is the fact that all that glitters is not gold. I think for a very, very long time, we've been very obsessed with these premier business schools to say the best talent comes only from premier business schools. And I fundamentally believe that it's all about finding the needle in the haystack. The real ones, and you've seen a lot of movies that have been built around this, but the real ones are the ones who are sitting in the hinterland of India, who have the hunger and who have the desire to go out there and make it. And I think India Inc. and a lot of corporations need to now move away from the standard thinking of only metros or only premier business schools is where you get people, because the right people are also out there in small cities, in various parts of our country, who have the hunger and the ability to make a difference. And the third, I think this has been debated to death. All my panelists have spoken about technology. But let me tell you one thing about technology. I think if each one of you as students, professors, faculty in this very institute don't end up embracing technology, it is going to be a problem. Because there was a time that not till very long ago, my dad didn't have a mobile, because he was of the school of thought to say, landline, when I am at home, I pick up the call. When I go out, I want to be with people who I'm out with. But now he can't even open a bank account without a mobile number. He won't have an Aadhaar card without a mobile number. And therefore, what is happening at the bottom of the pyramid is basic stuff for a senior citizen every senior citizen needs to have a mobile number. Think of it. And therefore he was compelled, much against his wishes, to actually get a mobile and have a mobile number. He still leaves the house without taking his mobile, and I ask him, why the hell? And he says, no, but I don't want it. No one's going to force me to take my mobile outside the house. I said, no, but you know, times are different. You should have it. I need to contact you. Are you okay? He said, don't worry, I'm okay, I'm good. The choice is ours. How much do we want to play the game and run with technology or beat technology or create technology? But one thing is certain, there will not be a choice where we have to live with it. And I'm sure many of you all have heard about this. Mark Zuckerberg got flipped off his head when he created something and two robots started talking to each other in a language that humans couldn't understand. I just pray and I hope and I wish that we don't reach a stage where devastation becomes core to our existence, because we are playing with Mother Earth, we are playing with technology at the cost of our own happiness. We are actually being in a space where ESG is becoming strategic importance, but in reality, we are still taking flights to come to this place, which is impacting carbon credits. We're actually living in a very, very paradoxical world where we want to do a lot of things, but our actions don't support what we do. And therefore, I want to leave each one of you with a choice, and the choice is figure out what you want to do with your life and live every day with that same thought in mind. Because when you do that, you will feel a lot of congruence between who you are and what you do, which could be very different from putting on that mask that COVID has got us to put. And when you actually get that mask out, ladies and gentlemen, you'll breathe better, you'll be more happy, and you'll be more successful. Wishing you guys all the very best. Thank you so much for having me over.
Brilliant. Thank you. Not only short and sweet, and the one most important word that Sahilji ended with was the word happiness. And I'm sure that is exactly what Ankitaji you're going to talk about, the happiness index of an organization. And how do you get higher score on organizational happiness index? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Madam Ankita Singh. Well, I know we are a little away from lunch, so you can still have a louder round of applause for people out here.
Sahil has already warned me, Ankita, just 3 minutes. So I'll quickly try and cover, ensure that he is happy about it, because at the end of the day, it's all about happiness. So I have been thinking a lot about things that we can control and we can't control, right? And when we talk about happiness index of an organization, how much of that can be actually maintained by HR people? Now just think, if a person walks in your organization, wants to contribute to the best of his or her capability, is it that simple? Is it that binary? Is that individual not impacted by other sources or other environmental forces which are personal? Maybe something related to kids, spouse, family. There could be 100 things, right? And how much of it can be addressed in the organization? So first, being a little practical, I would want to start with that the 100% ownership of creating happy employees would not be just with the organization. So that is the uncontrollable part. But what we can control, how we can ensure that the organization where we are working or where we are handling our people, they can remain happy. And when we say happy, like we keep talking about HR and Rangoli, right? There's a connection. The moment we say engagement, HR is engaging because they are making Rangoli. Similarly, the moment we say happy and engaged people, we assume, we perceive that when a person is walking inside your office, you can see all their smiling faces, which again is not true. So in my opinion, we have been certified as great places to work for last 4 years, and what we have done, I'll just share that. I've used an acronym of the word happy to define how we are going about it. So to start with, H is hear them out, ask questions, take feedback, and stay in touch. I'm not repeating, elaborating to keep my 3 minutes, and also it's very simple for you to understand. Second, A, which is acceptance. accept that everything around you is changing, accept that nature, behavior of each individual will be different probably every single day. And you have to adapt, you have to take care of those people. You know that every third month or every next year can be completely different with respect to the requirement and expectation of the organization as well as the employees. So we need to be prepared for it. The third one is participative, which is P. A lot of times in organization, what we do, this is the policy. In institutes also, that this is the policy and you have to follow that. One is statutory side of it. Second is something that the organization can define. Do you want to define and pass it on to your people, or you want to involve them? A very simple example, we had 10 holidays and a lot of people, they said we want to celebrate Eid. Somebody would say Holi is important, somebody would say Diwali is important. How do you categorize? Few would say 800 people are Hindus, other would want to celebrate something else. Do you want to differentiate, or you want to come up with an option where you say that these are the 9 holidays which are fixed, and then we come up with 3 my day holiday in the list. Whichever day you want to take those holidays. So people can define. A lot of times we say when it's your birthday, you can take a day off. But why? Why not on any particular day? Today, if I don't want to come to work, I have something important or maybe not that important, I should be able to take that or utilize that one day leave. So that was about participative. Fourth is P, which is passionate. Stay very passionate about your people, your processes and your organization. We have heard by default things will happen, but you will not get the desired result. If at all you want to see the desired result, you have to have a design. And when you talk about design, you have to be passionate about every single step that you are taking with respect to your people and processes in the organization. And the last one is Y, which isn't close to the spelling of WHY, but that is the literal meaning here, which is any action, anything that you're doing with people, with your organization, has to start with a question mark that why we are doing it. What would be the result? How everybody will be involved in it, and what will be the final outcome? Will we get 100% consensus from everybody? And I think Mr. Batra also spoke about the relevance of purpose. No matter how great we are, if we do not have a purpose, probably everything will fall apart. So these were the 5 pointers. To end, I would say just remember the 4 points. One is we always strive to become perfect. When we are dealing with people and in such a scenario where things are changing every single day, it is next to impossible to become a perfect organization. You have to become a right organization, not in general, but for each individual, understanding their need. Second would be appreciate. It is really easy to criticize and think that we would be able to give negative feedback and improve the person, but we need to focus more on what a person is capable of doing. Be more appreciative of people who are around you, instead of saying that tomorrow if you resign, I'll find a replacement. Trust me, the moment we say we really need you and we are ready to invest in you, you will get more employees who will be there with you for a longer duration. Third, walk the talk. When we talk about happiness factor, we have seen that when people join the organization, they say, this is not what was promised to me on day one. This is not the profile that was told to me that I'll be handling throughout the year. Things have changed, and I think we need to be very clear what we say on day one, we respect and we honor that throughout the tenure. And the last point is stay human and humble. I think a lot of panel members have already spoken about it. Empathy will take everything a long way. A happy face, mind and a heart will create a great team. And if at all we manage to create a great team, defining a happiness factor or probably doing impossible would become very easy. So that's all from my end. It's all about choices. Let's make a good one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was brilliant. I think something most important, that I would like to take away from here and apply it in my team is hearing people out and being really passionate about whatever I do. So I think really important. I'm sure if you apply that acronym HAPPY, the organizational happiness index in our organizations would also change. But if there's anything beyond that that you want to transform in your organizations, I think you'll have to listen to our next speaker, Mr. Debashish Ghosh, who's going to talk to us about transforming work, HR innovation. Over to you, sir.
I usually make my notes on a paper, but today, wrong day, because Sahil caught me making them. So I made my notes on my cell phone, so sorry. Usually I do it on paper. I want to make very quick points on how HR is going to transform the world of work and how really, actually taking a step back, what is happening in the world around us that is going to impact the world of work. And it is important to see, take into larger context and see the different social, geopolitical, economic, and even various other aspects that is impacting the world around us. Couple of two important insights that is happening, right? One is that if you look at the demographics of the world, we all know that the world population is aging, so we are living longer, right? About 50 years back, the average age of mortality rate was 50-55 years. By 2030, it's going to be 85 years across the world, which means that we are going to live longer, right? And for us to live longer, you have to work longer as well, because none of for 20 years, you have to actually work, otherwise you won't survive. On the contrary, what is also happening is that we are having fewer babies, which means contrary to what we think, the world population is actually going to go down. And except Africa, by the way, but even in China with the one-child policy taken out, even that will reduce the world. China also will reduce their population, which means that there will be less young people coming to the workforce. Very interesting, huh? And there are more old people, so to say, actually staying in the workforce. That will change the way a lot of these practices are done in HR, right? Today, if I talk about a simple employee engagement, the other day, my HR manager was talking to me, and he was talking to me about, there is a marathon happening. Every city has a marathon. In Hyderabad, we have this Airtel marathon. And usually your sponsors about 500 such marathons for our employees, right? First come, first serve. But if you look at it, that particular event generally caters to very young workforce, very young population. In a way, and most of our such events are actually designed for the young people. But in the new world of work, we have to also design our engagements based on the entire workforce, because today, the number of people working who's more than 60 years is less than 1%. In about 10 years, it's going to be 10%. In each of our companies, imagine that. That's the kind of impact you're talking about. So what do we do for them? One more thing that are going to impact the way HR transformation happens is for the same population. We are going to have multiple careers because you want to go work longer duration, longer time, right? So earlier it was a simple, like you play, you study, you work, and you retire, right? That's the 4 stages typically. Going forward, you will obviously play, study, work. You don't retire, actually study. Or might be you take a break or do something different, open up business, open up a food truck. Then probably you come back to work, study, and then semi-retire, do a gig from between 60 and 70, and then retire again. So it is going to be multiple careers and multiple jobs that you will do over the next, in our lifetime going forward. What it means for HR and HR professionals is that I think we'll have to really design careers which can cater to such people, right? And that will be important for them. Also for education institutions like IPS. Currently, we take student, they do an MBA, they do a B.Pharm, they do a BBA and go back to the workforce, right? I believe that there will be a time when all these colleges will have a subscription model, right? So you come study with us, pay certain fees and get your B.Pharm degree for 4 years. But guess what? You can come back after 4 years and do an MBA. And guess what? After 10 years, you can do another course, but certification course and do it. So there'll be more of a subscription that I think IPS or institutes like that will have, and similarly with organizations as well. So if an employee leaves, it does not mean the employee leaves forever. There'll be a channel for the employee to come back as well. So these are some of the changes of the redesigning of the career path that I think that HR professionals have to take care of. One more important and this is something I really like. I'll make it very short. One of the things that is happening, and by 2030, by the way, in 8 years' time, is that half of the world's wealth will be managed by women. Right now, by the way, less than 20%. We're going to see this dramatic shift in the next 8 years in the way women will impact the world around us and the economy around us. And 50%, it's even bigger I think, 50% of the world's businesses, big and small, will be actually driven by women. That is a big shift. And thanks to education, thanks to a lot of other things that is happening across the world. Now, with that change, how it impacts HR and HR organization is that the way we do go around, leading people. I know a lot of us talked about empathy, sensitivity, and interpersonal skills. I think those things come to women very, very easily, right? That's what I've realized as well. We can also, we'll see, of course, more and more women at the top levels, which is, again, I think there is a conscious move towards that, but we'll have more and more women towards that as well. Our HR policies will be based on more equity and fairness. So even today, if I'm taking a break, if I'm taking a sabbatical, if I want to just go and do something else, it is not seen as something which is very professional, right? But with women coming in more in the workforce, they are leading organizations, that will be more commonplace, right? So I think a lot of positive changes that will happen because of the demographic changes around us. And I think the next 10 to 20 years, HR will play a big part in leading those changes. So thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. So, I think a couple of points that I draw from this deliberation was that we're going to, live longer and work longer. So I'm sure when we work long, probably we'll have to relook at the hierarchies and networks, move away from hierarchies and build networks. That is exactly what Mr. Srivats Nagrajaya is going to talk us through. How are we going to build networks and not hierarchies? Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon. I would say we are not moving away from hierarchies till such time the world exists, right?
Okay.
You would need that structure, but still make networks more accessible. Let's say probably build networks so that you are more successful, more agile in your process. Ideally, this is a topic, typical OD sort of a thing. But let me try and make it simpler as what I understood from different facets of my career, whatever I have seen and learned, right? And I'll just start with something that I came across probably about 12 years back. Very young. I had been to a place called Somnathpur, that's in remote Mysore area. That's an archaeology department, old place. There's a temple. There is no regular rituals that happen over there.
Pratik?
I had taken some of my foreign delegates who had come there to basically look at what is so interesting in India, that all of us normally do, right, when we get there. So I had taken my boss as well there. While we were, probably looking at their place, we were talking about how do we restructure the entire recruitment function. I was probably a part of an organization that was a pure play recruitment organization. So we were just talking about how do we rebuild, because the entire intent of the leadership visit was how do we rebuild whatever we are doing to get more efficient, to get more agile. So we hired a guide there.
This guy was probably about 80 years old. He was fully drunk. It was a mid-sunny afternoon in Mysore. He was fully drunk. He overheard us. And we were talking through the entire journey when we were walking through the temple, and he started telling, what are you talking about organizing things for yourself, typically in the local language. And he started telling, do you know what's the meaning of God? It had absolutely no relevance. That's typically a Hindu place, so he started asking, do you know what's the definition of God? Yeah, probably a superpower trying to manage. Then he asked, what is the function of God? The function of God is basically generate, operate, and destroy. That's the cycle of life, right? And if you look at the mythology with which that place belonged to, they told it's already put in compartments. There is a deity to generate, there is a deity to operate, there is a deity to destroy. So that's what an organization typically is, right? So that's where, say, probably we started learning in, and put that whatever we learned basically from there, and say probably there are multiple stories. If you go over and Google, you would get to see how companies have probably been more successful, more agile in achieving their total outcomes when they moved away from a standard regular hierarchy to basically work with people to their competencies. It's all about working with people to their best. Like if the Indian cricket team is picking up a set of players to play a particular series, they would play to the players' advantage with what would suit with the ground conditions or the climatic conditions in a particular thing. That's what breaking hierarchies to networks typically means, in a very simplest of terms. It's basically playing to advantage, playing to achieve goals which are, say, probably defined in a much faster and a better way. So it might be in any place, right? It might be an organization of 20,000 people to a simplest project team that you do. You always play to your individuals. In a team of 3 people, if you are doing your academic project, you would know who is good at, say, probably going and compiling information. Who is probably good at, say, probably putting all those data together. Who is good at, say, probably putting that code together. That's the way, say, probably organizations also do, so that they get best out of the team that they have formed. So ideally, when you break it typically from a hierarchical structure and try to build networks, that hierarchy has to exist because you would need a guiding line to go. You cannot move away from hierarchy because that structure is supposed to be there, and it would be there, it would be driving. But you would build networks to become more efficient, more leaner, and more meaner to achieve what you would want to achieve, right? So I would say in the organization that I built last, typically in the recruitment function, we try and incorporated this, and we were able to see results much better. Though we had a guiding force, we had all our policies, processes, we broke the recruitment functions into multiple categories. Right from sourcing to that of onboarding were multiple facets that we did. And we had different teams to deliver. And basically the goals were common. Like typically when you are working in a network structure, your goals have to be common because you need to tie all the activities together. And that way we were more successful there. So I would say while hierarchy remains, network is a more efficient way to back up your hierarchy and achieve results faster and better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So partners, last but not the least, with all the changes that we talked about, I'm sure leadership is going to have an important role to bring about all those changes. And we have Mr. Shastri PKV to talk to you about how is leadership going to be pivotal in building these ecosystems.
So I'm not going to take, thank you so much. I will close it very quickly, okay? Don't want to be between us and lunch actually. So it took what, good 20 years for us to actually believe in selling vegetables online. It actually was an idea of 90s. But then it took a pandemic for everyone, for our grandparents also to now start shopping online. Now, hybrid remote mode of working is here to stay. The variability could be, is that okay? Audible? So the variability could actually differ. And we all know are amid the greatest disruptions of, in many generations. People working, and more so for the workplaces, people working in hybrid or remote mode, while that flexibility today is kind of everybody offers and everybody actually avails it, it has its, and we think that that's how we can retain talent. It might even be working on the reverse. Now it actually takes away a lot of, what should I say, it eases the social pressure that normally encourages people to stay long term, the pressure that they get through the colleagues and friends. It also expands the what should I say, radius of potential organizations that a person can work for. So these are options that open up for a person to actually move. And added to that, you have 2 years of very little having moved. Now there is a pent-up demand, significant amount of budgets coming in, there is a supply issue, so on and so forth. So this actually has pushed us into this, what you call as great resignation or big quit, so on and so forth. So now work must go on, things have to happen without diluting the obsessive focus on excellence, delivery excellence, solution excellence, innovation, customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction, and various other superlatives. With the added, cost pressures that a leader is under, they have to still deliver right each time, every time, correct? So the leaders must learn to thrive in disruptions and facilitate work for everybody, work in a manner that works for everyone, correct? So from, as I was telling a while ago in the previous section, focus should be from, or it has shifted from organization to people, from profit to mutual benefit or mutual prosperity. The way a supervisor or a leader would have to operate would be vastly different. The leader has to appreciate and accept the millennial psyche, blend it with his or her experience, and get the better of both worlds, right? So they have to also, it's going to get flatter. The organization will get flatter. A lot of things that they do today, a leader does today, they are automation candidates. They can, approvals, actually approvals can be vastly self-approved. They will have to look at people, colleagues or teams, or empower themselves, train or actually encourage this highly independent, ways of thinking, and focus more on aspects that a leader was not focusing earlier. They have to actually focus on with respect to the team members or consultants or colleagues, the impact of work that will have in their lives, their relationship with the organization as a whole, and their overall experience. That's what is actually going to make them probably continue or stay for longer. And needless to say, it will require enormous amount of and very transformative way of cross-skilling, upskilling, reskilling, unlearning, so on and so forth. I will stop here, but the focus will be on people to be highly detail-oriented and, as I said, encourage independent actors or action takers. I will close here. Sitting, as I read this somewhere day before yesterday, sitting is the new smoking. So sitting can have various analogies. Sitting at a remote place could actually harm self and harm the surroundings. If an organization is sitting without, bothering much for a change, actually could affect itself and the surroundings. The rest, what a sitting can mean, actually I'll leave it to your imagination. As I leave, actually we spoke about purpose. So we will soon probably be having most successful organizations or vibrant ones having chief purpose officers. Thank you so much.
I think, other than a lot of interesting things, what came to my respite the most was the fact that sitting is new smoking. I've been missing my smoke since morning, and so probably you gave me that, joy. So partners, because we are running a little behind on time, let me, take very limited questions if you have to the eminent panelist. Just 3 of them. Yeah, ma'am. And you can direct the question to the panel or to an individual speaker as well. So what's your question? Can we have a microphone being shared with the lady, please?
Good one. Just a while ago, I
Oh, he's got a lovely voice. Please go ahead.
My question is from Debashish sir. I would like to ask that basically I'm a faculty from finance. So out of curiosity, I want to ask that what the role or what is your take on usage of technology in establishing DE&I, which is diversity, equality and inclusion in the organizations for coming future. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that's a great question. And I think technology will play a great part in that, because we believe that whatever you can't measure, you can't improve. For me to improve my D&I, we have to measure at what stage it is in right now. I must need to know what is actually my level of diversity, the level of engagement, belonging, and that's where a lot of this new age complex technology is coming into the picture, like ONA is one of it, organizational network analysis. So you're just in the tip of the iceberg right now using the technology, but it is very, very important, especially when you are working in global organizations like ours. It is slightly easier, I guess, to drive an initiative like that locally, but very, very different when you're working, having in 4 or 5 continents, 30 different centers. In that sense, technology is the only way, I wouldn't say enabler, probably the only way to do it is through technology and make sure you do the right things and spreading the right message there.
Yeah, I think one more person had a question there. Interesting, only the ladies have the questions. Gentlemen seem to know it all.
Hello. Yeah, a very good afternoon. My question is, sir talked about hierarchy and leadership as well. I've been working into various metropolitan cities, and it has been a fashion that today organizations are shifting towards holacratic models, right? They do not want a hierarchy of leadership. They more want a decentralization of, even in the leadership. Everyone should be a leader in an organization. We do not, we want a direct access to CXO's position so that there is a, no gap, at least between sharing the innovative ideas. So, sir, I would rather like to, listen from you, how you can define it, we cannot say it's a modernization, but how we can take more independence to an organization into a more holacratic model rather in hierarchical structure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I would say probably beat around the bush before coming to the point. When IT started, right, I think that was a point from where the tall hierarchies were broken down to flat hierarchies, right? In IT, none of us probably address anybody calling a sir or anything. It's still there in the educational sector, But typically in an IT organization, everybody is called by them. Please sit down, ma'am. Everybody is called by their first name or the last name or the way you would want to call them. The sir part of it was gone. And again, if you look at it today, right, would you like a question if somebody comes and asks you, which way would you like a question, I would say? Whom do you work for or whom do you work with? That say basically defines. And the need of the generation is something like that, right? Everybody needs space. And there is more productivity that comes out, like what Dr. Batra was telling, right? Mind is like a parachute. When you give space, it opens up and you play it at the best. And that's the need of the hour. And typically in a hierarchy model, right, what they tell is the production line is up, but the innovation line is down. You have a lot of people who work, who plow it hard, but you don't have innovators. You would not say probably learn from the process. That's where say probably the open door policies of the world came in. That's where say probably when you call it a flat hierarchy, we started actually literally implementing it. If you walk into any of the IT organizations, you find cabins only for meetings. You would see people sitting across the floor trying to work with each other. They literally mean what they said. And that's where most of the things come from. We started talking about open door policies, open culture, open workspace or agile workspace sort of a thing. That's where all these things came from, and that was the need of the hour. Tomorrow, say probably if you take a batch coming out from the college at 2023 and say probably put them through the grind of what it was in the early 1990s or 92s, people would not want to work for an organization. They are more individualistic, right? In my day, say probably my parents would have decided what I'm going to study, which is not so the case now. So it's very early in the game, people are being fed to the thought, or say that's actually the way it has to be. As to you pick your way, you know what you are best at. Because if your passion becomes your job, your career will be a career and not a career. You may not have to carry it. So you're plowing it very early in and you get there. And you would definitely like to work in a structure which is open for your thoughts. And that's what the organization is also looking at today's world, right? Definitely it has to be in line with that individual's, individual's aspiration to the organization's goal. That there has to be a match. And that's where keeping the need of the hour, everything is changing. You look at hire as an example for today, right? When you talk about hierarchies. That's say probably one organization which has transformed and say probably which is a leader in the space in which it is today. Because they are connected and their policies are driving them to be. You see the latest and the greatest of things coming out from that particular organization to the veterans in the industry. Make sense?
Well, thank you. I think because of the fact that the second question that we had was a little longish question and hence, attracted a little longish answer, let me take away that, liberty of one more question being allowed here. So before we move on to our next round of session, I'd like to invite Mr. Rajiv Shukla to give a memento to, I'm sure, one of our speakers out here, Mr. Sahil Nair. Sahilji, you're very, very impressive. And hence, Rajiv sir, please, you can give a moment of, a token to Sahilji, please. A token of remembrance. To the next, round of memento, I'd like to invite Director IPS Academy, IBMR, Dr. Professor Vivek Kushwa, to give away to memento to Madam Ankita Singh. I think we can be a little louder with our appreciation partners. See, I'm sure all these ladies and gentlemen have been really busy and still they have found time for all of us to be here, to enlighten all of us. I'd like to invite Mr. Sandeep Gupta sir, if Sandeep sir is here, to give memento to Mr. Ghosh. Come on, don't be unfair. I'd like to next invite Madam Archana Chaudhary ji to please come on the stage and give a memento to Mr. Shrivats Nagrajaya, please. To do the honors for Mr. Sastri PKV, I'd like to invite Madam Tapti Roy Yadav on the stage to give memento to sir. So partners, can you give it up once finally for this eminent panel out here? I'm sure we all stand enlightened, and there are a lot of interesting things that these particular set of people gave us. So ma'am, thank you so much. You may take your seat back there.
I think before we get back to the audience, one huge round of applause for a wonderful moderator as well.
Oh, come on.
Thank you so much. You were brilliant. Thank you.
So partners, without, wasting something that we are already running behind on, I mean, this story sounds a little similar to probably most of us. I don't know, ये आपको कितनी आपकी अपनी लगती है, but this is exactly, this story sounds more like me. The title reads, Reborn, from a failure in class 5th to installing own sculptures at the FIFA 2022 World Cup. I don't want to, take his time away. So would you please play AV of Mr. Wajid Khan Saab? I'm sure, when you're sitting there in the audience and you know that it should have been your time by now. So Wajid Saab, I'd like to invite you here on stage. Our team is
मैं लेके आया हूं आपको मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर शहर एक अनोखे आर्टिस्ट से मिलाने। मदर मेरी और जीसस क्राइस्ट की तस्वीरें तो मैंने कई देखी हैं, लेकिन ऐसी कभी भी नहीं। जरा करीब से देखिए। जी हां, ये वाकई कील हैं, क्योंकि हम जिस आर्टिस्ट से मिलने आए हैं वो इंडियाज ओनली नेल आर्टिस्ट हैं, मिस्टर वाजिद खान। वाजिद खान के स्टूडियो में आपको पेंट ब्रश और पेंसिल नहीं, हथौड़े और कीलें मिलेंगी, क्योंकि इनके काम करने का तरीका दुनिया से अलग है।
खास बात यह कि हम स्केचिंग नहीं करते हैं, हम मार्किंग नहीं करते हैं, हम डायरेक्ट पोर्ट्रेट बनाते हैं। जब हम पोर्ट्रेट बनाते हैं तो हम उसे जमीन पर रखते हैं और ऐसे ठोकते हैं, तो हम उसे देख भी नहीं सकते। तो 3 साल तक मुझे ये इंतजार था कि मैंने क्या बनाया और वो कैसा दिखता है। अगर आप एक नेल को गलत ठोकते हो तो पूरा पोर्ट्रेट खराब होता है।
वैसे इनकी कलाकारी सिर्फ कील तक ही सीमित नहीं। इन्होंने मशहूर श्रीलंकन आर्किटेक्ट जेफरी बावा की अमेजिंग पोर्ट्रेट बनाई है पत्थरों से।
आप उस पोर्ट्रेट को जब दूर से दिखते हैं तो पोर्ट्रेट दिखता है, आप जब पास आते हैं तब आपको लगता है कि अरे ये तो छोटे और बड़े पीसेस को जोड़कर बनाया है, ये 3 डायमेंशनल है। नज़रों के सामने इतने कम डिस्टेंस से बनाना और उसका इम्पैक्ट उतनी दूर से समझना, ये एक कॉम्प्लिकेटेड चीज़ है जो वाजिद भाई ने इसको बखूबी से पूरा करा है।
वाजिद भाई परफेक्शनिस्ट हैं। मेथड एक्टर की तरह अपनी पोर्ट्रेट को फुल जस्टिस देने के लिए ये भी फुल कैरेक्टर में घुस जाते हैं।
मैं उस कैरेक्टर में जब जाता हूँ ना तो जिंदगी जीता हूँ, उस बंदे को जी के आता हूँ। जो मुझे उस हार्ड वर्क से ज्यादा उस बंदे को जीने में मजा आता है। मैं वैसे ही लिबास बनवाता हूँ, वैसे ही मैं बिहेव करता हूँ, वैसे मेरी बॉडी लैंग्वेज होती है, वैसे ही मैं घर पे काम करता हूँ।
क्या डेडिकेशन है वाजिद भाई, और इस डेडिकेशन का नतीजा है इनके OMG आर्टवर्क्स। स्पीड दिखाने के लिए उन्होंने कार इंजन के पार्ट से घोड़ा बनाया। बुलेट्स जो वायलेंस का सिंबल है, उससे बनाया है नॉन वायलेंस सिखाने वाले महात्मा गांधी की पोर्ट्रेट, और एबॉर्शन सर्जरी में इस्तेमाल किए जाने वाले मेडिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट से बना दी है एक रोती हुई बच्चे की तस्वीर।
मैंने अलग अलग सेगमेंट में काम इतना सीख लिया है कि अब दुनिया के किसी भी मटेरियल से मैं आर्ट बना सकता हूँ।
वाजिद भाई के आर्टवर्क्स OMG इसलिए हैं क्योंकि उनमें डेप्थ नजर आती है। उन्होंने प्रूव कर दिया है कि आर्ट किसी भी चीज से बनाया जा सकता है, बस आर्टिस्ट का जज्बा सॉलिड होना चाहिए। और इसी जज्बे की वजह से वाजिद भाई का नाम है लिम्का बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स में। और तो और ये एक लौती इंडियन आर्टिस्ट हैं जिन्होंने अपनी नेल आर्ट पेटेंट करवाई है। और आपको पता है कि इनकी सबसे पहली पेंटिंग ऑक्शन हुई थी पूरे 20 लाख रुपए में।
जब मेरे पास पैसा बहुत तेजी से आने लगा तो मुझ में तकब्बुर आ गया। तकब्बुर का मतलब होता है घमंड। एक साहब की अर्थी जा रही थी, मेरी वाइफ ने बोला देखो कितना पैसा लेके जा रहे हैं। मैंने बोला कैसी बात कर रहे हो, मरने के बाद कोई पैसा ले जाता है? मैंने बोला नहीं, और इस नहीं में मैं समझ गया था कि मैं भी एक रोज ऐसे मर के जाऊंगा और सब कुछ छोड़ के जाऊंगा यहाँ पे, ये मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ। फिर जिंदगी का मकसद समझ में आ गया कि दूसरों को फायदा पहुंचाते जाओ, बड़े आदमी बन जाओगे।
इस एहसास के बाद वाजिद भाई ने पैसों के पीछे भागना छोड़ दिया। अब इनकी जिंदगी का मकसद है आर्ट को फ्री में सिखाना, और आने वाली जिंदगी में वो बस अपनी कला से लोगों का नजरिया बदलना चाहते हैं। खुशियां बिखेरते इस आर्टिस्ट को OMG का सलाम।
Partners, so I did not have any incorrect reasons to keep you held here. I'm sure you have an amazing reason to wait for your lunch a little more. Over to you, Wajid bhai. Most welcome here, please. I think we can have a round of applause.
दरख्त का मतलब होता है पेड़, ट्री। हिजरत का मतलब होता है कि एक जगह से दूसरी जगह चले जाना। हम दरख्तों को कहाँ आता है हिजरत करना, हम दरख्तों को कहाँ आता है हिजरत करना। तुम परिंदे हो वतन छोड़ के जा सकते हो। ये खूबसूरत शहर था, ये खासकर उन लोगों के लिए जो हॉल छोड़ के जा चुके हैं, क्योंकि हमने इतना शोर मचाया कि वो जा चुके हैं। मैं आपको बोर नहीं करूँगा, मैं वक्त का बहुत एहसास रहता है मुझे। अच्छा, मैं लड़खड़ा जाऊँ या मेरी ज़बान में से आवाज़ ना निकले तो आप ये मत समझिएगा कि मैं अपनी बात कहने में दम नहीं रखता हूँ। मैं बहुत दम रखता हूँ। अगर मेरी वाइफ सामने नहीं हो तो वो यहाँ है तो ये मुमकिन है। हंसी बताती है कि इसमें से कितने लोगों की शादी हो चुकी है। बहरहाल मैं अपने मुद्दे पे आ जाता हूँ। मेरा नाम वाजिद खान है और मेरा एजुकेशन 5th क्लास तक है। मैं 5th फेल हो गया इसलिए कि मैं पढ़ नहीं पाता था, इसलिए कि मैं समझ नहीं पाता था कि मुझे ज़िंदगी में करना क्या है। अक्सर 99% लोग तमाम उम्र निकाल देते हैं, वो समझ नहीं पाते हैं कि वो इस दुनिया में क्यों आए हैं। वो पढ़ने आए हैं या पढ़ाने आए हैं, वो नौकरी करने आए हैं या इबादत करने आए हैं, वो काम की गुलामी में बनने आए हैं या काम को गुलाम करने के लिए आए हैं। मैं 5th फेल हो गया था। मेरी ज़िंदगी का एक बड़ा वक्त फुटपाथ पे निकला। मैं रोड पे पुराने कपड़े बेचता, पुराने कपड़े ख़रीदता, मैं गैरेज पे काम किया, टेम्पो चलाया, होटल में काम किया, रेस्टोरेंट में काम किया। बाकी कभी मैं नर्वस नहीं था, कभी मैं डरा नहीं था। ये बात बहुत अहम है आप सबके लिए और मेरे लिए भी कि मैं कभी डरा नहीं, मैं घबरा नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा जो जुनून था वो मेरा बहुत बड़ा था। मुझे ये समझ में आ गया था कि मुझे ज़िंदगी में कुछ बेहतर करना है। बेहतर क्या करना है ये मुझे किसी एक प्रोफेसर की स्पीच उनसे मिलने के बाद समझ में आया कि मुझे क्या करना है। मुझे समझ में आया कि मुझे वो काम करना है जो मेरे दिल को सुकून दे, और मेरे दिल को सुकून देने वाला जो सबसे बेहतर काम था वो आर्ट था। मैंने आर्ट बनाई। मेरी पहली पेंटिंग बनी तकरीबन 6 साल के अंदर। मेरे पास ऐसा वक्त था कि हमारे पास खाने के उस वक्त पैसे नहीं हुआ करते थे, मगर हमें इस बात का कोई अफसोस नहीं होता था। फुटपाथ से सफ़र किया शुरू का, पहली पेंटिंग बनाई। पहली पेंटिंग आपने देखा 20 लाख में बिकी, फिर और बड़ी कीमत में बिकी, इतनी बिकी कि फिर दुनिया का सफ़र करना शुरू किया। दुनिया के तकरीबन 40 मुल्कों में मैं लेक्चर देने गया हूँ। है ना। आप सोचिए ना, एक फुटपाथ का इंसान है, दुनिया के 40 मुल्क में, दुनिया के टॉप कॉलेज के अंदर, और एक गरीब इंसान के लिए सबसे बड़ी बात होती है कि कोई उसे फ्री में बुला ले। तो मैंने जर्मनी, फ्रांस, यूक्रेन, पता नहीं किस किस मुल्कों में लेक्चर दिया। मेरे पास पैसा भी बहुत आया। फिर मेरे पास एक दिन एक कॉल आता है बॉलीवुड के बड़े एक्टर हैं, उनकी वाइफ का, कि हम आपसे मिलना चाहते हैं। अब मेरे लिए इससे बड़ी खुशी की कोई बात ही नहीं थी। मैंने पूरे शहर में शोर मचा दिया कि भाई फला फला डायरेक्टर जो है, फला फला जो एक्टर हैं, वो मुझसे मिलना चाहते हैं। वो मिले मुझसे। ये 2017-18 का मैं वाक्य बता रहा हूँ। फिर 2020 के अंदर वापस 21 में मैं दोबारा उनसे मिला। 21 में दोबारा उनसे मिला तो उन्होंने मेरी ज़िंदगी पे फिल्म बनाने का डिसीजन लिया। एक बॉलीवुड की बहुत बड़ी फिल्म आप जल्दी देखेंगे, मेरी ज़िंदगी पे बनने वाली है। ये ज़िंदगी का एक सफ़र है। बड़ा खूबसूरत लगता है, फिल्मी लगता है, अच्छा लगता है, आपको सुकून देता है, आप हैप्पी हैं, आपके पास हर चीज़ है। मगर मैं खुश नहीं था। मैं देखिए बहुत गहरी बात, अच्छा जो लोग जाना चाहते हैं मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो चले जाएं, जो लोग आना चाहते हैं वो आ जाएं, जो लोग बैठना चाहते हैं वो बैठ जाएं। एक बात है मुझे लगता है कि आपको समझना चाहिए, जो मैंने भी समझी। तो वो बात ये थी कि मेरे को एक बेचैनी थी ज़िंदगी में कि क्या मैं इस दुनिया में इसलिए आया हूँ। इस दुनिया की अगर 10,000 साल की हिस्ट्री देखी जाए तो उसमें से कुछ इंसान है जो हमें याद है, बाकी हम सबको भूल चुके हैं। तो मैं इस दुनिया में किस लिए आया हूँ, मेरी ये बड़ी बेचैनी थी। मैंने अपने अंदर तलाशना शुरू किया कि मैं कौन हूँ। मैंने बहुत किताबें पढ़ी, मैंने बहुत यूट्यूब पे वीडियो देखे। मेरी बेचैनी का सवाल नहीं था। फिर मुझे अपनी बेचैनी जो अंदर से मिली वो मेरे अंदर से मिली। मेरे को ये समझ में आया कि इंसान सबसे बेहतर अगर किसी चीज़ से सीख सकता है तो वो अपनी गलतियाँ हैं। गलतियों से बड़ा उस्ताद आपको ज़िंदगी में कोई नहीं मिल सकता, उससे बड़ा टीचर कोई नहीं मिल सकता। मैंने अपनी गलतियों को जानने की कोशिश की तो पता चला कि मैं गलतियों के समंदर में हूँ, उसकी दलदल में हूँ। मैंने उस पर काम करना शुरू किया कि मुझे अब इस खामियों को ख़त्म करना है। जब मैंने काम करना शुरू किया तो मुझे एक बात समझ में आई कि मैं उसमें डूबता गया, डूबता गया, डूबता गया, इतना कि मेरे कारोबार में नुकसान होने लगा। मेरी ज़िंदगी के 3 साल दुनिया ये एतबार से कह सकते हैं कि वेस्ट चले गए। मैं एक बेचैन था, रात में सो नहीं पाता था, मैं उठता था और एक सवाल यही था, क्या मैं दुनिया में इसलिए आया हूँ? क्या मैं इसलिए आया हूँ कि मेरा एक बहुत बड़ा घर हो, एक बेहतरीन बिस्तर हो, एक ज़िंदगी हो जो मैं गुजार चुका हूँ, ऐसे ही मेरे पूर्वज गुजार चुके हैं और ऐसी मेरी आने वाली जनरेशन? एक सवाल बेचैन कर रहा था। एक दिन मुझे गलती से मेरे इस दलदल के समुंदर में, उस अंधेरे डार्क शेड में मुझे एक नाव नज़र आई और वो नाव थी शिव कुमार बटालवी साहब की। ये बड़े आला किस्म के शायर गुजरे हैं पंजाब से। बस वो उनको मेरे ये रूहें खड़े हो गए। मैंने उनको सुना और मैं बहुत रोया और मैं बहुत बेचैन हो गया। मैंने कहा ये क्या था? मैं उस नाव के अंदर बैठ गया कि यार ये नाव है, ये जहाँ जाएगी मुझे वहाँ जाना है। मैंने कोशिश करी उस नाव के साथ चलने की। फिर मुझे एक और शख्सियत मिली जिनका नाम नजीम हिकमत थे। फिर मुझे सुकरात मिले, अरस्तु मिले, प्लेटो मिले, बौद्ध मिले, महावीर मिले, गुरु नानक मिले। और एक अभी मैं जिस मुकाम पे हूँ, मैं कबीरदास जी और एक कबीरदास जी हैं और एक और आपने हज़रत अमीर खुसरो रहमतुल्लाह का नाम सुना होगा, मैं उनकी इर्द गिर्द हूँ। मुझे ज़िंदगी भर जिस चीज़ की तलाश थी वो मुझे तलाश यहाँ पे मिली। मेरा जो आर्ट का काम बेहतरीन चल रहा था वो बंद हो गया क्योंकि मैं पहले आर्ट हाथ से बनाता हूँ। देखिए आप याद रखिएगा, हम सब कलाकार हैं। हम कलाकार उसको बनाते हैं जिसने हाथ से लिख दिया या हाथ से बना दिया। ख्याल आती तो हम सब कलाकार हैं। कुछ कलाकार ही दुनिया में होते हैं जो जहनी भी होते हैं और हाथ के भी कलाकार होते हैं। तो मैं हाथ का कलाकार था, फिर मैं जहनी कलाकार बनने लगा। मुझे समझ में आया कि मैं इस सफ़र में आगे बढ़ता जाऊंगा, आगे बढ़ता जाऊंगा। एक दिन मैं इसकी मंजिल पे पहुंच जाऊंगा और मुझे मौत आ जाएगी। मौत आ जाएगी मगर मैं मरूंगा नहीं। देखिए मरना उसको कहते हैं जिसके बारे में बात करना बंद हो जाए, जो दिखना बंद हो जाए। कुछ लोग तो जीते जी मर जाते हैं और मैं कभी ज़िंदगी में मरना नहीं चाहता। मैं घर से यही सोच के निकला था, मैं जल्दी ही मुझे मौत आ जाएगी और मैं उस समंदर में मर जाऊंगा और फिर मैं वहाँ से उड़ूंगा अपनी कविता के साथ, अपने आर्ट के साथ, अपने ख़यालात के साथ, इस पूरी दुनिया में अमन के लिए, अमन के साथ। मेरा वो वक्त बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है। मैं एक ऐसे सुकून में हूँ कि मुझे समझ में आ गया है कि ये दौलत, ये वक्त, ये जगह, आप, हम सब टेम्परेरी हैं। अगर इस दुनिया से कुछ जाना है तो हमारे बेहतरीन काम है। मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी के बेहतरीन मुकाम में हूँ। रीबर्थ का जो फ़लसफ़ा है, ये बचपन से मैं सुनता था कि इंसान का जन्म जो है सही मायने में 40 साल की उम्र के बाद होता है। ये मुझे ही 40 साल की उम्र में मुझे समझ में आया। अच्छा, रीबर्थ का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आप दोबारा शुरू करें। रीबर्थ का मतलब ये हुआ सब कुछ भूल जाएं आप और दोबारा शुरू करें। थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू। मैं चाहता हूँ कि एक आर्ट हमने दुबई से बुलवाया है, एक शेडो आर्ट बनाया मैंने, वहाँ पे एक हॉल के अंदर रखा है हमने। वो आर्ट देखें, हमें लाइट नहीं मिली एक्चुअली, जिस लाइट से वो जलता है तो वहाँ पे मोबाइल की फ्लैश की लाइट से हम दिखाएंगे। सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल बनाए, लोहा पुरुष थे इसलिए लोहा से बनाए। इस देश में आज उनकी शेडो नज़र आती है इसलिए हमने शेडो से वो आर्ट बनाया है और उन्होंने यूनाइटेड किया था इस देश को। ऐसे ही हमने बहुत सारे पार्ट को जोड़ के उनको बनाया। तो फ़लसफ़ा आप बाहर देखेंगे। आपके कोई सवाल हो तो आप सवाल कर सकते हैं। कोई सवाल है किसी का? चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू जी।
वाजिद साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आई एम श्योर वाजिद साहब की जर्नी इससे ज्यादा इंस्पायरिंग जरूर थी जितनी की तालियां आप लोगों ने लंच के इंतजार में बजाई हैं। वाजिद साहब को मेमेंटो देने के लिए मैं एक बार फिर से मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं राजीव शुक्ला सर को। राजीव सर प्लीज आए। और देखिए, वाजिद साहब ने एक बड़ा वाहिद नाम लिया, शिव बटालवी। आप में से कितने लोगों ने शिव बटालवी साहब को सुना है? आई एम श्योर जगवंत साहब IMA से पीछे हाथ खड़ा कर रहे हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके पहले कि हम लोग आगे जाएं, थैंक यू वाजिद साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। शिव बटालवी साहब की चंद पंक्तियां आप तमाम लोगों की नजर करना चाहता हूं। वो कहते हैं, चढ़दे सूरज ढलदे वेखे, बुझते दिए जलदे वेखे, हीरे दा कोई मोल न जाने, खोटे सिक्के चलते देखे, जिनांदा नाक जगते कोई, वो भी पुत्र पलदे देखे, उसकी रहमत नाल दे बंदे, पानी उत्ते चलते देखे। लोके कहते दाल नहीं गलती, लोग कहते हैं कि दाल नहीं गलती, लोकी कहंदे दाल नहीं गलती, मैंने पत्थर गलते देखे, जिन्हां दे कदर न कीती रब दी, खाली हाथ वो मलदे देखे, कई पैरां ते नंगे फिरदे सिरदे लबदे छावा, मैनू दाता सब कुछ दीता, क्यों ना शुक्र मनावा। साहब बहुत अमेजिंग साहब थे। और अगर आप शिव बटालवी साहब को सुनेंगे, जिंदगी के बहुत सारे फलसफे ये साहब बहुत कम उम्र में हमें देके चले गए। बहरहाल मेरे ख्याल से आज का हमारा जो मकसद है, वी आर हियर टुडे टू टॉक मोर अबाउट द ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज एंड पार्टनर द सेकंड पैनल डिस्कशन। Before we have the panel discussion, can I have the volunteers to set up the sofas here pretty quick, please? The topic of the second panel discussion is transition from war for talent to the war for retention. And you know what? I've been into the space of business consulting and training. हाल ही में मेरी मुलाकात मेरे एक परिचित मित्र से हुई जो एक इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी रन करते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एक बात कही कि अंबर सर, पोस्ट कोविड the IT industry for sure, I'm sure Dharmendra sir is here, he's going to give us a little more insight about IT industry, but he said the industry as a whole, and more so the IT industry, is having a bloodbath in terms of getting the right people and retaining the right people. So throw some light upon the same thing. I'm going to be inviting here another set of eminent panelists, and I'd like you to please put your hands together for first and foremost Mr. Dharmendra Jain, who is CFO and HR head of Yash Technologies. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Dharmendra Jain, sir. Dharmendra sir, welcome.
Mr. Dharmendra Jain is the Chief Financial Officer and Head of Human Resources of Yash Technologies. A fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, Dharmendra, fondly called as DJ, has contributed significantly to the two essential operational bedrock of any business enterprise, talent and finance. He has been pivotal in the growth journey of Yash globally, for making it an 8,000 plus member organization from just a few when he joined. He championed Yash in organic growth during strategic acquisition globally and helped it to remain progressive with the right people and finance practices. DJ has coined the mantra of connect, communicate and collaborate at Yash that aims at the ultimate goal, happy us, happy Yash. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much. The next person on our eminent panel here is Mr. Ashish Niranjan, India Head Talent Fulfillment for a company called Allstate. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Ashish Niranjan. Can we have his AV, please?
Mr. Ashish Niranjan, Head of Talent Fulfillment, Allstate. A systematic thinker, a technologist in mind, a risk taker and a business enabler who challenges the status quo. Mr. Ashish has led and managed multi-country teams of HRBPs and talent acquisition across multiple geographies, India, Southeast Asia, MENA and the CEE region in an increasingly complex metrics-based business setting. He is also a certified psychometric assessor from Seville, Thomas Profiling and 16PF. We welcome you, sir.
The next on the list is Mr. Saugata Sen, who is Head Campus Recruitment at Hexaway. Can we have his AV, please? Sir, most welcome on the stage, please.
Mr. Sugata Sen, Head Campus Recruitment at Hexaway Technologies. He is a global experienced professional in the field of human resources and has proper hands-on leader with excellent team building and management skills. He is competent to interact with multiple internal customers globally in a metric setup. His areas of interest are business HR, talent management, e-governance, capacity building, human resources, talent acquisition, project coordination, campus recruitment, vendor management, consulting, media communications, training and development, and resource management. He has extensive experience in driving large-scale hiring, setting up and driving HRO projects, managing vendors, and driving the SLAs. We welcome you, sir.
Last but not the least, the next member on this panel is Mr. Shubham Tripathi, the Campus Hiring Head for Z Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Shubham Tripathi.
Mr. Shubham Tripathi, Campus Hiring Head and Global HR Lead, Z Media, a global speaker. His expertise lies in transforming hiring via AI, ML, RPA tools, transforming campus hiring via tools, HR bots, RPA implementation, creating IQ bots and using AA, transforming the entire HR cycle, hire to retire using automation. Received many awards like Tapa Young HR Leader 2021, HRD Young HR Leader 2020, HR 40 Under 40 and Forbes 30 Under 30. He is SPHR, PHR, BHR and GPHR certified. We welcome you, sir.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
So, sirs,
Yeah.
an interesting topic. I mean, while we say that war for talent to war for war of retention, first of all, before you give you a 1 minute introductory note on this, I really would like to also, you to also deliberate upon this, that does that really mean that the war for talent is over, or it's just not over and there's another dimension getting added to this war? Maybe Shubhamji, let's start from you first.
Okay, so so good afternoon everyone. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. So what I believe is there is no war, it's a bubble. It will 100% wave off in coming 6 months or 8 months.
Put your mic closer. Right?
It is audible now?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
So it's not a war, it's a bubble basically. And when we do our AOP meetings in terms of manpower planning, so this always comes as a concern. Whether it's a talent war, we are not finding the suitable talent from the market. Retention always also comes as a major concern. So we have recently implemented a, IRD model, which we called it Z, that from last 1 year, research and study, what we found is people who are disengaged and you can say ignorance at work, disengaged, and they're not getting the kind of respect what they are aiming at. So comes as a resignation for us, and people who are highly engaged, respectful, and high on energy, that comes as a delivery. So we are maintaining that focus on IRD in terms of mitigating the talent war and the retention percentage altogether. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sen, what's your opinion on the same? Your initial submission.
Hi. I will not say, as he rightly said, it is not a war on attrition. It is basically, so now we are dealing with the millennials. And compared to our generations, the millennials are very sure what they want, and we have to earn that trust. Until and unless we show them a career path and a growth avenue, they are not going to accept just because we make a presentation or we say we are going to do this and this. We have to prove it that we mean actually what we do. So it's an ongoing process, and it's like a wave. So now it's an upper crest where people have got multiple offers in hand. So, but here this is the point where also they are getting misguided. They are getting influenced by their friends, their families, their roommates, the outside people, that what is good, instead of using their own mind and saying, is it actually good for me? So this is just a temporary phase which will pass on.
Oh, interesting. Ashish ji.
It is indeed a war for talent. There are more jobs. It is the best scenario for our economy right now. There are more jobs in the tech sector. There are more jobs in few other sectors too. What I've seen and I've experienced. I haven't worked with wider industries. My experience is very limited to a consulting or to a tech stroke GCC. The talent which can produce results, is rare. I can find a lot of people, a lot of hands to work, but when I'm looking for and I'm trying to define the word talent as a real talent which can produce results for you, which can get you revenue at the end of the day. So that's truly a war for talent right now. People are paying out offers, buying offers. I call it bidding in the market. So whosoever can bid most for a talent, takes the trophy home.
Brilliant. So, sir, it is 2:1 as of now. Two of my friends earlier said that there's no war, but Ashish ji put it very, eloquently and very effectively. So, where does the vote go from your side?
So, I have a different opinion, but I would certainly say war for talent was coined by a gentleman named Steve Hapkin from McKinsey in 1997. And when this whole Y2K was approaching the world, and tech was really becoming very high. So, yes, there is a huge demand of talent. And if we all remember, just before COVID, we were all anticipating that there is some economic turmoil which is going to happen, recession is going to come and all that, and certainly COVID came and then it really changed the face. I mean, and initially, if we all recall that at that time every company was just thinking whether we are going to get appraisal or not, employees were thinking whether we are going to get the appraisal or not, and most of the people or most of the companies, in fact, that time even deferred the appraisal for some time. And certainly the situation changed wherein there is a huge demand. So this whole demand-supply gap basically has led to the situation which we can say as war for talent, and certainly the demand is too high as compared to supply, and we all have to see how we can increase the supply because demand is certainly going to stay, and with whole startup ecosystem and all of the stuff coming in, I'm seeing that demand is becoming more and more higher. So yes, we can call it as war for talent. I would echo with his thoughts, and you have 2:2 now.
Oh, brilliant. So I think, probably Shubhamji, what you said also had a very interesting point, that it is not about, anything happening specifically right now. Ashish ji also substantiated the same thing by saying that the war for talent did always exist. Only thing is probably if we call it war or if we call it a stiff situation, do you see that post-COVID it has just intensified? And sir had added another dimension to it, that this intensification of situation could be temporary. So what's the take of the panel on this?
See, of course, what he said was absolutely right. See, your talent supply is directly proportionate to what he said, demand and supply. The more expansion from an organization perspective, the more expansion in terms of product development, you say, or software development, your demand scale will automatically get increased. But you need to align yourself to a streamlined processes where finding out talent from the market becomes very easy. Your benchmarking needs to be very substantial. You have systems, you have technologies in place. So technology plays a very vital role in terms of finding talents from the process. The easier your process is, the better functioning it will be. So each and everything comes with pros and cons. Today there is a fight in terms of finding a talent. There are two set of people. एक कहते हैं कि job नहीं है और एक बंदे के पास 10 job है. So there is always a two views of seeing one thing altogether. So time will pass, things will subsidize for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So the way I see it, this is of course a spike right now widely that we see what is happening in the IT industry, and that is because of वो था तूफान से आने के पहले का सन्नाटा. So that was the COVID time when everyone, all the companies braced themselves. They had stopped investing. I would say this, whatever that we are seeing now, the world was had to happen maybe a few years ahead of where we are right now. COVID preponed it. Yeah? The industry wasn't ready. The industry wasn't ready because the entire education system is still behind time, and I'm saying this in the college here, but the way I see it, there is a substantial gap in the education system, the way we produce talent, which can be consumed for a job. We still have typically in India we call it probation period. For interns or for GTs or for MTs, we have something called training internship period followed by a probation period, and then
the confirmation.
NSDC has coined a term called apprenticeship as well, and which they are trying to push in this industry too. Why should we do that? If we are able to up our education system and bring it closer to the demand of the industry, and such conclaves can certainly help. Consciously, if we can build towards that, the situation of the gap will decrease. Now, coming back to the earlier point, which Shubham was trying to make, there was a gap in the industry build because everyone wasn't ready, and there was a huge reluctance in the Indian market to move towards technology, or rather global market as well. Why should blame India? Even US people don't want to switch over to the technology. But COVID pushed everyone to move to the technology, right? Because you were operating in your own silo, in your own comfortable room, uncomfortable room, pushed by the environment or by whatever the countries. So you had to move to technology to even buy a loaf of a bread. Yeah, to buy a packet of a milk, you have to move to the technology, and that brought a lot of jobs in this sector.
So I'll pick 2 points out of this whole thing. One is the whole employability part of it. I think a lot has been done with this whole academia industry integration, collaboration, but a lot more needs to be done, I think, and still we are not seeing the speed and the volume or the mathematics from the size perspective what industry needs and what set of people we are getting. If we see a lot of surveys, even 2019 I recall a survey wherein it was very clearly called out that 80% of the people are not employable. And if we can minimize this 80% to 60 or 50, I think a lot of this whole talent shortage will go down and this whole talent
It'll be a
war
peace situation
will
and not a
really
war.
get demonized. So that's one which is very, very important, and I think sooner we do it better. It is. I mean, these days, not just college, but I mean, you must have seen that even HCL started hiring people from class 12th. So, and when we see that people start preparing for their IITs, etc., from class 8th, so why can't we make India ready, you know, much sooner, class 9, 10, so that people get used to of this whole thing. So even if people learn, do their engineering or other stream, they are still not ready for corporate. And corporate really takes a long time to bring them in, onboard them, again takes 6 to 9 months to, you know, make them shadowing a project, in fact. So if we can minimize this whole gap, it can become a business proposition for an institution like yours, wherein you say that these are 100 people we have, and this is the price we will give you. Today you have a reverse wherein you call a corporate and say that why don't you come to our campus and you show the logo, right? So I think this whole thing can change if this.
So I think a brilliant idea for the gentleman from the academy here. I would like to throw another interesting question out of my own experience of working with a few companies into the human resource spectrum. See, when I see a lot of youngsters coming to the job market, they come with a very short-term perspective of looking for a job, and I think a lot of them are actually not worried about the career, or they forget about being worried about the career. They're not. A lot of them are not even aware about career. So, how much of it you have seen that if people start shifting their perspective from a perspective of a job to a career, will this impact the situation that we're talking about?
Sir, before that we need to define what is a job and a career. People often consider job as a career. The lines have diminished with time, or rather they never existed. Now with more understanding, more awareness, I think some people are able to differentiate between a job and a career.
I mean, I wanted to know how does the young HR leadership here, because I was really, it was very interesting to hear from Sen Saab that the millennials might think other way around. I thought you belong to the same generation, gentlemen.
Okay, so whenever I interview students, we look for culture and values. Technology I can teach to anybody. I can teach anyone Java, Microsoft, full stack. They come 3 months, 6 months, I can get them to horse shape, be a winner. But if they are not having the set of values, culture, beliefs which are complementing our company goals, then it is a misfit. I am actually doing an injustice to the candidate by hiring him. So what will happen, the candidate will value the salary, candidate will value the company, but he will not love his job. He will be stuck. And then it will take him at least 2 to 3 years to make up his decisions. Okay, no, this is not the right place for me. I need to look out elsewhere. Because society, parents are saying, pagal hai kya? Itna acha salary mil raha hai. You're in such a good company. Why do you want to leave? Why do you want to change your career? So I think it is our duty and responsibility as a guardian or as a gatekeeper that whomever we are hiring, they are aligned to the company goals and values and culture.
I think Ashish ji, does it also in a way add to what you said, that talent is not just about anyone who enters the organization. In fact, it is somebody who's who has the ability and willingness and readiness to produce results. So does that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if I look at towards Wajid, what he said made sense, right? उन्होंने कहा कि he followed his heart, and he did what he thought can give him happiness. Right? That is his career.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everyone can be or should be a Mark Zuckerberg. Then we would, of course, need people to do other work as well. But yeah, I mean, to your earlier point of millennials, are they really thinking about a career? I mean, it's a question that our generation, which is in the midst of, or rather confused generation which I belong to, which is neither millennial and nor the earlier one either,
yeah.
right? We're somewhere in the cusp. Now, I think millennial is looking for a good balance. They know that there are more and many ways of earning their livelihood. Yeah, Yash is a chartered accountant. I'm sure the panelists have their own degrees, but our parents only knew a few things. I mean, I come from a place which is closer to Jhansi and known for, and a very backward area. The only thing that you know there is engineer, doctor, IAS, IPS. The world ends there. That's the career. Now, people don't even think about it in the larger cities, right? Who wants to become IAS? If you talk to people in Delhi or in Bombay, very few, right? Because they know that they have many other options now. So I think those many options which are there with millennials is making them not very bind to a job.
So I'll also pick it up from one perspective that a lot of time when so I'm also hitting 45, 48, and we always blame millennials that they are different, they don't carry the value system and all. But where are these millennials coming from? They are all coming from our houses, your house, my house, everywhere. So we should not blame them that they are not carrying the value. I think they are carrying all the values what we are carrying. They have more opportunities, and as an organization, if we can throw more opportunities for them, they will certainly stick around. So I think we should not expect them that they will still carry on with the same old style of things and still things are not happening and you want them to be there, waiting, be more patient, etc. That's not going to happen. So we have to have more engaging workforce, we have to have more work for them, more stuff what they want.
There's another interesting question that comes to my mind. See, typically, while the organizations, as somebody in the earlier discussion said, that we are going to work a little longer. So probably, if we go by what the gentleman said, we're going to work a little longer. So probably, the requirement of workforce might, actually come down, but that's not what, you guys are experiencing. You gentlemen are experiencing a more demand for people. Now, when the industry has a larger demand for people, how much do you think that the people who are about to join the industry, just because of this demand-supply gap, would actually look at upgrading themselves to suit the industry requirement? Or you see industry only taking that onus just because it needs more people of getting them and then making them right?
See, that's a false mindset. I'll say. A lot of interviews I do on a daily basis, and when a person comes to me, and if the first question if they ask is, sir, it's a 5-day working or a 7 days working, it's a 9 to 6 job or 10 to 5 job. Trust me, the more you grow in an organization, your responsibilities will increase. It's not a 9 to 5 or 5 days a week. It's 365 days, 24/7 job. You need to know how to manage your time. That's what work-life balance is. You need to manage the assigned work on a daily basis. There are more than 10 ways of delivering a single task. You just need to find out which is the best one, which saves your time and money, and I think that's how the function works.
If I can add to what he's saying, actually I can say that it's a mutual partnership role. When we go to campuses for PPTs, now we have just started traveling, so the common questions I get from the students is, sir, the interviews is still another month away. What can I do to upskill myself? What can I do to get selected for the interview? What is the company expecting from me? What should I do more other than what I've already studied in the past 4 years? That is the student's mindset. They are already thinking ahead.
That's an interesting question to have from youngsters.
Yes, definitely. And it's a very common, it's across region. And similarly, from the corporate point of view, we have also already made up the training plan. The moment they join us from day one, actually it starts the moment before they join us. The moment we give them the offer letter and the joining is still a month away or 3 weeks away, we keep them engaged with various surveys, some training programs, some activities to make them feel a part of the corporate culture, what they are about to get inside. To help them remove the butterflies, the tension, stress they may have. Like that.
Okay. Your take on the same, Ashish?
So I would see this twofold. One, I have to fill the vacant seat. Yeah. Second, I have to build leadership for the future. Yeah. And one of the earlier panelists did mention about how to breed leaders. I mean, not exactly these words, but I think that's where they were alluding to. We will need to see what I'm hiring for. If I have got someone to fill the seat, and then if the individual has ability to scale up in the future, I mean, of course, the organization needs to give the ecosystem or can provide the ecosystem.
Is he trainable or is he, developable? Is that what you want to say?
Trainability comes from your own self. Company cannot make you realize whether you want to train or get trained. I cannot spoon feed you. You have to realize it. Yeah, that I would want to do more, or is this something that I really want to do? Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I would look at Vajat. I'm sorry, I'm not really pinpointing you, but I really liked your speech. So no one told him to become a nail artist, or he made sculptures out of engine pieces. He thought, yeah, which came from here. If someone would have told him he was selling rugs on the road, people would have told him कि बेटा ऐसे नहीं ऐसे बेचो. Yeah, but then something came from within, and he thought, okay, this is what I want to do. So I can train if individual wants to get trained, right? I cannot make. I'm sorry, it may sound a little curt, but I cannot make a donkey run a derby.
Correct, and I think this is where this whole stuff of self-learning is also coming into place, wherein a lot of time people just sit tight and wait for company to come forward, ask them to learn and all that. But now things are changing. Companies will be like a facilitator who is providing you all the stuff what you need for learning, and then it's up to you. I mean, how fast you can move on in your career. So like that, I mean, so somewhere people have to own their careers and own their learning path as well.
Yeah, it's own initiative.
Yeah, so I think going by what the eminent panel here says, in case if we take charge of our own career as a prospective job seeker, or maybe as a current job seeker, and most importantly we get into that category of someone who can produce results, then I think what our eminent panel feels is there is actually no war. The right kind of people have more than what they want on hand, and at the same point in time the warlike situation is felt by people who probably do not belong to the category where you may not, the organizations do not see you as one who might be able to produce results. So yes, that's a tough situation, and maybe another point for we academicians here is to make sure that we start delivering a little more so as to this war situation converts to a peace. Is that what the panel at large feels?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Plus, bridging the gap. Yeah. So what is required on the ground when someone used a phrase called rubber touches the road. So when the individual hits the ground, what is that they would want to do? If we can preempt and assimilate that in our education system, will make people better employable.
Brilliant. So I'm sure, partners, I think this is an interesting stuff, and you gentlemen are going to listening to the eminent panelists as an individual speaker when they deliberate on their own given topic. But sirs, I'd like to say a thank you to you all for this panel discussion at least, because we are running a little behind on our schedule. So we break here for lunch. When we come back, you will hear from our eminent speakers their individual thought processes. But I'm sure one major point that comes out of it, out of this, panel discussion or this conclave, is for sure what, something like what Dushyant Kumar Sahab said, कि हो गई है पीर पर्वत से पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए. I'm sure अगर हम लोग टीचर्स भी यहाँ पर हैं, इंडस्ट्री वाले भी यहाँ पर हैं, और स्टूडेंट्स भी यहाँ पर हैं, I'm sure, through this amazing deliberation of what my friends here on the stage have, we all have a role to play. And maybe if we play our role sincerely, we'll have more individuals like Wajid Bhai here who are trying to do an amazing work. So for the time being, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to see you back again with your individual sessions.
Thank
Thanks
you.
Zitan. So partners, thank you so much. जैसा कि वाजिद भाई ने कहा, हिजरत तो आप सब लोग भी कर सकते थे, लेकिन आप लोगों ने हिजरत के मुकाबले यहाँ हजरात को सुनना ज्यादा पसंद किया. इस बात के लिए आपका शुक्रिया. मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आज के हमारे सत्र में लंच के अलावा भी और बहुत सारी इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें अभी बाकी हैं. इसलिए इसी उम्मीद के साथ कि आप जितनी तादाद में वापस जा रहे हैं, एटलीस्ट उतनी ही तादाद में लौट के फिर आएंगे. I want to, break for lunch. Thank you so much.
IPS Academy, with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of rupees 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity.
IPS Academy is one of the largest educational premises in central India, playing a major role to develop Indore as central India's most preferred educational center. Starting with a batch of just 26 students, now we're a family of over 1,600 students and alumni working all across the globe, reflecting impeccable work ethics to create the society a better place to live. Currently amongst the top 14 colleges of India, SOA aims to be in the top 5 architectural colleges in the near future. We offer about 120 seats for Bachelors of Architecture and 18 seats for Masters of Architecture. We are associated with IIA, IGBC, FSAI, NEPTIL and IIID amongst others. We have the state-of-art facilities at SOA. We have subscriptions of international journals, our well-furnished studios, the laboratory and workshops like model making lab, carpentry lab. Our construction yard is our prized possession. We have an exceptional student-faculty relationship at SOA. We believe in more than chalk and board approach of teaching, and we follow a very unique approach which involves informal discussions, tutorials, The Institute offers various UG and PG programs. UG programs are accredited by national and the outcome-based education mechanism as per Washington Accord.
Inculcating the research edge in our students, IPS Academy Institute of Engineering and Science has many laboratories equipped with the latest technologies containing equipments such as polariscope and 3D printing machine. Along with that, we have the state-of-art laboratories such as Heavy Structure Lab, Microfluidics Lab and Fire Technology Park, which is unique in state. To promote entrepreneurship among our students, we have Industry Institute Interaction Cell, MSME and IEDC Cell, aiming to fill the inevitable gap between academics and industry. The institute offers 2 new programs, BTech Honors and BTech with Minors. In BTech Honors, students earn extra credit for specialized subject of the same stream. For example, a student can get BTech in Civil Engineering with honors in Structural Engineering. And in BTech with Minor, students get the opportunity to minor in one of the other engineering streams as per his choice. For example, student gets BTech degree in Civil Engineering with minor in Safety Engineering, which will provide better higher studies and job prospects for our student. The autonomous status will also allow us to establish a research center in future, which will provide new wings to our faculties and students in the research field.
IPS Academy Institute of Business Management and Research is an integral part of IPS Academy group of institutions. This institute is established in the year 1994. We have completed almost more than 25 years in professional education, in imparting professional education. We are offering undergraduate level course, postgraduate level course and doctorate level program. At undergraduate level, we are offering BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BA Economic Honors program, and in postgraduate, core MBA program, that is MBA full-time, MBA International Business, MBA in Marketing Management, and MBA Financial Administration, along with the doctorate level program, that is PhD in Management and PhD in Economics.
Best College of Pharmacy, IPSA College of Pharmacy, was established in 1999 and is the first private college to start undergraduate and the postgraduate course in pharmacy in Indore region. Institute provides appropriate working conditions for staff and cohesive environment for students in a huge green campus. This is achieved by the formation of various committees which actively work for the betterment for students and staff. The various committees include Suraksha Samiti Committee, Anti-Ragging Committee, Anti-Ragging Squad and Women's Grievance Cell. More than 40 students of B.Pharm Semester 8 have been qualified in national level GPAT examination in last 5 years. The institute has many eminent faculties who has to produce their credit numerous international or national publication in a reputed journal, and also they have to credit various books. The College of Pharmacy has pledged itself to the pharmacy profession by staying committed to society through advancement of pharmacy education and research, to provide the best environment for sustained efforts in education, enhance institute-industry collaborations and interactive opportunities with top-class universities for professional developments and ethics. At the College of Pharmacy, we ardently believe in honest, ethical and integrative approach towards rational development in pharmacy, academics and research. The eminent faculty members also present the institute in various national and international seminar conferences as a resource person, chairperson as well as member of various committees. A good education should be followed by happy placement. IPS Academy College of Pharmacy has an independent placement cell devoted to cater to the job requirements of students. The institute has successfully placed maximum of its students every year with every increasing salary packages.
Institute of Hotel Management, IPS Academy, is a globally recognized institute. It operates two courses. One is the BBA Hotel Management and the second is the Bachelor of Hotel Management. Bachelor of Hotel Management is for 4 years. It has got double advantage. For 3 years, the students get training in the college, and for 1 year, they go to 5-star deluxe hotel for internship training. After the course, they get a bachelor degree certificate, plus they have got 1 year experience from the hotel. Mostly, the students, they get selected in the same hotel after getting 1 year training. For BBA Hotel Management, which is for 3 years, here the students get college extensive training in the college for 3 years first, then they go for training in the 5-star deluxe hotels. Here also the students have the full opportunity to get selected in the same hotel where they have got the training. Both these courses are affiliated to A grade Devi Ahilya University. This is the only institute in the private sector approved by Central Government of India, AICTE and Higher Education Madhya Pradesh, which is affiliated to Devi Ahilya University, Indore. The team of professors is well qualified, approved by the university, and have more than 20 years of experience in teaching and from the industry. Looking at the growth in the hospitality industry, both boys and girls have good opportunities in hotels, airlines, corporate marketing. They can own their own restaurant. They have good opportunities in malls, restaurants, railways, etc. The course develops positive attitude, communication skills, and personality required by the hospitality industry. 1 year short courses develop students in bakery and culinary art of cooking. The course provides 100% job opportunities to the graduates.
Education is not to reform students or amuse them or to make them expert. It is to unsettle their mind, widen their horizon, inflame their intellects and teach them to think straight. With this goal in mind, School of Computer was established in year 1995 with undergraduate program BCA affiliated to DAVV. Then it started its post-graduation program MCA affiliated to RGPV in year 1997. College is among the top 10 colleges situated in education hub of Madhya Pradesh. Computer is an essential part of life and new technologies are introduced every year to make life easier. The use of computer technologies is now common in all organizations, and this has created a huge demand of computer studies. Technical knowledge is essential to ensure the quality and professional benefits are accrued from the degree courses. Computer application is one such course that fulfills this demand. A School of Computers offers BCA with foundation course and MCA as a specialization degree. Mission of SOC to create professional and technologically enabled manpower for meeting the current and future demands of the industry and society, to foster research and development culture in close interaction with the computing and technology industry, promoting synergistic partnerships with the industry. Vision of SOC aims to be one of the premier institutes of the country dedicated to the creation, application, dissemination of knowledge, skills, spirit of competitive excellence, building up computing knowledge and skill as an essential component for futuristic work management.
Hello everyone and welcome to College of Commerce IPS Academy. College of Commerce IPS Academy has grown in stature over the years and remains the most sought after institution dedicated to trade and commerce education in the central India. Not only students are going to pursue and complete their BCom MCom degrees, but also gain great advantages from the academy due to its meticulous integration of innovative ways of teaching, learning and extracurricular activities. It provides technology-based integrated education in a streamlined and dynamic environment. Students are given an engaging platform to pilot their innovative ideas of entrepreneurship also. We have value-driven activities like short-term research projects, industry visits, industrial training, educational tour, training for placements and interviews, parents-teachers meeting, alumni meet, industry-institute interaction, etc. We have a team of well-qualified, dedicated and experienced faculty members who are experts in their domains. The curriculum strikes a perfect balance between theoretical knowledge and practical approach. We have 100% results since 1994. A dedicated centralized placement cell works throughout the year to aid the students' placement in renowned companies.
Law education has become the necessity of modern times. It provides many opportunities in the field of judiciary and litigation. College of Law IPS Academy, Indore, has several unique features along with many courses, making it one of the prestigious colleges in MP. College of Law in top private law college in Indore, it provides the best faculty and staff members for gaining practical knowledge and better placement prospects. In the present era of privatization and globalization, the study of law has become much demanding than before. Regular classes are held, encouraging the students to be engaged in it by providing their inputs, as well as acquire communication and interpersonal skills. Heavy emphasis is placed on the case method, role play, and syndicate method, as they are the most powerful tools of learning law and management.
Institute of Fashion Technology has set academic standards and excelled in thought leadership by providing a pool of creative genius and technical professionals. The institute provides a common platform for fashion education, research and training. Seeing industry demand, IFT has structured demanding and dynamic curriculum carefully put together in consultation with experts in the academic and the industry, and offers a combination of relevant academic content with a real world class business experience. IFT has high-tech state-of-art infrastructure. The most important USP of IFT is placement assistance and entrepreneurship development programs. The one who steps in IFT steps out with a sure establishment. We provide courses B Design Fashion Design, PG Diploma in Fashion and Marketing, Certificate in Fashion Designing. The student of IFT pursue career in fashion like fashion designer, visual merchandiser, fashion stylist, fashion illustrator, fashion merchandiser and many more. And we also organize several events throughout the year like fashion shows, exhibitions, internships, industry visits, workshops, trade tour, etc. The fashion and textile industry of India accounts for nearly 47% of Indian export. Nearly 1 lakh jobs are created every year in the fashion industry. The young and talented beauties are capturing international titles year after year. Indian designers are making their presence strongly felt into the global fashion scenario. So are you ready?
स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी। हम यहाँ पर सारे परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं और उन्हें डिग्रीज भी देते हैं। गायन, वादन, नृत्य और थिएटर, इन सभी विधाओं का प्रशिक्षण यहाँ दिया जाता है और जो गुरु इन सभी विधाओं में प्रशिक्षण देते हैं वे सभी अपने अपने स्तर पर भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व अलग अलग जगहों पर करते आ रहे हैं। सभी प्रोफेशनली अलग अलग स्टेज पर परफॉर्म भी करते आ रहे हैं। हम सभी का एक ही उद्देश्य है कि स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी से जो भी छात्र निकलें वो एक बहुत अच्छे परफॉर्मर्स हों और साथ ही साथ उनको इन सभी विषयों पर थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज भी बहुत अच्छा हो। यहाँ पर जो क्लास साइज है वो बहुत बड़ा ना होते हुए कम बच्चों के साथ हम एक एक क्लास करते हैं, जिससे कि पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट और पर्सनल ध्यान दे सकें उनके ऊपर, उनके इंटरेस्ट क्या क्या हैं, साथ ही साथ हम उनकी पर्सनालिटी पे भी ध्यान दे पाते हैं। तो इस तरह से हम स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में एक अच्छा परफॉर्मर जो कि हमारे भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व पूरे देश में करे उसको निकालने की कोशिश करते हैं।
स्कूल ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स IPS एकेडमी, जो कि राजा मानसिंह तोमर संगीत एवं कला विश्वविद्यालय ग्वालियर से संबद्धता प्राप्त है। ये मध्य प्रदेश शासन की एकमात्र म्यूजिक यूनिवर्सिटी है। हम लोग IPS एकेडमी में आफ्टर 12th ग्रेजुएशन कोर्स के लिए BPA कोर्स चलाते हैं, जो कि 4 साल का कोर्स है। इसमें विषय गायन, वादन, नृत्य तीनों विषयों में हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देते हैं। मास्टर्स के लिए MPA, मास्टर ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स, इसमें भी गायन, वादन, नृत्य तीनों ही विषय में हम प्रशिक्षण देते हैं। इंदौर शहर में पहली बार IPS एकेडमी ने ड्रामा एंड थिएटर को लेके एक कोर्स की शुरुआत की है, जो कि मान्यता प्राप्त यूनिवर्सिटी से संबद्धता प्राप्त है। इसमें प्रतिभाशाली कलाकारों को शैक्षणिक योग्यता का भी लाभ मिल सके।
Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for today. In fact, educators are respected everywhere. By gaining the BA degree, an aspiring educationist will be able to understand the finer nuances of teaching during the course of their BA program. A few advantages of graduating from the top private college of MP, that is IPS Academy, is that an aspiring educationist will have the expertise of the following techniques along with their BA degree. Inculcate the purpose of teaching as well as schooling with long-term benefits. The ability to understand the behavior of a child. Get the ability to develop an emotional balance between the students and themselves. Get idea on new methods of teaching, including the introduction of internet into the classroom. Through these techniques, it will be possible for educators to make, equip and prepare the learners for the world of future, affect the way they think and even enable them with life skills.
Welcome to the Travel and Tourism Department. Over the past few decades, domestic and international tourism has become a major economic activity in the world, as well as one of the fastest growing industry which require a professional outlook. The course offer the right amount of boost to your skills and knowledge in order to get ready for a successful career ahead in travel and tourism department.
Hello friends, this is Rajiv Shukla, Director, Career Management Group, Central Placement Cell, IPS Academy, Indore. As you all know, we are one of the largest placement cell as far as the infrastructure is concerned. IPS Academy has the longest list of blue chip companies coming to its campus. These companies come from every walk of life, every sector, and are national as well as international in nature. All the government area companies which also come to us. Now these companies include companies like ONGC, companies like Indian Oil, companies like GAIL, Gas Authority of India Limited, Reliance Industries Limited, L&T, banks like ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, consultings like Deloitte, Ernst & Young. Last but not the least, blue chip companies like Cipla, Lupin, Nestle, Asian Paints, Colgate Palmolive are all important part of our every year campuses. As far as these blue chips companies are concerned, our packages range from around 6 to 7 lakhs up till 33.6 lakhs, which gives a full spectrum of salaries or packages available to students. At IPS Academy, students are provided total career solutions for their lives. When they come in, they are counseled regarding their career choices, the kind of branches that they choose, the kind of specializations that they should do. They are given choices for their futures. They can opt for or target their most wanted companies. They are guided upon that. All those preparations go a long way when they choose their final companies or the final companies come to place them. So in IPS Academy, the college and the student go hand in hand towards nurturing the dreams and aspirations of each of the students. So welcome to IPS Academy.
We here at IPS Academy Jhabua mold the dream of every student in order to reach their destination. They have ambitions to achieve, personality to define, potential to believe in, and courage to change. We provide a positive environment, promising campus, full functional labs, large covered ground, and well-furnished library to learn and grow. To stay definite and to embrace it all.
चलो आज रोशनी को सपनों की उड़ान से जोड़ें। कुछ अधूरी ख्वाहिशें पूरी करें। तो कुछ खाली पन्नों पर हम हौसले भरें। चलो आज हवाओं पर कदमों के निशान छोड़ें। कुछ अनकहे इरादों को पूरा करें। तो कुछ गुजरती राहों पर हम मुस्कुराहटें भरें। चलो आज रोशनी को सपनों की उड़ान से जोड़ें।
After completing 25 successful years, IPS Academy Indore has now ventured rural belt of Ujjain, Devas, Indore with the objective of providing quality education to the students, optimally blended with latest technology, skills and knowledge and embedded into Indian culture and heritage. It provides education with the help of best of infrastructure, world-class classrooms, laboratories, library, sports and other facilities. In addition to intellectual development, IPS Academy also aims at the overall personality development of the students, including social, physical, cultural development.
IPS Academy, with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students, and top placements with the highest package of Rs 33 lakhs. To believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity.
IPS Academy is one of the largest educational premises in central India, playing a major role to develop Indore as Central India's most preferred educational center. Starting with a batch of just 26 students, now we're a family of over 1,600 students and alumni working all across the globe, reflecting impeccable work ethics to create the society a better place to live. Currently amongst the top 14 colleges of India, SOA aims to be in the top 5 architectural colleges in the near future. We offer about 120 seats for Bachelors of Architecture and 18 seats for Masters of Architecture. We are associated with IIA, IGBC, FSAI, NEPTEL and IIID amongst others. We have the state-of-art facilities at SOA. We have subscriptions of international journals, our well-furnished studios, the laboratory and workshops like model making lab, carpentry lab, our construction yard is our prized possession. We have an exceptional student-faculty relationship at SOA. We believe in more than chalk and board approach of teaching, and we follow a very unique approach which involves informal discussions, studios, critiques to nourish our students throughout the 5 years.
The Institute offers various UG and PG programs. UG programs are accredited by National Board of Accreditation under outcome-based education mechanism as per Washington Accord.
Inculcating the research edge in our students, IPS Academy Institute of Engineering and Science has many laboratories equipped with the latest technologies containing equipments such as polariscope and 3D printing machine. Along with that, we have the state-of-art laboratories such as Heavy Structure Lab, Microfluidics Lab, and Fire Technology Park, which is unique in state. To promote entrepreneurship among our students, we have Industry Institute Interaction Cell, MSME, and IEDC Cell, aiming to fill the inevitable gap between academics and industry. The institute offers 2 new programs, BTech Honors and BTech with Minors. In BTech Honors, students earn extra credit for specialized subject of the same stream. For example, a student can get BTech in Civil Engineering with honors in Structural Engineering. And in BTech with Minor, students get the opportunity to minor in one of the other engineering streams as per his choice. For example, student gets BTech degree in Civil Engineering with minor in Safety Engineering, which will provide better higher studies and job prospects for our student. The autonomous status will also allow us to establish a research center in future, which will provide new wings to our faculties and students in the research field.
IPS Academy Institute of Business Management and Research is an integral part of IPS Academy group of institutions. This institute is established in the year 1994. We have completed almost more than 25 years in professional education, in imparting professional education. We are offering undergraduate level course, postgraduate level course and doctorate level program. At undergraduate level, we are offering BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BA Economic Honors program, and in postgraduate, 4 MBA program, that is MBA full-time, MBA International Business, MBA in Marketing Management, and MBA Financial Administration, along with the doctorate level program, that is PhD in Management and PhD in Economics.
Best College of Pharmacy, IPSA College of Pharmacy, was established in 1999 and is the first private college to start undergraduate and the postgraduate course in pharmacy in Indore region. Institute provides appropriate working conditions for staff and cohesive environment for students in a huge green campus. This is achieved by the formation of various committees which actively work for the betterment for students and staff. The various committees include Suraksha Samiti Committee, Anti-Ragging Committee, Anti-Ragging Squad, and Women's Grievance Cell. More than 40 students of B.Pharm Semester 8 have been qualified in national level GPAT examination in last 5 years. The institute has many eminent faculties who has to possess their credit numerous international or national publication in a reputed journal, and also they have to credit various books. The College of Pharmacy has pledged itself to the pharmacy profession by staying committed to society through advancement of pharmacy education and research, to provide the best environment for sustained efforts in education, enhance institute-industry collaborations, and interactive opportunities with top-class universities for professional developments and ethics. At the College of Pharmacy, we ardently believe in honest, ethical, and integrative approach towards rational development in pharmacy, academics, and research. The eminent faculty members also present the institute in various national and international seminar conferences as a resource person, chairperson, as well as member of various committees. A good education should be followed by happy placement. IPS Academy College of Pharmacy has an independent placement cell devoted to cater to the job requirements of
मेहनत और जुनून से बनी इमारतों में, सीखने और समझने में, कुछ कर दिखाने के जज्बे को पूरा करने में मजा आता है। भूख से ज्यादा ऑर्डर करने में, लास्ट में पैसे कौन देगा ये डिसाइड करने में, और दोस्तों के साथ मस्ती भरे पल जीने में मजा आता है। क्लास में एक दूसरे के लिए सीट रोकने में, भरोसे से बना हर रिश्ता निभाने में, और जिंदगी में हिम्मत से आगे बढ़ते रहने में मजा आता है। सिस्टम पर प्रोग्रामिंग करने में, कुछ ना आने पर एक दूसरे को चुपके से बताने में, और टीचर के सामने सब कुछ आने की एक्टिंग करने में मजा आता है। दोस्तों के साथ गप्पे मारने में, हर दिन से 2 पल चुराने में, और दिल खोलकर हंसने में मजा आता है। खुद को हर दिन बेहतर बनाने में, उलझे रास्तों में मंजिल ढूंढने में, और सबको साथ लेकर चलने में मजा आता है। लाइफ की केमिस्ट्री को समझने में, हर दिन कुछ इनोवेटिव करने में, और छोटी छोटी गलतियों से कुछ नया सीखने में मजा आता है। सबके साथ वक्त बिताने में, सुकून भरी जिंदगी जीने में, और जो हमेशा याद रहे वो पल समेटने में मजा आता है। जिंदगी की हर फिक्र छोड़कर बस गोल करने में, एक दूसरे को चीयर करके आगे बढ़ने में, और छोटी छोटी खुशियां शेयर करने में मजा आता है। सब्जेक्ट्स छोड़ नॉवल पढ़ने में, बुक्स के पीछे छुपकर बात करने में, और जब मैम पकड़ ले तो दूसरों को ब्लेम करने में मजा आता है। मेस के टाइम का इंतजार करने में, एक दूसरे की प्लेट से लेकर खाने में, और करोड़ों टॉपिक्स छोड़कर सिर्फ एक दूसरे का मजाक उड़ाने में मजा आता है। जो दिल करे वो काम करने में, हर दिन की थकावट म्यूजिक से मिटाने में और खुशी से हर पल जीने में मजा आता है। जिंदगी के हर मोड़ के लिए तैयार होने में, हमेशा अपना बेस्ट देने में और अपना हर सपना पूरा करने में मजा आता है।
Hello friends, this is Rajiv Shukla, Director, Career Management Group, Central Placement Cell, IPS Academy, Indore. As you all know, we are one of the largest placement cell as far as the infrastructure is concerned. We are quite blessed with the state-of-art facilities and e-working, which gives us an edge over almost all our rival and competitors in and around Indore. IPS Academy has the longest list of blue chip companies coming to its campus. These companies come from every walk of life, every sector, and are national as well as international in nature. We have multinationals coming to us, we have other companies which are national companies that come to us. Then we also have all the government area companies which also come to us. Now these companies include companies like ONGC, companies like Indian Oil, companies like GAIL, Gas Authority of India Limited, Reliance Industries Limited, L&T, banks like ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, consultings like Deloitte, Ernst & Young. Last but not the least, blue chip companies like Cipla, Lupin, Nestle, Asian Paints, Colgate Palmolive are all important part of our every year campuses. As far as these blue chips companies are concerned, our packages range from around 6 to 7 lakhs up till 33.6 lakhs, which gives a full spectrum of salaries or packages available to students. Students can find their dreams, their life fulfillments, everything under one umbrella. At IPS Academy, students are provided total career solutions for their lives. When they come in, they are counseled regarding their career choices, the kind of branches that they choose, the kind of specializations that they should do. They are given choices for their futures. They can opt for or target their most wanted companies, how that preparation should be done. They are guided upon that. All those preparations go a long way when they choose their final companies or the final companies come to place them. So in IPS Academy, the college and the student go hand in hand towards nurturing the dreams and aspirations of each of the students. So welcome to IPS Academy.
When your journey starts, be ready to trust the magic of Greenland. Be ready to perceive the knowledge of your interest. Be ready to feel the immense happiness of college life. Come and discover the opportunities at IPS Academy with a family of 16 colleges, 76 courses, 500 faculty members, 10,000 plus students and top placements with the highest package of Rs 33 lakhs. to believe in the uniqueness that turns from I to identity. Admissions now open.
Institute of Fashion Technology has set academic standards and excelled in thought leadership by providing a pool of creative genius and technical professionals. The institute provides a common platform for fashion education, research and training. Seeing industry demand, IFT has structured demanding and dynamic curriculum carefully put together in consultation with experts in the academic and the industry, and offers a combination of relevant academic content with a real world-class business experience. IFT has high-tech state-of-art infrastructure. The most important USP of IFT is placement assistance and entrepreneurship development programs. The one who steps in IFT steps out with a short establishment. We provide courses BE Design Fashion Design, PG Diploma in Fashion and Marketing, Certificate in Fashion Designing. The student of IFT pursue career in fashion like fashion designer, visual merchandiser, fashion stylist, fashion illustrator, fashion merchandiser and many more. And we also organize several events throughout the year like fashion shows, exhibitions, internships, industry visits, workshops, trade tour, etc. The fashion and textile industry of India accounts for nearly 47% of Indian export. Nearly 1 lakh jobs are created every year in the fashion industry. The young and talented beauties are capturing international titles year after year. Indian designers
IPS Academy Institute of Business Management and Research is an integral part of IPS Academy group of institutions. This institute is established in the year 1994. We have completed almost more than 25 years in professional education, in imparting professional education. We are offering undergraduate level course, postgraduate level course and doctorate level program. At undergraduate level, we are offering BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BA Economic Honours program, and in postgraduate core MBA program, that is MBA full-time, MBA International Business, MBA in Marketing Management and MBA Financial Administration, along with the doctorate level program, that is PhD in Management and PhD in Economics. To bridge the gap between academia and industry, we have signed MOU with National Stock Exchange Academy and SE Academy. And as these value-added programs, these are incorporated in such a way that artificial intelligence and machine learning play an important role while planning a professional career of our students. IPS has always advocated for a strong industry-academia interface and associations. It provides a live platform which gives students and cutting edge to empowered and charged to deliver as cutting-edge technocrats and dynamic managers. We have a full-fledged industry-academia interface cell. We have a sports facility. The institute strongly believes in all-round development of these students. Therefore, it provides for and organize a number of indoor as well as outdoor sports activities, such as swimming, football, cricket, horse riding, table tennis, etc. This not only helps in refreshment, but also instills energy into these students and help them develop a sharp mind. The vision of Institute of Business Management and Research IPS Academy aims to be a top management business school. It also aims to be a global business school striving for academic and professional excellence in India and world. The mission is to shape up innovative and socially responsible leader who are capable of managing change in a competitive environment and can fulfill the current and future demands of industry. Achievements of the institute: only institute in MP to be ranked in the rank band 76 to 100 by Ministry of Human Resource Development in the National Ranking Framework. Ranked in top 100 by Ministry of MHRD in the National Ranking Framework for 4 consecutive years. Ranked in top 50 institute in India by leading business magazines. IPS Academy is a NAC accredited and ISO certified institute. Awarded second rank in Indore by All India Management Association. Ranked A category college as per Business India survey. First and only private management institute from MP to be placed in National Ranking Framework by Ministry of Human Resource Development for 4 consecutive years. Most of the best placement in Central India. Approved Management and Economics PhD Research Center. As our alumni base is concerned, it's more than 10,000.
पेज मिसिंग है, मुझे वो टॉप शो वाले क्वेश्चंस का पेज चाहिए.
Are you all done with calling up your friends? Already done. So we are moving towards the part 2 of our event. Just give it last shot. Get some lucky people back into the hall, because I'm sure those of them who are not going to be here are going to be missing out on something very interesting. Thank you so much. I see a lady seriously doing it.
Hello, hello.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We begin our round 2. You just heard our eminent panelists discuss about an interesting topic of, from war for talent to war for retention. I'm sure, before the break, you heard them into a team of, or into a panel. This is time to hear their views individually. And with, this being the first session post-lunch, I'm sure, other than my speakers, you all are also a little high on energy. So I want you to put your hands together for Mr. Shubham Tripathi, HR Lead, Campus Hiring for Z Media. Shubham ji, are you here? Okay, so Shubham is also yet to come. Maybe, cool. Then we move over to Ashish ji. Can you please, enlighten us on your topic, the new talent mantra. I think, partners, I told Ashish ji in the break, and that was, it was an honest, straight from the heart stuff, that after a long time in a conference, I've heard somebody who speaks directly from the heart. And when a speaker speaks directly from the heart, I think, your claps should also be sent directly from hearts to this amazing young speaker out here. Over to you, Ashish ji.
Thank you. Well, it's tough to
to actually think on rethinking the overall talent strategy. We have to go with the flow. Yeah, that's what my first view is. I've joined a company. Let me start from there. I've joined a company a few years back, where my boss was a very, very nice guy, gentle, a typical HR that you can think of. And I had come from a very different background to this organization. So I asked him, sir, what is the corporate philosophy that you have? He summarized the company's culture in one line. He said, we believe in 2 punch, 1 lunch. Do you understand that?
I think that punch got lost because we've just come back from lunch.
So he said 2 punches and you get 1 lunch. So you punch in the morning, you punch in the evening, you get 1 lunch free at the office. That was the philosophy of the company. So from there, now we are remote. We don't go to office at all. We don't punch anymore. Yeah? When we don't punch anymore, the entire talent strategy needs to also change, along with the organizational philosophies too. So we need to see where are we going from here. Yeah, because COVID, post-COVID and COVID, I hope it is post-COVID now, COVID actually taught us that we can work, we can still deliver on our job, on our respective KRAs when we are not at office. Yeah, we have come a long way in 2 years. I think we adapted really well, and COVID taught us that humans can still adapt. Yeah, Sir Charles Darwin was still right, is still right. So we adapted quite fast. We built technologies around us. We were able to see, we were still able to reach to the people that we would want to. We were still able to do our team meetings. We were still able to talk to our clients and anywhere in the world. People, I think one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, either you are working from India, you work from Goa, you work from some other part in India, or you work from Vancouver. Yeah, your work gets done now. The boundaries have diminished. Now to make that, the interesting piece is that we learned this in a more reactive fashion. We were not prepared. The beauty is when we are not prepared, we learn faster. Yeah, because we would want to adapt to the change. It is point of existence. Somewhere when we're thinking of the talent now from here, or the overall organization setup from here now onwards, we would need to see the organizations don't really need to bring everyone back to the office. The HR leaders here in this room may already be thinking how we can design the entire organization now, or rather redesign the organization now. How are we going to make the roles which are required to be present in the office? So for example, a bank cashier cannot work from remote. A bank cashier has to be in the office. Yeah. Whereas can the operations guy in the bank can work remote? So we need to sort of rethink, redesign the entire org structure, the entire KRAs or the KPIs that we want each one to deliver upon. Yeah, so it's a tough job for HR guys. I see that if we have to sit with lenses, look at KPIs, build a different career ladders for people, for our employees, and be able to sort of chalk out those jobs. That's one. Second challenge I see, which is in front of us already, where how are we able to upskill people or show them that they stick on to the company, right? What can we do, both hire and maintain them in the organization? So that's another piece where the entire corporate fraternity is muddling upon. Hiring is still okay. how can you retain the talent? How do you get what do you want out of that talent? Yeah, and talent still keeps happy. I think gone are those days when we would want people to stay for 10 years with a company. People are happy if you have a 3-year shelf life. Let's define that shelf life. Let's define your KRA, and voila, it's done, right? If you're not there after 2 years, 3 years time, it's okay. Yeah, you can move on, find a different pasture for yourself, and someone is going to fill your shoes. So these are the points which at least I was thinking that what do we need to do, or how we need to prepare ourselves for this post-COVID era thing. I mean, of course, tech is enabling us. There is a lot of technology which is coming in every sphere. You will see, we have seen Zoom, we have seen a lot of other technologies, but folks in HR would know the number of HR techs have come in the last two years is enormous, right? You will have tech startup everywhere, HR tech startup everywhere. So two industries, fintech, HR tech is now flooded. What will survive, we don't know, but of course it is going to give us a solution. Give us, I'm hoping it should give us a solution where we are able to tie the gap of talent, the gap of career together for the individuals. That's what it is. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
I'd like to again invite Rajiv sir to give a memento to our speaker for the first post-lunch session, Ashish ji. Hand in. Can we have one more round of applause for our speaker, my dear friends? You know what? श्रोता ऑडियंस के लिए हिंदी वाला एक शब्द है ना? और इस श्रोता शब्द में एक आधा र है. अगर ये आधा र हटा दिया जाए तो श्रोता और सोता में बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं बचेगा साथियों. तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोग एक बार अपनी जागृत अवस्था का परिचय देते हुए तालियां जोर शोर से बजाते रहिए, क्योंकि अभी आप हमारे उस दोस्त को भी सुनने वाले हैं जिन्होंने यहां पर बहुत दिलचस्प बात कही थी कि इट इज नॉट अबाउट द हेड काउंट्स, इट इज अबाउट द हार्ट काउंट्स. सो प्रूव हिम राइट एंड टेल हिम दैट यू आर हियर, यू नो, मे नॉट हैव इनफ हेड काउंट बट इनफ हार्ट काउंट फॉर श्योर. Thank you so much, Ashish ji. Thank you, Rajiv sir. And partners, you know what? Couple of some 4-5 years back, I was attending one conference here at Brilliant Convention Center. Again, it was probably a national HRD conference or something of the sorts. And I found that the number of audience started depleting. So while I was speaking to the organizers, I asked them that, is there anything that can be done for making the conferences a little more interesting? And I know leaders are the people who have the courage to do something which is unorthodox. And I would like you to put your hands together for Mr. Dharmendra Jain for what he consented to do something very unorthodox. Dharmendra sir ने मुझे ब्रेक में कहा कि अंबर लोग बहुत बोर हो रहे हैं तो मैं नहीं चाहता हूं कि मैं वहां पर सोफे पे बैठ के बात करूं. यार, I want to talk to my audience from heart to heart. So I want a round of applause should come from you, amazing audience, for this one amazing leader, Mr. Dharmendra Jain. And because they say that, when you rub shoulders with right people, you also get the courage. So let me also walk out or walk away from this podium and have a word with sir. उन सीढ़ियों पे बैठ के, क्योंकि साहब मैंने ऐसे सुना है कि किसी भी मंच पर जाने के लिए मुश्किल से 3 सीढ़ियां होती हैं, लेकिन कई सारे लोगों की जिंदगी बीत जाती है पहली सफ से मंच पे आने के लिए. तो उन 3 सीढ़ियों पर बैठकर आप लोगों से
थोड़ा यंग लगने चाहिए इसलिए. Thank you, Amber.
Pleasure. So partners, I mean, for me, this is a great opportunity to talk to a gentleman who also happens to be the Chief Human Resource Officer. और साथ ही साथ एक बड़ा rare combination है that he also happens to be a chartered accountant. Sir, I'm a trainer and also, an HR professional. There's something very interesting that I've always encountered during my industry days and even today. I mean, a lot of what HR does is something which cannot be directly, put on the balance sheet. You can't actually immediately work out an ROI. So I'm sure, in case if you are HR people, give me a roar. Do you feel that, HR is something which immediately cannot be seen onto the balance sheet? It might take a bit of time. So we have a person who is a perfect integration of HR and finance both. So the first question to you is, before we go to your journey, Dharmendra sir, how do you balance these two roles of a finance guy plus a human resource professional, where probably getting the numbers very concrete is not all that easy?
तो जैसा हमने decide किया था, we'll talk in Hindi and English both so that we can connect with a lot more people. People in first 2 rows are already knowing everything, so we don't need to tell them anything. So basically, I'm a chartered accountant, as you said, and I started my journey here and as a finance professional, and I was taking care of all the finance stuff, everything. I had this bad habit कि जो भी काम आता है मुझे लेना है, So at that time when HR was transforming in Yash, I thought I should do it, And thanks to a great team I've been able to build over the time, so I'm always eager to take more and more. And that's the reason when HR was transforming, I took HR as well. How I am able to balance is, again, when it is people, as people say that when I learned HR, I am not HR qualified, MBA HR from some big college, but I always take decision with my heart when it is about people, and when it is about money, so then it's my brain, somewhere. Heart does not mean that it's just being emotional, but I can understand the human behavior and psychology very well, and I can balance my money. I can put the monies in the right priorities. I know that this is something is the right way to do, and somehow, fortunately, I've been successful in doing that. So that's how it has been, and I can quote few examples. But one interesting stuff is that these days we are also seeing that whole talent management is data-driven. And HR is not just about managing people, but also if you look at the bigger picture, then certainly you need to be very strong on your data and analytics. So that even as we are talking about attrition and all that stuff, if you have a very good grip on the data, you can look at the data in a very nice way. And then you can accordingly decide your way forward, how do you plan the retention strategy and other stuff. And that has been really helpful in my entire journey. I'll also quote one emotional example here. When I'm handling this finance and HR both, I'm more into the design of different benefits. So when we were designing a benefit, we were told in 2010 that there is a lot of stress and people are burning out, and we should have something around fun, and that's where we introduced a very specific wing called celebration. And then we celebrate everything apart from all the festivals, but we also celebrate birthdays, anniversaries, service completion, childbirth, marriage, not many other stuff. And I was given a certain budget, and I wanted to balance it out properly. And what I did is I kept certain, it was not important to give a very expensive gift to people, but it is more important that you made them feel special on those days. So if you complete 1 year with a company, I'm sure you would want that to be celebrated by your colleague, And that's what we did. We created a number 1 memento and things like that. But what we also did is that anybody who completes 5 years with the company, they get a gold coin. And then they get it every 3 years. And I was talking in the last ceremony to one of our office boys who may not be getting a big money, but when I told him what he will be doing with all these gold coins, and he said, my daughter is going to get married after 10 years and I'm going to use these 7-8 gold coins for her. So that was really emotional, but we thought, I think we could balance it properly.
Come on, partners, if you want to clap, you can do it wholeheartedly. Don't be miser.
So there are many such examples. I mean, everywhere it counts. Like when we were designing our personal accident policy, we thought if something happens to our people, then at least their family should not suffer and they should not compromise on their lifestyle. And that's how we put the limit in such a way that even if something happens, they should be getting enough money for next 5-7 years to continue and settle in their life. So that's all thing which helps me. But overall, from the overall strategic perspective, yes, it helps in terms of looking at the data in different way, communicating with my team, my colleague is here. So, and then implement some of those things.
Cool, that was interesting. You know, I mean, not being atrocious to chartered accountants, but I always believe chartered accountants are more keen on numbers rather than emotions. Here we have somebody who talks about emotion. So out of the two roles, that of a man from finance and a man from HR, what do you find close to your heart and why?
Certainly HR, and if you look at my 100% time, like right now I manage, apart from HR finance, I also manage the entire, we call it facilities in procurement, which is entire administration and procurement, legal, travel, visa, all these functions reports to me. But the most interesting is certainly HR, because again, it's all about human, and I connect with people very well. So that's how it is.
Okay. I think during these turbulent times, I've heard that Yash Technology happens to be one of the organizations who, handled these tough times exceedingly well. The company took great care of its people and all. I'd like to know a few things about what were the initiatives taken by Yash Technologies, and obviously, as an individual by you, in order to make sure that, these turbulent times are not really seen, or they're not perceived वो उतने बुरे ना लगे, उतने मुश्किल ना लगे जितने कि वो थे.
तो वहाँ हमारे लिए बहुत क्लियर मैंडेट था जब लॉकडाउन हो रहा था और हमें ग्राउंड से फीलर आ रहे थे कि अब लॉकडाउन हो सकता है, और हमारे लिए बहुत क्लियर मैंडेट था कि बिजनेस तो हो ही जाएगा. इफ़ यू टेक केयर ऑफ़ योर पीपल, पीपल विल टेक केयर ऑफ़ योर बिजनेस. सो इट वॉज वेरी क्लियर मैंडेट, मेक श्योर दैट एवरीबडी सेटल डाउन वेल, they are good, their families are well. We created a team. In fact, आज 5-6 हज़ार लोगों की जनता के साथ आप जब मैनेज करते हो तो एक साथ कैसे कनेक्ट करोगे. और फिर भी हमारा मिशन था कि हम 5 दिन में सबसे कनेक्ट कर पाएँ. तो हमने जो हमारे यहाँ स्ट्रक्चर है, हर बंदे को एक IRM को रिपोर्ट करता है वो, तो मैनेजर के पास 10, 15, 20, 25 बंदे होते हैं और सबको ये मैंडेट था कि आपको 2-3 दिन में सबसे बात करनी है. Whatever they need needs to be done. And this is where the whole foundation and your whole loyalty, you're building the right winning teams helps, कि जहाँ पे somebody has to sacrifice. When there was a fear and people were just being scared, sitting, locking their doors and everything, there were people on the ground who were working. We have instances where our cab drivers travel 200-250 kilometers to deliver a single laptop, just to make sure that our customer commitments are met, our business is not suffering. At the same time, people were the first priority. So we did everything, right from a lot of CSR, right from doing what all other companies have done, but we are very sensitive to detailing when it comes. For example, one of our guy was here in Mayur Hospital. He was COVID positive. We know that he has his wife. There is nobody else to take care of him. Wife is already busy in taking care of him. We've deputed a dedicated guy to take care of them in terms of fruits, vegetables, food packets, medicine. If something is not available, our people will courier from Hyderabad to Indore by air cargo and things will be delivered. So these were the time when you have to take care of your people. If you don't do it, then you will never do it. So those genuinity, those authenticity, those intentions were very clearly demonstrated.
And I think people feel that.
I think people feel that, and that really helped us in this bad time.
There's one more thing that defines organizations. There's one more thing that defines organizations in terms of what they eventually become. जिसे हम लोग कल्चर कहते हैं. एक HR लीडर के तौर पे मुझे आपसे जानने की इच्छा है कि HR कितना बड़ा और क्या स्पेसिफिक रोल प्ले कर सकता है कल्चर बिल्डिंग के लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की.
आई थिंक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले कर सकता है, और कल्चर की इम्पोर्टेंस इसलिए भी ज़्यादा है, जैसा इफ यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड दैट पीपल कैन पोच योर पीपल your competition, people can copy your products, but nobody can copy your culture. So somewhere culture is very, very important, and culture is something which always becomes your competitive edge. And for us also it has been like that. And HR is certainly a good enabler. I would not say HR can own the full accountability for that, but HR becomes an enabler, facilitate the whole thing, drive some of those things. Like we have been part of it. Like every year we target that this year, this is something what we need to drive as a culture, and then we create our whole initiations, different programs, initiatives around that.
What would be top 3 things which you would like to be part of your culture at any organization? Maybe it's just technology right now. If there's anything else that you create,
so
culture को कौन सी 3 चीजें define करेंगे?
So the first and foremost is, I think it's a one big family. So that's something which we very categorically mention everywhere, that it's a family of, we are growing, we started with 50 people, today we are 8,000 people, but it's one big family. So, and how it happens is, as I said, COVID example, in same way, if anything happens and something which is not falling in the policy, but we feel it is important, things are done in no time, you know. So that's again something which are important. We make sure that people are happy, their families are happy. During the COVID, even we went to the extent where we covered their extended families too, to make sure that they are happy. So loved ones, what the term which was used at that time. So that's number one. Number two, again, I will say that open door policy. So if somebody has to reach to me or even our CEO Manoj, it's so easy to do. I mean, it's very, very easy, and there will be a guaranteed response, there will be quick response. So that's also something which happens all the time. I mean, today also, every week we get 1 or 2 emails wherein, you know, we get to know that somebody has raised something there and we need to address that. So that's again very, very important part of our culture. And third is, which we always claim, is togetherness. Whatever it is, we are all together, we are all in it together, as we say. So that's something which we are always proud of, and we say that, you know, whatever happens, we are together.
You said openness, so let me you know, practice something that Dharmenji said right now. Does my audience have any question to be asked to the gentleman out here? Any questions from your side, partners? I mean, I have had my set of questions. I still have a couple of questions, but just because I thought, let me give you people also an opportunity to be asking a question to the gentleman, if you have some.
Specifically, our young guys there.
Any questions, anyone? No, speakers are also allowed.
Yeah, sure.
And it got triggered because, you know, so there are ambidextrous organizations, and these ambidextrous organizations are the one which keep focus on here and now as well as then and there. So they invest and they harvest together, you know. So investment is for future, harvesting is here and now. Similarly, there are ambidextrous people, somebody who has left brain, right brain, thinking, feeling, right? You are somebody who's playing an ambidextrous role. One side is number, another side is emotions, right? How do you deal with this conflict, perpetual conflict, which role throws you at, right? Because your role is throwing you to contrary, I don't know if it's a complementing or contrary, but role looks like an ambidextrous role. So how do you manage and resolve your own conflict or certain biases which you go through because of the role which you're playing, right? Am I clear in my question? Okay.
So I think you answered it. It's not contradictory, but it's complementary. So as I quoted a few examples, whenever these things have to be done in a company, and if there are 2 different heads who have to work together and make sure things happen faster, it never happens. They always have to go through certain processes, then somebody has to justify something to somebody, and then things take its own toll. And that's the only reason that with both the heads put together, it's much easier for me from the perspective of getting it done. From relating the investment, the ROI, if I'm investing some money into this. See, in IT services business, it's all about people. 80% of my cost is people. Remaining 20% I can invest in office rent, to a lot of other fixed structure, etc. But 80% is people. So it's all about people, and that's the reason it's so easy for me to get the ROI out and understand whether is it worth doing or not. So it's never contradictory, it's always complementary for me. And I'm not the rare example, to be honest. I think we have TV Mohandas Pai, who was CHRO and CFO of Infosys long back, and he really worked hard. He's a renowned personality in India. So I think for all consulting and service business, it's easy for HR accountant or a finance guy. And even today, HR needs to know a lot more finance than just HR, if they really want to go up in the ladder and manage a bigger portfolio.
I think yes, if you go to a lot of Birla organizations, also their human resource management teams or other teams.
No, there are formal data science courses being done for senior HR professionals by large companies. So, I mean, nothing surprising for me. I think we are more closer than expected. So as I said, that my bad habit, the more you give, the more you get. So that's how I started taking more work, and that's how I have grown here. So that's one message. Overall message, if you want to cover, I think this could be end of your education, but this is not end of your learning. So you should keep learning every day, whenever possible, but don't stop your learning. And learning is, in our time, learning was very, very limited. We had very limited resources. In fact, I had never seen this kind of auditorium while I was in college. So you have more opportunities to learn, and not just limited to your books. I think you have more other avenues, but more importantly, create a team of like-minded people so that you can brainstorm, you can learn from each other. That's how it is.
Thank you so much, sir. I think borrowing your mantra, ladies and gentlemen, the more you give, the more you will receive. So the more claps you give, I'm sure more claps you're going to receive in your life.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dharmendra sir. Thanks a ton. And again, going by the same philosophy, Madam Tapti Roy, I'd like to invite you to give one more memento here. The more you give, more you receive, I'm sure. Sir, I'd invite you to on stage, please. Can we have a round of applause for our guests, please? Thank you, Dharmendra sir. Thanks a ton. You know, I said leaders are the people who have the courage to do some difficult things. At the same point in time, I think leaders are the one who have the ability to do a bit of sacrifice as well. So, you know, because we were running behind this schedule, one of our speakers, Mr. Shubham Tripathi, sacrificed his slot, and he, chose to grant that little bit of time to us. So you might not be able to, listen to Shubham. But the next gentleman that I'd like to invite here is Mr. Sugata Sen, the head of campus recruitment for Hexaway. And Mr. Sen is going to talk to us about broadening the talent acquisition mode. So, Sugata sir, I invite you here on the stage. Please give a big round of applause to our speaker of the second panel.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Talent acquisition is a very funny word for me. When I was doing my MBA, there was only two MBAs you can do, either MBA Marketing or MBA Finance. And I did not want to do MBA Finance, so I had to do MBA Marketing. So then I was very happy I did MBA Marketing. Then I was told, Marketing is different, sales is different. Okay, so then I got confused. What is the difference between marketing and sales? Then one said, marketing is the end to of sales. It went over my head. I don't know how to understand. Now I become HR. Now I am told talent acquisition is different, recruitment is different. Again, I went back to my books. I spoke to my professor, sir, ये क्या बोल रहे हैं मुझे आपने तो बताया नहीं था ऐसे मैंने मैं रिक्रूटमेंट के ऊपर मैं एक कोर्स करता मैं टैलेंट एक्विजिशन के ऊपर क्यों कोर्स किया Then he said, no, it's the way of thinking, it's how you look at it. For those of you who do not know, recruitment is basically filling up a position. And talent acquisition is basically hiring a person for that role for the long-term prospect. So now I understood and I said, fine, let us do that. So the biggest lesson I learned from here, that is talent acquisition, recruitment, whatever the terms we use it here, one common denominator is change management. Whatever we have learned 5 years, 2 years, even 3 years or 10 years down the line, it is not going to be the same here. And it may not be the same, what I'm learning now may not be the same after 2 to 3 years down the line. So we should always have an open mind, open heart, and whatever is coming to us, learn. Take it up, get your own color to it, and build a story or build yourself around it. I will give you one example. 99% of us are afraid of change, right? We have built a comfort zone. We don't want to move to a new city. We don't want to move to a new place. Until unless it's an on-site role. We don't want to, go to a new company until unless we know somebody there. So we are afraid of change. But if you are able to embrace what we are afraid of, it will be a great success. I'll give you one small example, and I realized it after 14 years. I saw with my own experience. Day before yesterday, I was in Coimbatore, and then it hit me what we did in 2008. It has come back after so many years. So 2008-9, I was honored to work with the government of India for this e-governance project. So we launched this Aadhaar, your MCA 21, state e-mission, on the online services. So there was one project called MCA 21, where all the land records of the country are digitized, and it is available in an app. And anybody, all the farmers, all the rural people, they can access that app. They can get the records updated. They can get the ownership details, everything on a push of the button. But that time in 2008-9, the major focus was on the launch of the Aadhaar program. And so I was told by the superior that Saugata put this program into phase 2. We had 27 projects. I was told to put this program into phase 2 and focus more on the Aadhaar launch. And 2008-9, there was no smartphone. And the mobile penetration in the rural villages were very low. So they had valid points, but then I said, no, the end result is good. We are helping our rural people. Let us go ahead with it. So we launched this program. Initial 2 to 3 years, they rightly said, there were low mobile penetration. Smartphone was not there. It was low. But I did not realize what is the importance of those. When I went to this campus in Coimbatore recently, 70% of the students, Monday to Friday, they come to colleges, and Saturday, Sunday, they work in the farm. They're basically son of farmers and daily wage earners. A student came to me and said, sir, my father passed away due to COVID in 2021, and my uncle tried to take away our land, small half acre of land. And because my mom was illiterate, I don't know from where to get all that. Then I was told this MCA 21 site, we got this project. He was not knowing that I was related to that. He was just telling me when I asked him what are the challenges you have faced. Then he said, I got the land record, I updated it, and now I can keep the land with us. Then I realized what people were thinking, it's a challenge, let it go, don't push it. Actually, it helped somebody. So my only point, okay, I am told कि मेरा चेहरे में मुखमंडल में लाइट नहीं आ रही है, रोशनी नहीं आ रही है. आ रही है? अच्छा, संतूर. So मैंने नहीं किया. So the challenge is that I always say that when the going gets tough, tough gets going, right? If we come to a wall, many times we'll come to a wall in your life. We should not turn around. We should push the wall and go beyond. Okay. There have been many cases where people have said, sir, I did not got this job, or my roommate got this 10 lakhs offer, I did not got this offer. My parents have invested so much of me, I let down my parents and all that. And for your information, I was also with ICFI Hyderabad into corporate relations, so I've seen this side of the industry also. And I have to tell them, don't worry, there's something good for you. There's also something for you. And incidentally, that guy got the highest offer in the campus after 3 days. And then he said, sir, you are right. I was, Bikar I was getting disillusions and depressed and all that. So there is always something good around the corner. They think that there is always, end of the tunnel, there is a light. And if you don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, what does it mean? If you don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, what should you do? It's a gufa, it's a cave, come out. So we should know. See, there is something called a gut feeling. I ask students 70% of the time, why are you here when I take interviews? They say, I am here because I am so-and-so, I want to achieve so-and-so, and all the stories, ratta-five stories. Then I said, fine, but why have you done your MBA, or why have you done your civil engineering or mechanical engineering? Usually the common answers I get, I wanted to go for computer science, I did not got computer science, the next best was electrical, so I took electrical. Or my father is an electrical engineer, he wanted me to do electrical engineering. Or my uncle and so, or my friend said, go for mechanical, that's good. Everybody has given him gyan, he had not used his own mind. He has come for a job, he has got the engineering certificate, he's got a degree paper, but he's not sure what he's going to do with it. So that is where we tell them that if I hire you right now, I'm helping you for the next 1 or 2 years, but after 5 years, you're going to blame me. That why did I do this to you? So it's better I let go of you now and show you the right path. So there have been many such cases where the students have gone away and then they got a job as per their own liking in the industry. So there is a saying that if you love what you do, you will never have to work for the rest of your life. With that, I close my speech. Thank you.
That was one interesting thing, एक नूरानी चेहरे पे नूर की कमी कैमरे को दिख रही थी, पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों, but I find my speaker to be, one of the most handsome, charming looking gentlemen out here. Can you give it up once again for Mr. Sugata Sen, please? One brilliant, learning that I have had. Recruitment is maybe just filling up a vacancy, whereas talent acquisition is getting the right person to build a career. Absolutely brilliant, sir. So nice of you. I'd like to invite Madam Nidhi Jain, Executive Member of the Management Committee, IPS Academy, to hand over. Nidhi ma'am, we'd like to have you hand over a memento to our guest. Please give a big round of applause to the new person handing over this memento to our guest. Can it get louder, my dear friends? Thank you so much. So partners, the next in the series is yet another panel discussion that we're going to have here. The first panel discussion that we had was about Talent Strategies 2030. The second panel discussion that we have had, it was about a war for talent to a war for retention. The third one that we're going to have here, the theme for this panel discussion is employee engagement and experience. The kind of experience that as a human resource team you're supposed to be creating for your employees. To be part of this eminent panel, I'd first like to invite on stage Mr. Mayur Satyavrat, Chief Talent Officer of Adani Port Holdings. Can we have Mayur sir's AV played, please?
Mr. Mayur Satyavrat, Chief Talent Officer, Adani Airport Holdings. Compassionate HR, learning, OD talent management, leadership development and change management professional, and a senior leadership coach with over 21 years of contribution in co-creating, articulating and executing human capital and capability building, which has resulted in sustainable growth and excellence across wide-ranging industries. He enjoys institution building and has spent close to a couple of decades co-creating successful organizations like Viacom 18, RBL Banks, MOSL, Tata AIG, MetLife and Amway from the very early stage of their inception or growth. He is a visiting faculty to many prestigious institutions and on the advisory board. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Mayur sir, for coming in. The second gentleman that I'd like to invite here on the panel is Mr. Anand Dhruv, the Associate Director HR NTT. Can you give it up for Mr. Anand Dhruv, please? Can we have his AV?
Mr. Anand Dhruv, Associate Director HR NTT, an outwardly human resource professional with over 20 plus years of experience. He currently heads the talent management vertical with NTT India, and his last few assignments were with Lux Media as Group CHRO. Training had with Intelnet Global, now Serco, and Mukund Limited, that is a Bajaj Group company. He was past president of HR Infotech Association, Mumbai chapter and NHRD Navi Mumbai chapter, and is currently the executive trustee with HR Infotech Association. He is also actively involved with multiple HR forums and associations in India and overseas. He was also an industry assessor for Directorate General for Employment and Training, Government of India in the past. He has been awarded multiple accolades. His recent award was the Excellence in Leadership in HR by the World HRD Congress. He has been felicitated with the HR Excellence Award by World Education Summit, 101 Top HR Minds by World HRD Congress. We welcome you, sir.
I think that calls for a round of applause. The next eminent panelist that I would like to invite here is Lieutenant Sandhya Suri. She's a change enabler, a TEDx speaker, a mentor, and a consultant. Can we have the AV, please? I think the applause is being so
Lieutenant
weak, so
Sandhya
weak.
Suri is a change enabler, mentor, a 3 times TEDx speaker, and a consultant. Her experience are diverse in human capital management, logistics, sales, marketing, branding, customer service, and operations. She has recently been awarded Best Learning and Development Leader of the Year 2022. Her prior awards include the Women of Worth Award 2019 by Pinky Shee Foundation, Inspiring Women of the Year 2020 Award by ASSOCHAM, that stands for Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, 40 over 40 Award 2020 by She People TV, Fight Corona Global Samaritan Appreciation Certificate by Asian News Channel. She is co-authored the military politico fiction Tryst with Destiny Abhikarma, a published international poet, a Pushcart Prize 2020 nominee and featured poet at the Rio Grande Valley Poetry Festival 2021. We welcome you, ma'am.
The next on our eminent panel is Mr. Ashish Shah, AVP HR Matrix Comsec. We welcome you, Ashish ji. Can we have the AV, please?
Mr. Ashish Shah, AVP HR Matrix Comsec. He is passionate about human resource development and business growth and has a proven track record of developing diverse businesses and their human resource needs from scratch. He comes with 16 years of experience in talent acquisition, talent management, organization development, performance management, and organization cultural development. In the past, he has worked for diverse industries like films and production houses and media and advertising agencies. Prior to Matrix, he worked for Reliance Media Works. He has been associated with Matrix Comsector 12 years and has been pivotal in shaping the careers of multiple people with his approach to detailing roles and responsibilities. He is credited with enhancing the human resource functions by effectively planning, implementing, and evaluating employee relations and HR policies, leading to increased functionality of the department on many levels. We welcome you, sir.
Well, partners, I must tell you, we actually intended to invite another gentleman by the same surname, and I'm sure if he would have been here, you guys would have been forced to clap a little louder, so better clap on the same surname better this time. The final member of the panel for this particular discussion today is Mr. Kingsley Kurian. He happens to be the HR head of Axis Clinicals, which is a subsidiary of Aurobindo Pharma, I believe. So, Mr. Kurian, welcome.
Mr. Kingsley Kurian,
it
head
also
HR,
happens to be his birthday
Aurobindo
today.
Pharma subsidiary, Axis Clinicals. He has more than 17 years of live-wire experience in HR managing and leading various HR functions in pharma, clinical research, IT and ITES, e-healthcare, real estate, infra and ports, and the mining sector. He was the man behind the setup of talent for one of the subsidiaries of Aurobindo Group, Aurobindo Realty and Infrastructure Private Limited, from the scratch with 5 employees in 2017 to close of 880 employees as on April 2022, for which he was awarded the top most HR professional in the recently concluded World HRD Congress in Mumbai in March 2022. Mr. Kingsley is an avid singer, musician, has a music channel of his own which goes with the name Music Hill, a debut author who has written his first romantic novel, Love Never Fades, in 2020. We welcome you, sir.
Wow, that's interesting. So I'm sure with, a novelist, and that too a romantic novelist, a musician, we have some real wonderful people out here on the panel, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Can we have the mics for our speakers, please? I'd like to have your first minute submission on the topic, the employee engagement and experience. And once we have the first submission from all you eminent people, we'll throw the discussion open. So last time I said ladies first. I don't know, maybe. Ma'am, we again begin with you.
Yeah, Let's change the game. Okay.
Yes, Mayur, what is it that you opine on this?
So, hi, can you hear me all? So, I feel that employee engagement is a cliche, and it's overused kind of a word. And the reason why, despite all the effort, employee doesn't get engaged, because engagement is driven by somebody, right, outside. So engagement is not an HR toy to play with. It's not an HR job to do. Engagement is everyone's job, right? So the very fact, the whole concept, construct, and paradigm of employee engagement, the way it has been happening for the last 1.5 and 2 decades has to change, right? So it should not, so simply put it should not remain an HR agenda. It should not remain as employee engagement manager agenda. It should shift from their agenda to everyone's agenda in the organization, particularly the leaders and employees themselves. And then you'll find the whole paradigm of employee engagement shift. And current standard, whatever tamasha which we keep on doing in the organization in the name of employee engagement, this day, this celebration, that everything will just, we don't have to do all those things, right? Because, and then employee engagement will truly happen at all three levels, which is head, hand and heart, right? There will be complete congruence and alignment. So that's my initial, I think 90 seconds, sorry.
Great. Thank you. Just to add on, friends, good afternoon. My name is Anand Dhruv. I'm part of Entity Limited. The biggest shift or the biggest change which I expect everybody today, not from the HR perspective, as rightly mentioned by my co-panelist, that it's not the job of the HR to take care of the employee engagement. Please do not have the check-in-the-box approach for any HR activities. Today, the employee engagement approach which is there, as rightly mentioned, is to celebrate this particular day, do these routine activities, which is definitely a part of your day-to-day activities. But what is most important is, please try to understand what your employees want. Let's get to basic. If this is what my employee is wanting, let that be a part of your employee engagement activity. The challenge is, I am asking for something else as an employee, and as a HR, we are ending up doing something else. Hence, that approach of check in the box needs to be definitely eradicated. Do what your employees want, and very, very important aspect of any engagement is have that connect. The whole objective of doing any employee engagement is to build that connect with your employee. And once your employee is connected with you, he stays with you for a longer time. And let me tell you, employees don't quit because of salaries. That's just one of the reasons. There are multiple angles associated to it. And the more we engage the employee, the more we connect with our employee, the longer that tenure is with you. And let me tell you, it's a mutually fruitful association. It's not only from an employee's perspective, it is also from an employer's perspective. And definitely employee engagement is one of the tools which connects the employee and the employer. Hence, we need to focus more on lucrative engagement initiatives rather than just doing it like a check in the box approach. These are my initial thoughts to the subject. Thank you very much.
So, ma'am.
So I'm just going to continue from where Dhruv left off. What box? There is no box.
Yeah.
So I work from that kind of a space where I don't believe there is a box. And why should you put anybody in a box?
Absolutely.
That is one part of it, and thus my space of work involves a lot of maverick ideas, a lot of disruption, some sort of organized chaos, which is only probably understood by me. Until the end game, change is always going to be difficult, it's going to be messy, and people don't get it until it is time for that final outcome of it. But to take this forward from what you've been, Amber's been, repeating over and over again, partners. You don't have employees anymore, you have collaborative partners. And that is what people want. And if you do not involve them in the growth of the organization and tell them how they are a part of it or how they are contributing to that growth, and how they own that part of the growth, don't expect them to commit. And that's just where I'm going to leave it, and we'll take that on further maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Ashish, over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I look at this in a different perspective. For me, engagement is a kind of an initiative which you take. Now, there are three things that you make, any initiatives, it could be engaged. I'm just not moving from a topic, but there are three reasons that the engagement can fail or initiative can fail. First thing, when you declare the initiative, the first thing that people would say, oh, not again, one more. So that is first failure. Second, from the HR people, what is the failure? You announce that initiative as if like a product launch or a marketing strategy or campaign and say that, okay, we have a new initiative, let's launch it. There are posters, one in bathroom, one in library, one in room. Now you conquer, you register. Once you do it and you come back and you are changed. Never happens. And third, the so-called leaders or executive committees who define this forget one important point is asking people, the people that you actually want them to change, and you are creating an initiative. So there's 3 mistakes which I'm sure everybody would have made, and this is something that we make. The change starts from here, this 3 initiatives. So this is my starting comments, and we'll take it further.
Great. Mr. Korean.
All right. Engagement, that's a very big word primarily, and especially for our industries primarily. I mean, where I come from is we are into pharma as well as real estate also. And to constantly engage, close to about 3,000 workers and close to about 3,000 employees is quite different. And it's different for each of them, right? At a worker level, we think on his side and how we have to engage him accordingly. And during COVID, it was very difficult for us to also, engage those people at a time when organizations were working remote. We were encouraging people to come to office, right? And right from day one, okay, we've been there. I mean, faced all those situations. When I was also affected with COVID terribly. Everything happened. But the part is, I mean, the moment you engage and you keep them, glued to things, I think that's something that will always have a connect. I mean, I can say for an example. I mean, how many HR students are there here? Okay, I find very few. All right. Okay. I just wanted to ask you a question. Have you engaged your parents in using WhatsApp? Did you? You did? Okay, somebody said yes. Only 2 of them. I suppose, I mean, each of us did, right? And it's so difficult. I mean, I try to make my mom understand what WhatsApp is. I still get some messages, which are Greek and Latin, right? So, it begins from home. I mean, engagement is everywhere. The moment you start from there, and that's when you can add value in the organization, in the corporate primarily.
Gentlemen, I have an interesting insight to be, sharing with you, and I want your opinion on them, on this particular thing. I heard somewhere, I was speaking to one HR leader in one of the conferences, and the gentleman came up with something very interesting. He said, I'm yet to come across an employee who is disengaged. The question is, where is he engaged? Is he engaged in whatever he's doing right now, or he is engaged in finding something better that he finds some, more worth doing? So while Mayurji, you said that it's not an HR role only, I think I'd like to hear it from you that how does the culture of employee engagement in organization goes beyond the HR, and what role can probably HR play in this?
Sure. So I will share example and stories because that's what makes everything relate to in life, right? So in 2009, I was director HR with Viacom, and you know how media company works, like MTV, Colors, VH1, Comedy Central. We had roughly around 1,500 employees, and we had multi-generational workforce. So in production and all, we would have some Gen X type. In creative, we'll have Gen Y, some area Gen G. So how do you have one size fit all, right? We have in general entertainment channel, we have people from Agra, Banaras, Indore, Bhopal. However, in VH1, we have people all Sobo. We call it Sobo is South Bombay. Page 3 type, right? Who is very cool looking, cool talking, with a lot of accent. So how do you create an engagement, so-called universal engagement program? And that's why my allergy with this word itself, engagement, right? Because nobody can engage anyone. People have to be engaged themselves, right? So it's not an engagement capsule which we are giving to somebody to get engaged. So what did we do? We call everyone in the room. And we call everyone in the room and we say, okay, tell me what kind of organization you would like to make it, because this is your organization, this is not our organization. We are just one of the stakeholders in this process. And you'll not believe we did the whole day, we did the large scale interactive processes. And we split the whole, the group into different parts. And you'll not believe the kind of, besides, if you have a greed to make this as one of the best company in the world, not only in India, come and share with us how we can fulfill that greed, and in the process we become the best company in the world. And outcome of that is we created a greed guide. And you know what kind of requirement came from them? They would have never thought. Board would have never thought. The requirement came is they wanted tattoo allowance, they wanted paper allowance, they wanted dating allowance, they wanted breakup allowance, they wanted adoption allowance, they wanted party on the floor, the bar on the floor in the office. And we actually, so in total we got some 500 wishes. Out of that we accepted 54 wishes, covering across Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, everyone. And we created a grid, and the positioning became for everyone. If you have a grid, come and share, and we will co-create together in order to make Viacom as one of the best company in the world. When we started this, we were not even featuring in top 100. Google was always coming number 1. And when I left, we have beaten Google left, right and center continuously for 3 years. Attrition came from 30% to 2%. Rather, we have to infuse and we have to do something to create more attrition because the outside in idea was completely stopped. So this is how an engagement can be magical if you shift the role from a HR, from a leadership to employee. They come together, they find it out what works for them, they decide what kind of organization they would like to create. And engagement is not only limited to employee. Why are you engaging? Because you're engaging employee to engage your customer, engage your viewer, right? So when you have a good engaged employee, you build a solid employee value proposition, employer brand. If you have a solid employer brand, you have a solid customer brand. If you have a solid customer brand, you have a solid corporate brand. Everything has a clear interlinkages. So the reason why you saw me a little irritated in the beginning was the word employee engagement is so much of done, dusted, talked about from a transactional point of view. This is not a transactional term. This is purely a heart-to-heart connect with an employee, right? By engaging them, by involving them, by including them in co-creating the kind of engagement they would like to create for the organization because they are equal stakeholder in that creation. So that's how I would say I have created in Viacom, and that's the real story.
Brilliant. Ashish, I'd like, you also made a very beautiful point, and I think the audience, you connected the right chord, because for the first time in the day, I saw audience clapping on their own rather than, me kind of instigating them to clap. So I'd like to hear more from you in terms of when you said that, it just doesn't have to be that so-called employee engagement. Yes, I mean, it's like this, you invite an employee and tell them that we are doing something to engage you. Sounds funny. So what have been certain, initiatives that you took which clicked or which probably did not click, whatever? Share both with us.
So, okay, I'll again not take that example, but I'll give you a perspective again. Sorry, I'm trying to be a little anti-HR today and only counting mistakes, but that's okay. See, let's understand, at times in engagement, what we say is, whatever that we do to engage is at the end of the day, we want to manage their work-life balance, right? We want to give something more to them. We want to give something more to them. And that's the way we start doing all the engagement activities. Now here, this is wonderful. I think one of my colleague has given me this anecdote. He said, somebody who has found out this word called work-life balance. I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, nothing wrong, and no HR will hate him. It's a wonderful name, work-life balance. But imagine that person who has actually invented work-life balance also kept work first and then life balance. He has never said life-work balance, right? So now, when you are trying to tell employees that I'm doing something, he would say, hey, hello, I know you are trying to manage. I know how to manage my life. You don't give me this. So what they want to know about everything. That is one, information. Second, they also don't want to do anything about that everything. Let's agree to this. They want to know, and that's the first important thing. Why? They are impatient. We are from a blue tick era. A blue tick era, which I say is, WhatsApp में एक मैसेज भेजा, 15 मिनट हुआ, 7वें मिनट पे वो ब्लू टिक है, सो वो बंदा सोचना शुरू करेगा कि it is being 15 minutes, he has not replied, is it wrong with him, is it wrong with me, or is it wrong with my text? Now that's the patience we are talking about, right? So they want instant gratification. They want you to tell others what I am good at, the LinkedIns, the Facebooks, the Twitters. I don't want to tell about myself. So this is what engagement would be more. One-on-one engagement, I agree that engagement is everybody's job. But important is understand what to engage. What is something that you want to give it to them? Information? Yes. Instant gratification? Yes. Knowledge? Yes. So this is the way I look at. There are a lot of things I would have used. Some would have happened, some would have failed. But majorly this is the way I would look at this.
So, Anand, what are certain boxes that remain unchecked for you when it comes to employee engagement?
Yeah. So I'll tell you, I'll give a normal example, and in fact I was speaking to Ankita also. I told Nihit also that today as a part of panel we just have 2 female panelists. Just an example. Once I saw a panel discussion as a part of the employee engagement activity where we were talking about gender diversity and all that, and there's not even a single female in the panel. So because just I wanted to do it for the heck of doing it, for that week celebration, we are doing it. As a part of our safety week celebrations, we are doing it. What are we mandating? What are we doing so that within our premises, employees are following the safety norms? That's more important rather than doing it just for the heck of doing it. That is what I was referring to. And to add on, I will not name the company, of course, but it happened that as a part of the employee engagement activity and from an allowance perspective, which was a very good practice because generally I have not seen such good practices. Typically, every organization pays 2,500 or 5,000 as marriage allowances to the employee when they are getting married. Of course, for the first, yes. Hence I said for the first official marriage which they get into. So with this organization, I got to know that we are paying half of the basic of 1 month to the employee. And I was like, wow. Because this is a special day, your first child, your first marriage, your marriage, your marriage. These are special events which happen once.
I hope your wife isn't listening. Or the recording doesn't reach her.
So during this conversation, I was really happy because in my career, honestly, I had not seen. For example, somebody with a basic of 1 lakh gets 50,000 as a marriage gift is definitely a very good big amount.
Good money.
And then I am somebody who always loves to go to the management with data. That is something which I have learned the hard way. I'm sure all my HR colleagues would agree to this. If you go with statistics and data, the buying becomes very, very easy. So we calculated and we came to a score. I went to the MD and the CEO and said, it's a very good thing, sir, which I have realized in my career of that time 16 years, that this is a good practice which we are doing. But sir, I just have one suggestion. And my MD was like, I knew the moment you were here, you are definitely going to come with some or the other suggestion. I said, sir, this is the amount which we are spending. And this is on an average, number of marriages which typically happens, plus or 1 or 2 here and there. Sir, what we can do is, somebody who's at a very, very lower, income bracket, whose basic is 5 to 7,000, 10,000, is getting 5,000 to 2,500, whatever the case is. And somebody who can really afford, somebody with a good pay, the CEO and the business head with a good pay package is getting 1.5 lakh as a part of this marriage gift. Can we have one particular amount which is exactly the same amount which we are spending at the year end and distribute it equally amongst all the employees, irrespective which vertical, which grade, where you are working in the organization? He was very happy and the amount came to 15,000. And then he said, Anand, please make it 21,000 and declare it as a part of our employee initiative and do that. And next day we declared it. And let me be very honest, the kind of change in the employee's perception from reimbursement point of view or allowance point of view changed, and the goodwill which we created was huge. Again, a small change in the existing policy from a connect, from a engagement perspective added a lot of goodwill in the organization. At the end, let me remind you, the spend remains the same. So, hence I said, while there are so many beautiful things which we all do knowingly, unknowingly in the organization, let's try to change that lens. So what I did was I just, it was a quick discussion which we were doing, and then I just changed that lens and immediately it stuck to me that somebody who's at a very, very low income is getting a very minimum amount, whereas somebody who can easily afford a grand reception is getting lakh rupee as a marriage gift. So let's try to balance it. Just a small example why I am saying that, let's not do anything from a check in the box approach. Do it, but change the lens, understand what the employees want.
Do it with
a
wider purpose.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. A question to all of you. Has it ever happened? Have you ever come across a situation where You took an initiative, and that in fact of rather yielding something good, it kind of backfired. And in case if you want to share it with us.
In fact, there are many. I'll let others speak. I can share at the end.
Mr. Korean, anything from your side?
There are many in my case.
In the morning you said, to choose a pope, you have to do this meeting, right? So you've chosen the pope now for the toughest question. So, I mean, when it comes to, our industry primarily, I mean, IT, there's a lot of engagement which kind of happens. But the engagement that happens in a manufacturing as well as pharma and real estate kind of, industry is quite less compared to what it is in IT. Right? And here you have, day-to-day issues which keeps coming in. You have more of IR issues, right? I mean, something that happens at the site, right? You'll have to ensure that that is being fixed. Some workers fight with each other. That's something that has to be fixed. The HR, the admin, everybody's, on the site. Now when I was sitting there, I had one issue. I was looking at the phone. I mean, I have to solve it after I get back. Now, the engagement there is work-specific primarily. Right, and during the pandemic time, there were workers who were not willing to come and work. They said, we don't want to work because the IT is shut.
Yeah.
But we tell them that it's manufacturing. We can't do that. I mean, it's very difficult. They are not really going to listen to you. So what we did is we did something very different from the others. Is what we've increased all their insurances that is paid from the company as such, and we increase the limits to an extent that even their families told them, why do you don't want to get to work? And that's creating that kind of a feeling among them that we are working here, we are safe and we are secured. So that has happened, and sometimes what happens, and that when we present it to the management, I mean especially typically in an Indian company, it's very difficult to put your thing forward, because there are a lot of questions. You're bombarded with questions. Maybe in an MNC you have a set of things, but here you have to convince the owner, right? And the owner will only look at business, right? He's not an HR man or somebody else. He will only see what is in it for me that you're coming out with this kind of a
proposition,
decision. So we did something that held the workers together. Ensuring that their insurances were higher from what it is currently as such, and everybody joined work post that. There was a kind of a situation. I'm someone who it's like 101, that is Kingsley, he'll come and fix it. It's kind of that kind of an IR issue is completely different, and it's not like that. I mean I cannot expect a worker sitting at home and I can envisage a building being built or a pharma product being coming out from the plant. So for us, it is basically engagement at the workplace on a day-to-day basis. So
great. Yep.
This is risky one. I would have got fired for that, by the way, for messing it up, but I survived somehow. Here is a CEO who has been a CEO larger than life, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Here's a chairman who is again, and all are high pedigreed, IIT, IIM, Harvard, those kind of pedigreed guys with 35 years experience. And here's a guy going, young Johnny, saying, looks like the whole organization looks to be okay. You as a leader have a problem as a CEO because your engagement score is the lowest among the organization. And going and confronting the CEO, saying it also looks like that while organization attrition is just 10 to 12%, your leadership attrition is 30%. The choice is ours. What kind of organization we would like to build? Because whatever happens in this room happens down below. So after giving all this gyan, that engagement can be done this, let me tell you, one of the biggest factor of employee engagement is leader and leadership. And it start from the board to the senior executive leadership team, and then further. If you have taken care of your board and leadership team, your 90% engagement problem is solved. If you're not taken care of that, then we like playing with the toy, we keep on playing with the toy, we keep on feeling happy about with those But real engagement problem will only be solved when, actually if there are issues, you confront it. I confronted it. I had one and a half hour conversation. And finally, I have to show that person that people are saying that this CEO is like Lala, he's a baniya. And these are comments which has come. And then I kept quiet for 2 to 3 months for the person to digest, internalize. Imagine you are talking to a Bank of America CEO who has been CEO for so many years, right? I'm not naming it. I thought next day I'm out. But luckily I survived. Luckily I survived because I was also one of the shareholders in the company. I joined as a founding team member. Along with the 9 CEOs, I was one of the founding team members. I survived, and finally, of course, we built it a $5-7 billion bank, which was from startup to that. But leadership, practices, and culture, these are the 3 most differentiating factors out of everything I've experienced in my life. And this mess I've done, but on the hindsight, certainly, still when I talk to you, I feel scared. Was it me who did it? But yeah, I did it.
Brilliant. So partners, I'm sure, this was very interesting. We, as I said, we are running a little behind on time. So maybe one final concluding comment from Sandhya, you, and then we go over to your individual deliberations. I'd like you to please,
I'm not going to comment. We'll just move on with that because everybody will get impatient.
All right. I thought I have not, we've not heard from you. So thank you so much. I think, did you enjoy it, guys? In case if you did, and you're still alive, give me a big round of applause for all these friends of mine. So moving over from a panel to an individual session, I'd like you to put your hands together for Mayurji, who's going to talk to us about the state of changing work arrangement. Mayurji. जहाँ से जहाँ से आपको करना है, you can do it, no problem.
While I was flying, while I was in the flight, I generally I'm a reflective person. More than thinking, I'm reflecting, and most of my learning happens through reflection. More than reading, listening is the reflection which gives me a lot of learning. So I said, okay, let me tell you, looks like this is about future of work. That's what you're asking, right? What is future of work? And the whole lot of ideas started coming to my mind. So there are 4-5 points I would like to talk about. $663 billion today as we talk. You know what is the market cap of top 10 automobile company in the world? Right from Ford to General Motor to Chrysler to BMW to Mercedes. Any idea? Combined market cap is less than Tesla. How old Tesla is? Sorry? It is, the vintage is 10 years, right? So the company which didn't exist a decade before, market capitalization of that company is much higher than all the companies put together which existed for more than 100 years. Are you getting what I'm talking about? So when we talk about future of work is again not an esoteric, isolated exercise created by and taught by HR. Future of work is always linked to the future of organization. And future of organization is always linked to the future of business model, revenue model, operating model, and cost model. Let me ask you another question. Tell me, which was the one of the blue-eyed company of New York Stock Exchange for 20-25 years?
Apple?
Right from 1990 to 2010, or rather 80 to 2010, 30 years. The world most blue-eyed company, not only India.
General Motors?
General Motors. And you know what happened to General Motors now? All the good practices, balanced scorecard, the leadership, lead self, team network, all the good practices, best practices, next practices will come from General Motors. You know what is the market cap of General Motors today? As we talk today? No idea?
No.
Any guesses? Is $72.9 billion. Not even $73 billion. You know what is the combined market cap of How many unicorn India has produced in the last 3 years, or 4 years, or 5 years, or 10 years? Any guesses? Till last month? I'm quizzing you because I would have given you free will gyan, but you would go with that gyan, you'll not remember anything. I'm challenging all of you as your audience to start thinking like that's how the future of work comes. Future of work doesn't come by doing research in IIMs and doing research in ISB. I'm also a researcher, by the way. There are 102 unicorn, and combined market cap of all these unicorns are around $750 billion. You know what is the market cap of Reliance Industries as we talk today? $225 billion. Including Reliance and Adani is $400 billion. So the combined market cap of all these 102 unicorns are more than the two largest companies of India. The future of work will get decided from here. Are you getting me what I'm talking about? Are you there with me? Last match? Yeah, because if you can listen to me, please clap once. Nobody is listening to me. I said if you can listen to me, clap twice. देखो इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा था, मैं इतने देर से बोल रहा था, कोई नहीं सुन रहा था. If you can listen to me, please clap once. कुछ सुन रहा है, अभी भी नहीं कुछ सुन रहा है. If you can listen to me, clap twice. Twice means twice. Once means once. Right? So मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ आप सुने उसको. Right? Last time, if you can listen to me, clap once. Thank you for listening now. I can say that yes, all of you are listening now. Right? So I was talking about future of work and future of workflow, right? Now these are the kind of massive disruptive changes which is happening in India and across the world. Now my third question to you, you know what are the top 10 skill in the world? What are the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, top 10 skill in the world? What do you think is the number 1 skill in the next 3 to 5 years? Number 2, number 3, number 4. And thereby the number of top profession in the world. But unless you combine the top skill and top profession, the work will not come. Right? Work will come from the skill, and so I'm helping you. I don't have to tell you. The World Economic Forum has done a very detailed survey across the world, including India. And they have identified the top 10, top 20. By the way, HR doesn't feature into that, top 20. So all this accounting, HR, audit, they all are out. Training, they all are out of top 20. It doesn't feature even. Go Google it right now, you'll see it. It's getting replaced by, so somewhere in past, learning and development was 18th number skill as per World Economic Forum. HR was 17th, today it doesn't. It's getting replaced by OD, Organization Development. And what is OD? OD is not HR. OD is not learning and development. So what is OD? OD is long-term planned change. It's a long-term planned change which is unconscious in nature, done through applied behavioral science. Confusion, right? Lamba theory de diya, right? But if you combine all this, the future of work and thereby future of skill, I'm just taking one example. OD is about system thinking. OD is about design thinking. OD is about future search. OD is about group relation. OD is about group development. OD is about Tavistock. OD is about personal growth lab. OD is about 100 other things. That's OD to me. That's the future of work. And in order to be somebody to be relevant, you need this kind of competency. And this message is more I'm talking about because many of you must be from HR, right? Learning. This has become more relevant for us as a community of practice now. Similarly, I made a note of all the top 20 roles and thereby the skill and all, right? If we don't do that, certainly as an organization will not survive, and as a professional we can't survive. So the earlier, every 10 years, the cycle was the product life cycle, organization life cycle, role life cycle, and thereby the competency life cycle was around 10 to 12 years. You know what is the cycle is reduced now to? 3 years. So whatever skill which you have today will serve you for the next 3 to 4 years. Whatever MBA degree which you are taking maybe good enough for next 3 to 4 years. After that, you have to find another skills degree for you to be relevant. So like that, of course, there are many things which I wanted to talk, and I had many pages, but I suddenly realized that people have started living, right? And when people have started living, it means, now, couple of changes, major, and then I'll start. Certainly, because of these changes, the future of work, I see some of the changes which will happen. We see a lot of bach and takiya kalam, high tech. I said somewhere we have to find a way to manage. The future of work has to manage both high touch and high tech. And this dichotomy has to be managed. You also hear a lot of things, tech. How do we make tech more humanistic? That's the future of work to me. Only technology without humanizing technology will not grow. So you have to humanize the technology. Many people are saying young people are more dynamic, more energy. I would say it's not the age, it's the agility which matters. So the future of work is more about agility, and particularly learning is agility. So whether you are 60, whether you are 30, whether you are 20, it doesn't matter. What matters is agility, and future of work is about agility. The last one, future of work is not about deliberate planning. It will be more about adaptive and emergent planning. So today, you can't plan for 5 years how your career will look. But you have to be in a context to adapt and grow and flow with the flow. And last but not the least, future of work is not about going to be a full-time job, 9 to 5. It's not going to be an office. Future of work is going to be not going to be at one place. It's going to be gig. And in order to solve this particular problem, I'm very happy to also say that we have founded, of course there are 5 of us from ISP, we all are PhD batchmate, We have founded a company called Gig Vista, Google it. The whole idea of Gig Vista is to solve the future of work. I'm also one of the co-founder of that, right? And that's the future of work, right? And apart from that, of course, there are many paradigm shift which is happening as far as future of work is concerned. But these are my initial reflection, which I jotted down in the flight. And I said, I will share with all of you. Have I taken more time?
No.
Okay.
I think next time when we invite you, we should invite you from a place where you have a little longer flight, so we get to listen something more from your side. That was so insightful, my dear friends. And Mayur, time doesn't bother you when what you are listening to is something interesting. And while we were talking about employee engagement, I'm sure you also, next time should talk about audience engagement. I'm sure as an audience, I stood engaged in whatever you're saying. Brilliant. Now from one interesting speaker to another interesting speaker and another interesting topic. I mean, this is something very interesting, and Anandji, I'd like you to throw light upon the big resignation.
So maybe a small presentation.
Please. Please. So can we have a big round of applause for Anand? In case if you want to have the presentations, can we go there and have the presentation? See, I think we'll go and sit there to enjoy your presentation more.
Thank you.
Please.
Friends, good evening. Good evening. So we just got to know something a while ago. Sitting is the new smoking, right? So may I request everybody to please stand up and just break your posture, because it's not good to be in the same position for a very long time. Angdai vangdai le lo, it's okay, that's completely fine. Koi dikkat nahi hai. Okay? Good evening. Great, please have a seat. Thank you very much. So the great resignation, the big resignation, something which has been talked about, we all are discussing on this. My question to everybody, do you seriously think that this is a problem? Or this is the pile-up of the last 3 years because nobody resigned in the last 2 years and today everybody is looking out for an opportunity? Which option do you belong to, first or second? How many for first? Raise your hand. For second? Bang on. So resignation was there, resignation is here, and resignation is also going to continue. in coming years. The question is, as an organization, how are we able to tackle this situation and come out of this so that we as an organization are able to sustain for this for a long term? So a quick, what are we going to speak on this? You'll have to click it because I thought, I'll be using it by myself, so my sincere apologies. Please move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Move on. So these are the quick 30 to 50 second, 1 minute topics which I thought I should discuss with each one of you so that we will be able to do justice to this subject. Let's go next. 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 So these are words, sentences taken up from Google the moment we write the word resignation. For me, resignation is a phase wherein I decide, ab main chala. Ab main chala is the time where you decide that yes, humse na ho pai, and you decide to move on. Whether you get retained or not, but that particular moment of humse na ho pai happens to everybody of us in the life. How we overcome and what is the outcome, it's a different story. But such eye-openers are very, very important in everybody's life because it tells you whether you are going in the right direction or not. So going back to Alice in the Wonderland story, Alice in the Wonderland, Alice the main character, roams in the jungle, she comes to one particular point and she finds a road getting divided between two, one on the right, one on the left. Like virtually from an aerial view looks like a Y. And she is confused where she wants to go. And she finds a big fat cat on the tree and she asks the cat, that cat, where should I go? And cat says, where do you want to go? Alice says, I don't know. Then cat says, how does that make any difference? Go here, go there, because you don't know where you want to go. So again, that eye-opener, that humse na ho pai pal is very important from our own growth perspective. Moving on. Next. Let's quickly take our survey. Since everybody is in their mobile throughout the discussion, I'll request all of you, including the panel members, to please open your mobile and open Explorer and open menti.com. MENTI, menti.com. And please put this code. I repeat, open any Explorer, type menti.com. Upper it will ask for a code. The code is 94443309. Let's do it by ourselves. Let me see, हम में से कितने हमसे ना हो पाई अभी फिलहाल यहाँ पर है. Done? It's a simple. Open an Explorer, open menti.com and put the code. Any difficulty? You may raise your hand. Not happening? Code, sorry. 94443309. I hope I have 94443309. Okay? So now we'll share those questions. कुछ नहीं, आपको options select करने हैं. That's it. So the other one. Close this if you want. इसको minimize कर दो. You want me to come there? 94443309. Yeah, it's there on the screen. Now we'll switch to Menti. Now the other window, sir. I repeat once again, 94443309. Yeah. Present, yes. So I hope you can see this question now on your screen. How long you are working in your current organization? So those who have not yet started, you may choose 0 to 2. Be little quick in the interest of time. So I've got 15 responses out of close to 70, 80 which I see. While with my association with the manufacturing industry, we used to keep long service award for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. If I continue with the same trend, trust me, this year I may not be able to give long service award to anybody. Because the number of years where an employee sticks to an organization has been reduced tremendously compared to what it was. So today, I know many organizations who are currently doing long service award at 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Again, going back to our discussion, this is what the current trend is. So we have to be agile and we have to adapt to new practices based on what our employees want. Some issue?
The screen resigned, it seems.
The screen resigned. वही कह रहा है हमसे ना हो पाई. We'll wait for 5 more seconds. If it doesn't work, we'll move to the presentation and we'll continue with the part.
Bad influence.
Okay. I know. The conversation is on. No worries, let's move to the presentation. Let's skip this. That's okay. I don't want to give too much of time. There were only 4. So typically Mentimeter, what I thought, rather than, me sharing my thoughts, I wanted to hear from each one of you. What are your thoughts on it? Okay, let's move on to the next one. So great. I'm very happy that, while we are discussing of 2, 3, 5 years, I have somebody here present who's been with his or her organization for more than 8 years now. So can we have a big round of applause for them? And let's be very clear. Why they are here? People say, kahin aur mila nahi hoga iske liye. No. Because they are engaged. Because they are valued. And because they feel that they are a part of the organization, as rightly what the panel discussed here. Next question. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Next. Arrow Hama. Do you agree resignations are good till certain extent? No, yes, maybe. Go back to your Mentimeter and let me know. Do you believe resignation should happen? I do not see my co-panels doing it. It's okay. Great, I'm happy. Everybody, most of us agree and they say yes. Because only when you resign, there's a new blood, there's a new staff, people, employees, candidates coming in your workforce, and that's how new perception and new things are there. At the same time, from an employee life cycle perspective, you will have employees who are going to be on the exit, on the verge of moving out. So it's good to have a healthy resignation, not more than, when we say about 2 digit, the least 2 digit, which is 10, 12, 15, 19, 20 tak theek hai. Beyond that, then definitely it's a matter of concern. So great, I'm glad that you agree that resignation should be there. Thanks. Next. Possible reasons for exit. Quickly, quick words which comes to your mind. Okay, I agree. I thought you were type. So communication gap. Okay. So those who agree communication gap may please type in. Yeah, yes, of course. Salary, very important. At the end, we work for money. Money is an integral part of our livelihood. But not only money. Let me be very clear.
I think autonomy, freedom.
Yes. Oh, great. Still, the biggest one which is there at the center looks salary. And I'm glad to read words like job satisfaction, communication gap. I can see something which is known as bosses, clarity, no appreciation, work-life balance, good opportunity. Great. Anybody from here wants to add something to this? So bang on, just take a snap of this, Nihit, because this is very important. So whenever somebody resigns, Nihit, you need to show this to them. Let's move on to the next one. Now I want you to keep this open for all of you. If I today, and let me be honest, today as a HR, as a recruiter, as an organization, the numbers of 10, 15, 20, 25 years, I'm proud that with my current organization, I have 20 plus years of long service award. And luckily, we also have people who qualify for that category. So I come from that organization. I am a rejoinee. Why would anybody rejoin? Again, going back to our panel discussion, I feel valued, I feel engaged, and the employee experience is something which pulled me back. Hence, I wanted your opinion that today I want to, and this is a serious question, which I'm sure all my HR professionals would agree, if we continue doing 10, 15 years long service award, will we have employees in that category? Because it's a tough choice. Not everybody would stay back. In spite of giving the best, as I said, humse na ho pai moment comes in everybody's life. And it may happen to any one of us any point of time. So still everybody agrees that 10 years and above. So great, let's continue. So currently we have 5, 10, 15, 20. Very soon we'll have 25 as well. Thank you. I guess this was the last question. That's it. We'll go back to the PPT. इसको क्लोज कर दीजिए. So thank you for participating in that Menti. This was just one of the tools which we thought it will give us an opportunity for a two-way communication. Now these are the possible reasons why, as I mentioned, from the last 2 years, because of pandemic, many organizations did not fire people, salaries and bonuses were reduced, but every organization tried to retain their employees as much as can. At the same time, people also did not look out for an opportunity. But today, everybody is looking out for an opportunity, and especially because it's been 2.5 years, they would want to look out for a change. And these are the possible reasons why an employee quits. Reason number 1, superior manager bosses. And it's a proven statistics with my attrition report, which I thought salary, which we also saw in a Mentimeter, is one of the important parameters, and it tops the chart. It was at number 3 in my report. Number 1, which came first point or the major reason for anybody to move out, was their superior manager or their supervisor. Second was lack of freedom and expression. They were not able to connect, they were not able to express, and that's the reason they thought of moving out. Hence, communication gap, engagement, experience plays a very important role. Friends. There are many instances where we are likely to be engaged in our jobs when we have our friend circle and we create friends. And let me be very honest, I have my very good buddies today, my co-fellow, my co-workers, my employees who are working together, because we carry home to our workplace and we carry our workplace to our home. We spend most of our time at our offices. Hence, friends also plays a very, very important role in our, if you have made friends in your organization, you will stay long in the organization. Next, peer pressure. There was this ad of, I don't remember which website was that, everybody used to follow that. It's bound to happen. If I see 7 of my colleagues, my peers moving out of the organization, it will definitely put me a peer pressure that is something wrong with me? Am I not qualified enough to get a job opportunity? Ek interview call to aa jaye. And this is how that peer pressure actually hits you and you start looking out, and this is also one of the reasons for exit. Generational, we just discussed the generation gap, the millennials, Gen Z, Gen Y, baby boomers. It's difficult to manage them. I still remember, and I'm sure my HR colleagues, we don't have this answer. With my assignment, once I get an employee saying that, मुझे PF नहीं चाहिए. मैंने कहा ऑप्शन नहीं है, it's a compliance. PF is a mandate. As an organization, नहीं मुझे नहीं चाहिए. अरे नहीं चाहिए क्या होता है? It's a mandate. We have to. So managing youngsters today, so trust me, tomorrow you're going to be the future HR leaders. It's a tough task. You have to definitely be सर पे बर्फ रख के काम करना पड़ता है बहुत बार. You have to maintain your calm because this is the challenge, and they're going to be in the system and they're going to hop continuously. I'll take not more than 2 to 3 minutes. Money, salary, bonuses. Serial number which one? 6th. So I broke my own myth. I thought salary is one of the reasons, but no. It's 6. But yes, salary is one of the reasons. But again, let's try to understand from an employee life cycle perspective. Somebody who's a fresher, who's at a junior level, obviously will have a lesser pay package. But the more they grow up the ladder, they start their family, their responsibilities increases. Obviously, similarly, the increments and the salaries also need to match up. If not, they'll move out. Startups. ये जो नया startup का जो भूत लगा है, which is very good. Atmanirbhar, Made in India, startups are definitely giving lot of employment opportunities, and that's the reason today there are many resignations. And why people are moving out? Because they want to be a part of this startup and continue to the growth of the country and the economy. Child care and families, and especially, it's very unfortunate that we have our female colleagues who opts out and they take a break. But let me tell you, I personally have 8 to 10 examples where both male and female have quit and they are jointly sharing the responsibility of the child. There are at least 8 to 10 cases in my personal references, and it's a fact. So I'm happy that, it's no more about a gender. Upskilling. In last 2.5 years, everybody has upskilled themselves so much that it's very quick. They are very much ready to take up the new challenge, and it's a fact. Every organization has spent a lot of money, a lot of time, and there are various tools which are available to the employees, and they have upskilled themselves. And this is a category which is also contributing to the resignations. Purpose, simple, very important. The day you realize I do not belong to this place, it's time to move on. This has also contributed to, and especially in this lockdown, there's a lot of introspection which has happened. On a lighter note, please don't quote me. Many divorces happened during this lockdown because they really got to know what their partner is all about. And it's a fact, you can Google it, So purpose. मैंने क्या सोचा था, मैं क्या हो गया हूँ और मैं क्या होने वाला हूँ, उसके पहले ही that हमसे ना हो पाई moment came and they have moved out. So these are few of the reasons which came out visibly all over the internet, all over the discussions, and even our internal reports for which the great resignation has been there. But again, as I said, it's a pile up of the last 2.5 years which has contributed, and that's why it is more visible today. Very important, which we realize later. Today employee doesn't want to come to office. They're very clear. अरे वैक्सीन नहीं हम वैक्सीन नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि जैसे हम वैक्सीन लेंगे हमको पता है आप हमको ऑफिस बुलाओगे. And let me tell you, yes, we have cases such which happened, and rightly mentioned by many of us, gig. I don't want to get associated to only one organization for a long term. Rather, I would love to work with 10 organizations where I am able to meet my point number 10, which is purpose. I'm okay to work once a week, but I'm very happy to contribute what I am expected to do. So these are the great reasons for which we have the great big resignation which has happened today. And certain statistics which I found, especially from why it's been talked about only in India, the reason is there in front of you. So if you see here, From 0 to 2 years, 38%, which is the largest in their segment, and subsequently 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 10, 10 plus. Just imagine how difficult it is. You spend 10 plus years and then you realize, humse na ho pai. Let me be very honest, it's very, very sad that somebody like this moves out. But again, as I said, at the end, what matters the most is your employee should move happily, and that's why the last slide, which is going to come up now. Attrition versus retention. We all are talking about attrition. Have we ever discussed something on retention? It's just the flip side, the other side of the coin. All our business, I'm sure everybody would agree, all our business meetings talks about the attrition numbers, attrition figures. Why don't we discuss about retention strategies? Why don't we talk about, how do we retain our employees? And just one quick example by which we retained 33 employees in the last 2 years. We do the exit interview or the attrition, or rather I would say stay back interview in the first 15 days of resignation. We don't wait for the 90th day where the employee is going and then we say, "Arey, ruk jao yaar. 90th day pe there is no sense." So we talk to the employee in the first 15 days and we try to retain him on the first 15 days, because the day I resign, my manager stops talking to me. I am no more a part of any business meetings. I disqualify from bonuses, variable pay, salary hikes. I'm sure everybody must have heard about this. And that's the reason it's very important. Rather than talking about attrition, let's also talk about retention. And that's why we do this in the first 15 days. And if the employee has 50-50 mind or made his mind to get retained, what are the terms and conditions we decide, and that's how we have retained. And in past we have retained 33 employees. It really works. Please do connect and I can tell you how we can do that. Because problem is 90th day mentally he is out. We can't discuss retention on 90th day. It has to be discussed at the initial phase. This is something which I wanted to tell you. The biggest brand ambassador, which Professor and I were discussing in the lunch table, I said my biggest brand ambassador is my exiting employee. If my exited employee talks good about me, that means I have really, really done something good about me as a person, as a HR, and we as an organization. Because when the employee exits, existing employee will always give you thumbs up, but an exiting employee giving you a thumbs up talks a lot about you as an organization. Hence, please focus on the entire employee life cycle. We focus only on our existing employee, and that's the reason our exiting employee keeps on following up for 45 days, 60 days for the full and final settlement, for the letters, for the experience letters, and this is a fact. And we need to get into such conversations and we try to get them as quick as possible. Hence, please take care of your exiting employees also, so that the overall employee life cycle experience is good. That's it. So these are few of the examples how we are engaging our employees. Mentoring program, KTP, key talent program, succession planning, high performer, basis on the employee life cycle. Somebody who's at a growth stage doesn't require a basic communication training. He or she needs to be sent to a premium business school for skill upgradation. So, taking care of an employee basis on where they are currently in the organization. That straight single approach will not work out. I cannot have a 3 days training for a CEO. CEO needs that capsule model of 4 hours because getting 3 days is very, very difficult. Attrition, it's okay. Dialogue is our internal TED. No need to go outside. Come to me. We have an internal TEDx platform. Both my young employees and my senior employees are a part of such panel discussions within the organization. So no need to go out. We are giving you that opportunity within the company. And that's my dialogue as one of the programs. Then we have PIP. You can't say, somebody, for example, you hired me. I am a star performer for 5 years. Suddenly 6th year, my numbers are not meeting. There's a disconnect, right? And straight away you ask me to go. No, we don't follow that policy. I was a star performer for 5 years. What went wrong? Hence we have a performance improvement plan. Anybody who is stepping out for performance related issues, there's a 3 months PIP program. We try to understand what went wrong and if we are able to retain them, and let me tell you, we have retained them. tables have changed. Just that small support, that hand holding, changed the table and we have retained the employees. Then comes long stay interview, which I just told you, bridge meetings. Our recently developed program, Are You People Ready, for first time managers. Somebody who has never managed a team, we do such kind of programs, Are You People Ready, first time managers, just to ensure that they are good managers and they don't contribute to the great resignation. And employee engagement survey and HR dashboard management. These are few of the initiatives which we as HR team are doing it purely from the retention perspective, not to manage attrition. Again, I'm making it very clear. We need to change the lens. Let's not talk about attrition. Let's talk about retention. And that's why this conversation between a finance guy and a HR guy, you know, we are training the employees and the employees are moving out. It's a problem. And the CEO or the training person says, we are training the employee and they are staying back. What if we don't train them and they stay back? Hence, we need to invest a lot in our employees, in our organization, and never ever use the word training cost. It is training investment. Developing is not a cost. Development is investment. With this, I complete my short presentation, and sorry for that technical glitch. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. These are my coordinates. Thank you very much.
I think the last slide was pretty motivating for a trainer who's, looking out for clients like Anandji. That was brilliant. Thank you. I never thought that, resignation could be such an interesting topic and presented in such an interesting fashion. Interestingly, they say that if you are really the connoisseur of few good things, you definitely get what you deserve. And those of you, who are present here, are you getting, value of your time? If yes, I think Mayurji and Anand, both of them deserve one more big round of applause from you. Trust me, it was very, very interesting. Brilliant. So next, I'd like to invite Lieutenant Sandhya Suri ji to come on stage and enlighten us with her deliberation. Her topic is boosting employee productivity with people-first strategies. Can we give it up for Lieutenant Suri? Ma'am, I'd better like to enjoy your session from there.
Hello everyone, and thank you for your patience. Could I request everyone to stand up, please? I am not copying you, but yeah, I'm trying. Yep. Ready? I just said thank you for your patience. So could you just raise your hand, put it to your back, and pat yourself. Pat yourself because you've really been very, very patient. Thank you so much for staying back and listening. Thank you. So, any interaction that we do needs to have a result. And this conclave so far has been phenomenally full of learnings, amazing stuff. Things I never thought of, I did think of, but some of them have been very, very impactful. And taking that forward, there should be a takeaway for you as well from every interaction. So any association, any communication that you have with people, if one of these four things don't happen, then it's a pointless one. So I call it, it's an acronym, it's called BIRD, B-I-R-D, which is what my mentor basically taught me. So B stands for breakthroughs. You may be stuck somewhere and you've had a breakthrough today. I is for ideas, you've generated ideas. R is for reminders. You've known this before, you've heard this before, you learned this before. This is a reminder time. And D is a very critical one, which is essentially decision making. You will decide to do certain things here on, which you may not have ever done before. So keeping that in mind, I am going to move this to talking about boosting employee productivity with people. It just sounds like a malt Horlicks wali ad. Not happening. वो बच्चों के साथ use होती है. Adult life is slightly very, very different. And the truth is, if there is a topic that's related to people, it is important, period. There's no argument about it. Machines don't run this planet. People. It's people who make this planet, and we need to understand and respect that fact, because we are all sitting here, we are all people. There are machines helping us record these things, but eventually it's us. So we need to be heard. So I usually don't carry these when I have plenty time to talk, but I'm just trying to keep it short, so I'm going to keep it focused. I tend to go all over the place. So as a change enabler, I facilitate and enable an enabling environment, for example, in which I'm not going to tell you what to do. You will do what you will do anyway. But what happens is, when you enable or facilitate a platform for people to change or do things, they are accountable for it. You have to own that change. You have to own that decision to change. When you do that, it is more lasting. Otherwise, it's just an eyewash. So when we talk about accountability and we talk about employee engagement, people will engage in initiatives where you have आपके खुद के सपने हैं, पर्सनल गोल्स हैं जो आपने अचीव करने हैं लाइफ में, लिस्ट बना लो. But when you go for an interview, check out what the organization is all about. Is it going to let you achieve your personal goals as well? That alignment, कि आपके सपने और ऑफिस के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जो सपने हैं, if it's not aligned, you're not going to last that, and there'll be no gratuity paid out at the end of 5 years. So we basically keep it at that. The goals need to be aligned. So the first part of it is, of course, understanding what is it on an individual level that a person who's coming into an organization is looking to achieve for themselves. When you're doing an interview or conducting an interview, that is what you need to assess. Is there a mindset? Is there an attitude towards it? Are those goals of what they want to do in life aligned to what the organization wants them to deliver? और वो alignment अगर नहीं है, तो alignment करनी बहुत ज़रूरी है to retain those employees. And when you start taking an interest to make sure their personal goals are achieved, you will retain that. You are engaging them in the best way possible. Sometimes people just don't know how to achieve their goals. They don't know कि अरे इस तरीके से करूँ या उस तरीके से करूँ, why is it not working out? I know exactly what I want. I have all the parameters ready with me. मेरे पास सब कुछ है, but मैं अटका हुआ हूँ कहीं या अटकी हुई हूँ कहीं. Why am I stuck? So to be able to identify that and enable the person to work within a framework that works for them, it works. When I ask you, all of you have desires in life? Anybody without any desire, zero desire at all? Everybody's got a desire. That desire is what's going to push you through. But you know, the bottom line of every desire is to experience a better life, to be happy. मैंने happiness बहुत पहले reject कर दिया. झक मार के भागो पीछे और हाथ नहीं लगती. What is attainable for you is joy, sheer joy of perfect moments. We are all imperfectly perfect. And to understand and accept that is not just the job of HR, it's not just the job of your top management leaders, it is your job, it is what you owe to yourself. So when we are in an organization, हम लोग हमेशा कहते हैं सर chance दे दो उसे, इसे chance दे दो, उसे chance दे दो. And then we go ahead and self-reject. Engagement, first of all, we've got to be engaged on our own selves, our own initiative. और वो engagement तब आती है जब हम अपने आप को self-reject ना करें. Statistics show that men will apply for jobs where they even complete 60% of the parameters. They're like, हाँ, 60% है लगभग, I'm ticking off this list. Rest 40 minutes, 40 things I'll manage. Women, until they get to a 90, 100, अगर वो सारे check boxes tick नहीं है, I don't think I'll be able to do it. रहने दो. Let me find something which I tick all the boxes. And that's your self-rejection. And that's now not just with people or a certain gender like women, it is with everyone.
when you give strangers chances, when you give your colleagues chances, when you give your team chances, why don't you give yourself a chance? Don't you owe it to yourself? Your engagement with yourself will define how much somebody else engages you. Engagement in any organization is a lot about what we want, the behavior that we want an employee to follow. I wouldn't even say employees anymore because we don't like being called employees. The point is, most organizations, when you're talking about bosses and managers, they may fail to see the point of what they need to have as a repetitive behavior. Bosses, when you're a leader, you look at it slightly differently. You look at it from the point of view, what is it that I want corrected? What is it that I want repeated? The truth is, what you reward will get repeated. और ये सिर्फ organizations की बात नहीं है. आप organizations छोड़ो, institutions ले लो, schools ले लो, अपने घर को ले लो. आपने बच्चे को अगर बोला कि ठीक है, अगर खाना नहीं खाएगा तो टीवी नहीं देखोगे. It's a bargain. You're doing a transaction. So the kid howls, throws a tantrum, and you say, अच्छा, okay. You switch on the tablet, उसके सामने रख दिया या TV on कर दिया ताकि वो खाना खा ले. There was a point of reference made earlier in the day. What are you rewarding the child for a tantrum? You're rewarding them with screen time. What behavior will get repeated? The tantrum. So be very mindful of what you want repeated, and that is the behavior that you want repeated is the one that you want to reward. It's not about punishment, it's not about attrition rate like Dhruv said. It's a lot about retaining employees. हम लोग retain करने के लिए a lot of it is on paper. हाँ हाँ ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे. You know, employees will stay back. The point is when we're hiring employees, much as we like to bring in new people, because new people means new ideas, we are willing to spend money on them. We are willing to invest 50% more than what they are currently earning to bring them in as an expert. But when it comes to increments, when it comes to salaries, performance assessments, we tend to give 10 to 15%. And बहुत लड़ाई के बाद 20 या 35 पे पहुँचते हैं. How fair is that? You want to retain people, train them, develop them, because they need to have a purpose to stay. If we go by the last slide of what if we train them and they leave, it's okay. There will be other people training other people who will come in. It's a domino effect, and let that remain. People, like Dhruv said, are the biggest brand ambassadors, and the exit is the most important part. Honestly, HR पुराने ज़माने में होता था hire, fire and manage in between, attendance, leave, policy. It doesn't work anymore. Earlier in the day, we also talked about leave. 12 दिन CL, 12 दिन sick leave, 20 days including holidays, annual leave. Just tell them you have 40 days leave. No excuses, nothing. आपको क्या लगता है 40 के 40 दिन जाएंगे? पहले साल जाएंगे, दूसरे साल कईयों के जाएंगे, कईयों के नहीं जाएंगे. But then people become comfortable that I can take leave whenever I want. And I don't have to classify it as sick leave, casual leave or whatever. I want to go on a date on a Thursday and I'm going. So I need leave. पूरा दिन चाहिए, नहीं half day चाहिए था, लेकिन okay, do it. The point is, people's gratification level is very different. What they want out of the work and effort they put in is different. And engagement comes with policies that are still flexible. So HR is caught right in the middle of it. फंस जाते हैं, ना इधर के ना उधर के. Boss बोल रहा है policy follow करना चाहिए. We have to be fair to everybody, so the policy remains the same. But let me give you an example. Okay, यहाँ एक बड़ी सी दीवार है इस साइड पे, ठीक है, और दूसरी साइड पे कुछ हो रहा है, मैच चल रहा है, और हमने बोला चलो यहाँ सब खड़े हो जाओ और यहीं से मैच देखेंगे, पूरी जनता देखेगी वहाँ से. किसको नहीं दिख रहा होगा? जो शॉर्ट होगा. So, नई policy सबकी एक है, सब खड़े होके देखेंगे. The adjustment in the policy is किसी ने कुछ step ले आया, लगा दिया for the short people to come to level and par with the others. That level playing field is different for everybody. It's like the hare and tortoise story. It was unfair right from the start. Tortoise moves faster in water, hare moves faster on the ground. What if the parameters were different? What if the competition was to cross the river? Who would have won? And what if they helped each other and moved on? That is where you change the game. You're helping people along, you're moving along. Everything is transactional at the end of the day. If I'm parting with money or my energy or my time, I'm parting it when I'm happy. I'm parting with it when I can solve a problem of my own. आप पैसे किसको देते हो? Shopping कौन कौन जाता है? Randomly. जब depressed होते कौन जाता है shopping? जब खुश होते कौन जाता है shopping? जब bonus मिलता है कौन जाता है shopping? So you see, parameters are different. But you will part with money only when you are happy. If the organization's happy, they'll part with the money. Happy कैसे होना है? Problem solve करो. Problem कौन solve कर रहा है? Employee कर रहा है. Reward it, and that will get repeated. Now in terms of the exit, I digressed again, like I said. Exit के time क्या होता है? How you treat the employee. I'm just going to expand on what basically Dhruv said. How you treat the employee will make all the difference. Your employees, your students, for example, in this institution, they're all brand ambassadors. How you carry yourself, how you treat them is going to speak a lot. If I don't speak well of my previous organizations, you can be sure that the minute I put in my resignation, I was treated differently. So when I'm going out, when you're talking about revenues and numbers coming in, the revenues and numbers are coming in for good performances. They're coming in from current employees. But guess who can bring down those numbers? Completely. Sometimes destroy an entire organization is a dissatisfied employee who left in absolute despair, who was treated really badly when they exited. They will never forget. And when your employee is leaving, don't forget the good stuff that they did for all those years. And if we don't forget that, we will always give them a great exit. Pay their money on time. Do the full and final settlement on time. Don't take 45 days to do it. What is he going to do or she is going to do until they pick on another job? Do you think they're going to appreciate that? No, they'll talk about with anybody who listens. So engagement, pre-engagement when you're trying to bring in good employees, retaining them with good engagement facilities, but your strategy should be very, very fast-sighted when they're leaving. They should come back and say, thank you for firing me. How many of you in HR have had somebody come in and said, thank you, you fired me? I've done that plenty number of times, and I actually have people coming back and saying, hey, it was good that you fired me that day. But you know why he came back and said that? Because I said, when you need a job, ask me for a reference and I'll give it. And I made a call wherever they were applying, and I told them all the good parts, and they said, what about the bad parts? I said, they don't have bad parts. There are challenges, they need to be trained on these areas. Next time an opportunity comes into your organization, they will come back. So that is how it works. It's all a domino effect. So no matter what you do, I'm going to just kind of cut it short here. No matter what you do, failing is not an option. Don't fail. Learning is an essential option. And you will learn with every person you meet, every person who walks by past your door, every person who talks about you, who comes and visits your organization will talk about it. The brand ambassador part can bring in a revenue that you've not thought about and take away all your revenue that you didn't imagine you could lose. And that is where I would like to say the culture of an organization will eat up every damn strategy if it's not done right. forget the strategy, get the culture right. And culture is not just HR's job, it's everybody's job. Everyone has to engage in it, and then you get the results. And then you can just pat yourself on the back. Thank you, everyone.
I think that was insightful. I'd heard somewhere that the culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I'm sure we second the thought shared here by the lady. The penultimate speaker for the day, my dear friends, is Mr. Ashish Shah. And I'm sure I've heard this in the past, that you, the patient listeners, have voluntarily clapped for him. I expect the same thing from you again. Over to you, Ashish ji. And Ashish ji is going to speak to us about reshaping the culture of growth.
So you might have to use it. Okay. Good evening. And I believe it is not the last one. I think you're there after me. So I should not say last good evening. Birthday boys, I think birthday is the last one. And then we are going for a party. All right. So what a day it has been. I can tell you for myself. From the beginning, when I was sitting here next to such people and I felt I'm like a kid, I also realized that none of my introduction, so I was the only person whose introduction, there was not a single award. So I took that note, by the way. I was the only guy, no awards at all. So let me confess few things first, and I must confess. I was absolutely embarrassed to see that I was going to present and I have a presentation and nobody was presenting. Thank God you did that, and I was like, good. Then I thought and I realized, just like Wajid Bhai, that if you think you should do it, you should do it. Otherwise, I was supposed to tell Nihit, drop my presentation, I'll say it here, just the way others are doing it. Second thing I must confess, I thought Mr. Batra was like a brother from the another mother for me. Why? Because whatever he was saying, it was true. He was talking about, guy at 40, so like, okay, on 16th of September 2020, when I got 2 heart attacks, and then on 16th of September morning at 9 o'clock, I had my last smoke. So I think I quit it very late, but I did that. I get very confused, and I was very confused that whether should I take the presentation or not. And believe me, I get confused very, very fast. I always believe that smart people get a little more confused because they think more. But I get confused in very idiotic thing. Like I was sitting right now with ma'am, and if you have gone to theater also, you find this kind of seats, right? So I was thinking suddenly that there are handrests, right? Which is my handrest? Is it when I put on the right side, somebody else is putting it, then it is his, not mine. On the left-hand side, when I put, it is somebody else. And I feel it is both his mine and that is not. So I get confused in this thing. Another thing, in the afternoon that has happened, that I was, I heard people that, okay, haath dhone ja raha hu. And then I again get confused with this statement, because when I actually go and wash my hand, so I realize that haath main nahi dho raha hu, haath ek dusre ko dho rahe. But then why would I say, main haath dhone ja raha hu? So I get confused in this aspect. So okay, so there is a topic given to me, which is called reshaping the culture of growth. I have taken it to my benefit and says that organization's role or HR's role in reshaping the culture of growth. There are only 3 slides I'll take up and I'll quickly finish. Do you think there is a role required of HR? I would say there is a whole required of HR. It's not a role, it's a whole HR that you require. Just to prove the point, let's do one thing. I would like you guys to just sit down and take a right hand and raise it as high as you can. Can you please raise your right hand? Wonderful. Okay, now take the same hand and raise it little higher. All right? Oh, awesome. All right. Put down your hands. So let me take a pause here and ask you, how come none of you has raised the hand highest that it could possibly go for the first time when I asked you? Ask yourself, who was stopping you? So the simple is, we human beings, as I think people have spoken, we human beings have a natural tendency of being in comfort zone. So when we are in comfort zone, then what are the reasons for comfort zone? There could be many. I believe there are three: fear of failure, fear of adversity, fear of getting into a leap of something unknown. Now these are my fears. This could be the reason that I would be having this kind of fear. Let's talk about change. The best example of change, during COVID times, teachers. I'm talking about school teachers. How many of them has ever used Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Team, ever? How many of them has ever done a research or Googling on their topics from internet or technology? How many of them has ever made a presentation? Isn't it a wonderful change? They've changed because that was required. That's a wonderful thing that they have done. Look at HR people. See, I think there are two things in HR that is must required. One is empathy and second is perspective. Honestly, both things are actually missing, or it is often missing. A reason being that HR people or leaders are so busy at times in their positions or in their status that they actually forget the main job. And the real job is not to be in charge, but to take care of people who are in their charge. So these are two different perspectives of when we talk about the HR leader. So let's come back to the topic again. You can move. I think I would keep talking because I don't have it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just go to the next slide. Go on. Okay. So what is the question? Question, when we talk about the growth culture or changing or reshaping, is it the speed which is important, or is it the sustainable change or a growth which is important? So it is very, very clear. I think I have ruined my own presentation because these topics I discussed in the panel when I was talking about what are the three reasons or initiatives when they failed. Or a blue tick era where we are talking about, because people are very persistent. People are very complacent at times. People want everything as a gratification. Do you really think people resist change? Honestly, no. Okay, you go and knock somebody's door and say that, congratulations, you have got 1 lakh rupees and you change your life. He would say, no, leave it. I'm okay wherever I am. I don't need it. Nobody would say that. So it's absolutely clear that, okay, it has changed my life. I don't want to resist the change. What they resist is that stupid thing, that if I work and if I don't see results, get result is another. Get is final epitome. See result, that's also can be an issue, and that's something, that thing. So if you want people to be part of that change, show them results at every stage. If you do that, people would support you and they change. Go back. Go ahead, please. So as I said, when we talk about any reshaping of culture, growth, or any change initiative, it is very important to know where you are. To know where you are, you should know what are the different stages of culture exist. So I have my understanding where I actually connect a lot. So there are understandings. So there are 5 stages of culture. First, blame culture. Raju, I don't do it. Remember that 3 Idiots, the silencer, what he says. Actually, I didn't do it. It was not my fault. Or absolutely, like if Judy would have done it, I would have delivered. So I have not delivered my numbers because of Judy, so it's not my fault. The trust diminish. People don't trust each other. People don't try something new. So what you get at the end of the day, nothing. So there is no innovation, no ideation. So that's called a blame culture. So you should realize whether your organization is falling into two. Second, multi-directional culture. So there are departments exist, account department, marketing department, finance department. They have little processes. They may not talk to each other. They feel that they are doing really good, but they're not talking. So there is no sense of purpose. Now, when you have such people, actually what is happening? There is no innovation again happening. Because nobody is talking, there is no cooperation, and nothing is coming out. No ideas are being shared, so nothing is new happening, no chance of improvement. So that's a second way, multi-directional culture. Third, live and let live culture. I'm good, I'm doing good. Why do I don't need to change? Is it okay? I go to office, I come back home, I do my work. It's healthy, cool. I watch movies. I have a brilliant work-life balance. This is called live and let live culture. Even the organization also thinks that, okay, we are making money. You know, we are making money. Honestly, what do you get because of this? An organization of mediocrity. So basically, you actually get is, nobody wants to improve, nobody's talking about innovation, nobody talking about ideas, because at the end of the day, their mindset is absolutely mediocre. And that's called live and let live culture. Going above, a good one, the brand culture. Oh, I am working with this brand, this is cool. You know, they get pride to say somebody that, oh, I'm working with this organization. They make cool stuff, man. They are wonderful. They are brilliant. There is a sense of purpose that they are connected with, because they are believing what that organization is doing. What happened suddenly? They would do everything that organization would want them to do. They would ready to be improved anytime if the customer feedback is there on anything. Even a housekeeping guy would say that this is the idea. They would all come together and perform. Now that's the culture. It's a very good culture. It's called a brand culture. And the last one is leadership enriched culture. This culture, in this culture, the leader has to put their ego into their pockets. I know it's not that possible, but if you do that, that means you are cultivating new leaders. That means you are trying to make new leaders. In such organization, anybody with a lesser experience or lesser expertise come and can even lead the project wherein there are people who are better than him. But because they believe that, okay, organization have got him, my leader has got him, he would have a sense of purpose. I would do my job and we will conquer together. Now that's something, the best thing for an epitome of any organization is this culture. Where you are, it's very important to decide, which will tell you what you need to do, and then you can plan your initiative. Otherwise it's very difficult if you don't know what to start and where to end. So it was a little quick one and I made it. So let me just come to the conclusion of what I wanted to say, because in next 10 minutes or the 15 minutes given to me, I cannot change or I cannot reshape any culture of growth. I can tell you my perspective. So my conclusion is, sustainable growth culture change is more important than the speed of change. It's possible, you know, at time. I think Wajid Sahab was saying that the first painting took 6 years for him. And I'm not saying that after 6 years he's got 20 lakh. No, that 6 years has made his life what he is now. It is not that 20 lakh. It is that what he has made first. Second is, know where you are so that you can plan where you want to be, obviously. As I said, you need to know where the culture is. And the last one is define results, achieve results, and show results at every stage to get people excited for the culture of growth. So wherein, because people are going to be volatile and you don't have any choice that other than people, you cannot play change. So you need to understand their psyche, their methodology, and give them different results at every stage. So with this, I would conclude and thank you so much for listening. But I enjoyed this conversation, meeting Wajid Bhai and everyone, sir. Absolutely, it was a great pleasure for me. I'm like a little kid here, and I enjoy that. Having a photograph with you guys was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So partners, anything great that ever began had another interesting turn that, you know, it comes to the final station. एक बहुत बड़े शायर हैं, उनका कहना है कि जिंदगी जब भी तेरी बज़्म में लाती है हमें, ये ज़मीं चांद से बेहतर नजर आती है हमें, हर मुलाकात का अंजाम जुदाई क्यों है, अब तो बस यही बात सताती है हमें. I'm sure you all came here with a lot of expectations, and I'm sure these amazing people did rise up to your expectations as well. Now, in the concluding address of the day, I'd like you to once again put your hands together for Mr. Korean, who also happens to be a birthday boy, and he's going to talk to us about powering growth in the new ecosystem. Can we listen, one biggest round of applause of the day, please? Thank you so much. So nice of you.
Good evening. There was once a conference like this, all right, and while speaking, there was somebody in the crowd who took out a pistol and showed it to the speaker, all right, and he said, "If you don't stop, I will not stop." So unfortunately, I'm the last speaker, and thank you. I'm having a handful of gathering here as well. Thank you for, gonna listen to me as such. I'll keep it short. I mean, I'm not gonna, go too much around. But powering growth, with that, I would just want to tell one small story. Everybody would have gone through this dialogues that in the film called Diwar, right? When Amitabh Bachchan says, "Mere paas gaadi hai, bangla hai," and he gets a reply saying that, "Mere paas maa hai." Now fast forward to 2022, when the same scene is recreated, and if Amitabh Bachchan asks, "Mere paas gaadi hai, mere paas Lamborghini hai, mere paas Ferrari hai," you know what the answer would be? "Mere paas parking space hai, rakhna hai to rakh, and mere paas app bhi hai," right? So that's how far we've traveled so far. And that's the growth strategy, right? Even India as a nation now, since the last couple of years, our growth strategy currently has been Make in India, right? That's what has been supported everywhere. I mean, everybody talks, so much about it. Now, if you have to get into that, I mean, you, as my friend rightly said, you have to have a, change culture. But when that change culture happens, how many of you like change? You like change, absolutely. But majority of us do not like change, right? For an example, if tomorrow, if somebody tells you in college that, if your standard time is 9:30 to 6, but from tomorrow onwards it's from 8 to 5, how many of you all would prefer? I got it, thank you. All right, so the thing is, we are afraid of change so much that we always have a negative vibe towards change. It's not positive, We the moment somebody talks about it, we are in a corner saying that, this is not going to be happening for me. Now, there are certain things, if you have to power growth in an employee, it is primarily certain things that you look at. Most of the startups fail. Many of the startups in the last couple of years have failed because they do not value or recognize their employees, right? Recognition is something that's predominant if you have to cater for a very strong growth strategy, for your organization and for that respective, place as such. The next one is train them. Training is something that we are investing. It's not a cost, as my friend rightly mentioned. It's primarily investing for a better return in the future for the organization, right? And coupled with that, we have to ensure that we need to look at showing them a way, a career pathing, right? Many of us, do a lot of succession planning, a lot of things in that as such. But showing them a way is something that is more important. If I'm an employee, I join today, what will be my growth part in the organization, maybe 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, right? I've been with this group since the last 12 years, and I've seen myself grow. So same thing, I would want to see my employees also grow, right? So that's something that we have to look at. Now in such a hybrid situation, earlier everybody used to work 8 hours a day, yes, and now it has gone to how many hours? I mean, Professor Ma'am was just talking about it in the afternoon. People end up working about close to 14 hours now. And during her time, she was saying that, there were times when employees used to work for 14 hours and yet do not crib about it, right? And why is that? That they were so glued to the organization. It's basically the culture that's changed them. That's being the gluing factor for them in the organization. So with all this, I think, these are certain things which we need to, look at in an organization, ensuring that the growth happens and it happens in the right direction. HR plays an important role for all this. I mean, if we do not put that clearly, there are times when you lose out on an employee, and to retain them is going to be very difficult, because we all are HR heroes. Even heroes are not spelled without HR, right? Thank you so much.
So here we are. There's this one gentleman that you heard right in the beginning of the conference. So let me invite him again in order to give away the memento to Mr. Mayur Satyavrat. Mayurji, are you here? Cool. So Anand, maybe have you here, and I'd like to invite Nihit to please give away memento to Mr. Anand Dhruv. Wasn't Mr. Anand fantastic? I think let's give him a big round of applause once again. So Mr. Korean, I'd like you to come on stage, and Rajiv sir, I'd like to invite you to give a memento to Mr. Kingsley Korean. Please a big round of applause to Mr. Korean as well. Trust me, when you are audience and you stood here for such a long time, trust me, for a speaker to be waiting for his turn is not an easy task. The gentleman claimed himself to be a kid in front of all these stalwarts, but trust me, I think he was one of the brightest sparks in the day. And I'm talking about Mr. Ashish Shah. Ashish ji, may we have you on stage? And I'd like to invite Nidhi Jain ma'am to please come and do the honors for us. I think the round of applause can continue. आशीष भाई, ऐसा नहीं कि हर तरफ खुश्क मिले जमीन, प्यासे जो चल पड़े हो तो दरिया भी आएगा. इंतजार कीजिए, आप सही जगह पे हैं और मेरे ख्याल से निहित ने शाम को कुछ न कुछ इंतजाम जरूर किया होगा. So, partners, my ladies first, kind of thought process did not work well with her. But, so by design I thought, let her be, one of the last people I invite here on stage. Please put your hands together for Lieutenant Sandhya Suri ji. And I'd like to invite Nihit again. Nihit, please come again and do the honors. Acha, I have, okay, cool. Prateek Hardia, another friend of mine. Prateek, you may come here, please. And do the honors. Partners, you know what? Thank you so much, ma'am. Trainers, teachers, and business leaders, to a great extent, they all suffer from one of the diseases, one of the viruses that I call KIA virus, know it all. And when you are smitten by such a virus, I think makes more sense. Life should prescribe you to meet someone like Mr. Mayur Satyavrat for the amazing quizzing that he did with us. I'm sure you must have actually got a lot of amazing insight from his deliberation. So Mayur sir, maybe have you on stage. And I'd like again Nihit to come this time and do the honors for us. Partners, I know that you're tired, but still, so, ladies and gentlemen, these were the people who graced the occasion today. Other than our eminent speakers, we also have friends from Pithampur Personal Fraternity here. I'm sure a conference is not only about the speakers, it also is about people who be part of the August gathering, the audience. So I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Rajiv Majumdar. Rajiv sir, may we have you on stage here, please? And I'd like Mr. Rajiv Shukla sir to give away the memento to Mr. Majumdar. Rajiv sir, thank you for your support. This is our second meeting. We met once at IMA, and it's a pleasure meeting you again. Rajiv Saab happens to be the president of Pithampur Personnel Fraternity, interestingly abbreviated as PPF. So from one Rajiv to another, I'd like to invite Mr. Kiran Shastri on stage again. Rajiv sir, please stay back. I'd like to invite Mr. Dilip Jagtap from Pithampur Personnel Fraternity. Rajiv sir, please stay back here on the stage. Do we have Mr. Jagwant? Nihit, just give a call to Jagwant. We also wanted to share a memento with Mr. Jagwant of IMA, but he doesn't seem to be here. Before I proceed further, I wanted to invite Madam Nidhi Jain. She had something to share. So over to you, Nidhi ji.
Good evening. First of all, इतना मुझे पता है कि I'm not experienced like you people. It's been an honor and privilege to be here with you as you shared your ideas with us. So thank you all. Thanking is the best way to show the gratitude, I think. But what I feel, कि reborn is not so easy. Rather, like what I feel, there is a lack of empathy everywhere. You should feel the situations and the problems on you first, rather than finding the alternatives and solutions about others. This I feel, and what I can conclude, ki you should not quit, never quit. Nothing is impossible. Just keep your face towards the sunshine and the shadows will fall behind you. So, just shine on. Find alternatives and understand others. So, shine on, not just today, every day. Thank you.
So partners, I'm sure you must be badly wanting me to say this. That, I'm going to be inviting somebody for a concluding remark now. As Dr. Batra said in the morning, too much of feedback, too much of, learning at times also is, it starts getting a little cumbersome. So I'd like to invite Director Trainings and Placements, IPS Academy, Mr. Rajiv Shukla, to give his concluding remarks for this today's conference. Over to you, Rajiv, sir.
Good evening, all the esteemed guests, the eager audience, and all the students and my dear friends. I have been entrusted the task, rather the most difficult task. है ना, किसके बारे में कितना बोलो और क्या बोलो. But then I'll try to do. This time I had planned that I'll do justice to both the parties. I'll conclude what my institution is, and I'll conclude what the esteemed speaker spoke. So in a nutshell, if I can tell you, IPS Academy is a conglomerate of 17 colleges in total. We run 78 courses. Except for medical, we have everything under this roof, from engineering to management to pharmacy to hotel management to commerce to and what not. क्या course हम बोलें और हमारे पास नहीं होगा. Some feathers, if I can talk to you about IPS Academy, is we are an autonomous, our engineering college is autonomous. That means that we are also, all our courses are, UG courses are NBA accredited, almost twice or thrice. We are NAC accredited. NIRF, we stand, management college stands in a band of around from 75 to 100 is the band that we stand into all India. As far as quality policies are concerned, we are committed to quality education. So this is a little about my institution, where you even in the morning PPT you saw that from architecture to almost all the courses that you can dream of, that is this dream destination that we are. And now my second task. So I'll try to do full justice to all the pearls of wisdom which came forth in today's discussion. In the first session, Dr. Anurag Batra talked about, that was more of a philosophical take on what HR or what a life about being in HR would be, or being a leader would be rather. So he talked about evolution, his avatars, many avatars as he evolved from a common person to a media mogul. His journey, his experiences, and that enlightened us to no end. Mr. Sahil Nair touched upon his ways of hiring. I like that word. Geography is history. And that is what I still would make, मतलब ये आज मेरे को पहली बार कोई शब्द ऐसा मिला which was too catchy. Geography is history. So this is the new way of hiring. Dr. Ankita Singh talked on organizational happiness index and how to, and her greatest stress was on the happiness index plus empathy. Mr. Devashish Ghosh led us into the world of HR innovations. Mr. Srivats Nagarajaya gave us insights into rebuilding organizations from hierarchies to networks. Mr. Sastri PKV talked extensively about the role of leadership in adapting the work ecosystem. Again, Mr. Wajid Khan gave us a tour of his creative world and sculpting. Nail sculpting I had never heard of. This is the first time that somebody introduced me to this great world. So, post-lunch, Mr. Dharmendra Jain talked about decoding HR from the perspective of an employee, the initiatives, and linking it to the investment that you do towards an employee and how does it repay you in the future terms. Mr. Shubham Tripathi led us into the technicalities of HR analytics. Mr. Ashish Niranjan's stress was on new talent mantra. Mr. Saugata Sen talked on how to broaden talent acquisition. Mr. Mayur Satyavrat showed us a glimpse of state of changing work arrangements. Mr. Anand Dhruv led us into his intriguing topic, the big resignation. That was when I was reading this topic that was a catchy term. You got the curious part of me. So it was basically about attrition versus retention. Lieutenant Sandhya Suri again stressed upon people-first strategies and how to boost employee productivity. Mr. Ashish Shah talked about how to reshape the culture of growth. And last but not the least, Mr. Kingsley Kurian gave wonderful insights in how to power growth in the new ecosystem. I sincerely hope all the stakeholders that were present today might have greatly benefited from today's session. I sincerely thank all the august audience, and I hope all the students, all the faculty members, the directors, the management members would have taken some learning or the other with them to their homes. Thank you so much.
There was a gentleman whom we missed because he wasn't there in the hall to be receiving his memento. I'm sure if you are an Indori, you would be seeing him in a lot of such conferences. The smiling face of Indore Management Association, my dear friends, please put your hands together for Mr. Jagwant Singh. And in order to do the honors, I'd like to invite Madam Veena Chibber to please come on stage and give this memento. Thank you, Jagwant. Partners, I think I'd like to solicit the biggest round of applause for the gentleman that I'm going to be inviting here right now. And why do I say so? Because trust me, I believe this gentleman must have had some real sleepless nights to put it all in place. For last couple of days, I have seen this man in labor pain. And you know what? There's a human tendency of nitpicking. Whenever there's any organization, when there is any event, nothing ever gets perfect. So before I invite him here on the stage, and I'm sure when I asked him how many marks do you give to yourself, he wasn't very happy and he was being very critical of himself. Nate, I want to tell you, there was one conference I was addressing and there was, some fumble that I did. And my boss wasn't very happy with me because of the fumble. Kapil Dev Sahab was the chief guest, and I was literally broken into tears because I had put in my blood and sweat and time into this event. So backstage, I was trying to wipe off my tears. By the time the gentleman himself, legendary Kapil Dev, walks up to me and tells me, Ambar, kya ho gaya? And I told him, sir, galti hui kuch, lekin galti ka jo khamiyaza tha, thoda bada tha. Uska कहना था, यार, forget it all. You know what? And he gave me some interesting statistics on that day. He said, I have bowled 27,401 deliveries in test matches, 410 to be precise. You can, check it out on Wikipedia. Kapil Dev bowled 27,410 balls in test cricket. Could only get 434 wickets, he said. And he said, Amber, what do you consider, yaar? Am I a common guy, a cricketer, or a legendary cricketer? I said, sir, I mean, you are a god. You're not even a legendary cricketer. To a cricket lover like me, you are a god. He says, even then, my success percentage is less than 1.5%. Divide 434 by 27,410. So, Nihit, I think I'd like to clap personally for you, not because of, without you and your team's effort. Nihit, Prateek, everyone, without them, this would not have been possible. So, for a word of thanks, I'd like to invite the man behind the curtains, Munawar Rana साहब कहते हैं कि आप उनसे मिले हैं अब तक जिनसे दरोबाम की जीनत है. मैं नींव का पत्थर हूं, नजर क्या आऊं, लेकिन एक नींव के पत्थर के लिए आपकी तरफ से बेहतरीन तालियों की मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं. जोरदार तालियां बजाइए निहित के लिए. निहित, ओवर टू यू स्वीटहार्ट.
So, sirs, what have made me emotional, and to start with, first of all, I like to thank everybody for being here and part of this conclave physically and virtually, and it's a matter of pride for me to address the August gathering here. I have made a list of 2 pages because what you are seeing today is a work of last 60 days, and so I have a long list to thank people, so I should not miss anyone, so I have made a list. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the 16 speakers who are here, and I like to thank them because all have come here on my personal invite, so I'll heartily thank for travel from across the nation, coming from Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, Ahmedabad. So you see the galaxy of speakers here. Now I'd like to thank the management of IPS Academy who have been guiding light for this event, and without their guidance, what you are witnessing today won't be possible. A special thanks to Pitampal Personal Fraternity, Indore Management Association, HR Association of India, HR Association of Devas, and various HR leaders who have supported us in individual capacity for what you are witnessing today. I would also like to thank the friends from media who have been supporting us in the pre-release of the event and the post-release which you will be seeing today, and they have come here today to cover the event. A big clap for them. I have like to thank the audience who are here, and the special one who have waited till now to attend this entire day program. So a big clap for them too. I like to thank Rajiv Shukla sir, Director CMG, and Prateek Haidia, Manager CMG, who have been pillars for this event. So it is not a single person show. This is the organizing committee. This all credit goes to you. So Salah would like to say this is a 3 people's job. I like to thank, special thanks to Sandeep Gupta sir, Director E-Learning, and his entire team. For the visuals, what you are seeing today, the digital promotions, creatives, whatever you have seen in last 45 days, all the credits goes to him, who have worked tirelessly for all the things, and also today live streaming, recording, and all the program. So Briggs, thanks Sandeep sir, please let the audience see you once. Can we have a big round of applause for Sandeep sir? So he is also a partner in crime. Now I'd like to thank Dilip Avasti sir, who is the CEO of Radio IPSA. I like to share that we are coming up with our own radio, community radio. So he has helped us with the voiceover of the speakers which you have seen. So the voiceover were recorded by the RJs of his teams. And then I'd like to thank all the HODs, directors of IPS Academy who have been supporting us for this entire event. I'll also like to thank the team of Central Placement Cell who have been working tirelessly, inviting, supporting, and the entire show which you have seen today. It is not possible without them. Also, I like to thank the entire team of faculties and the student volunteers who have worked today. You have seen they have been there toes. So the biggest clap should go to the faculties and the coordinators because they were on the driving seat today. And I don't think without them it was possible. So the success of today's event is the biggest success to them. And last but not the least, the support staff and our entire people who have been supporting us. So big clap for the entire supporting staff of IPS Academy. And also, as Ambar sir was saying, whenever you try to do something, there are some things, and as he was saying that how I'll rate. So I'll rate at the bottom of out of 10 to 1 because I see a lot of things which I have planned or which I have thought we didn't turn out. So I'll excuse all the attendees and all the speakers for the shortcoming in case you faced any difficulty during the event. Oh. But there might be some you are so modest in saying that. And once again, if I have forgot anyone to thank, please excuse me for that. And once again, thanks to everybody who is part of this HR Conclave. Thank you.
दोस्तों, मध्य प्रदेश के एक बहुत ही अजीम शायर हैं बशीर बद्र साहब। बशीर बद्र साहब की एक गज़ल की चंद पंक्तियों के साथ आज के इस सभा का समापन करना चाहूँगा। बशीर बद्र साहब कहते हैं कि कहाँ मोहब्बतों की ये सौगात होगी, नए लोग होंगे, नई बात होगी, हम हर हाल में मुस्कुराते रहेंगे, तुम्हारी मोहब्बत अगर साथ होगी। इन सितारों को आंखों में महफूज रखना, बहुत दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर है हम भी, किसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी। इस खूबसूरत ख्याल के साथ आप तमाम जबरदस्त लोगों का इस बात के लिए शुक्रिया कि आप आए और आपने इस खूबसूरत दिन को खूबसूरत बनाया। ऊपर वाले परवरदिगार से इसी बात की इल्तिजा कि फिर जरूर मिलेंगे। और आप लोगों को सूचित करना चाहता हूं, राजीव सर ने कहा है मुझे कि देयर इज अ हाई टी बीइंग अरेंज्ड, सो दोज ऑफ यू हु हैव सम क्वेश्चंस टू बी पुट टू द ऑडियंस, मे बी लेट्स कनेक्ट विद देम। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एवरीथिंग, इट वाज सो नाइस ऑफ यू, looking forward to see you again, bye bye for today, thank you.